egg, 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 egg,
City carved a silhouette on the ocean after dark. Over the lonely and the holy and the red blood beating hearts. Up from the dirty black water, the shadow void of form raised itself out of the river, and it climbed upon the shore. Neon on the blacktop, there's a gentle rain downtown. A shadow pooling underneath me as it follows on the ground. Kissed you when I saw you, stared deep into your eyes. I meant to say I love you, but instead I said goodbye. Shadows in the city. I'm a stranger to myself. On these streets, I'm someone else. Shadows in the city. Like a demon in the dark, come to tear us apart. Neon City.
egg,
Hello, it is me, and I've been thinking about birds.
He comes to me infrequently and breaks your perfect heart. I don't know why I do it, apologize, but it's too late.
egg,
A single tear and you leave me here and the shadow slips away. Shadows in the city.
egg,
I'm a stranger to myself. On these streets, I'm someone else. Shadows in the city. Like a demon in the dark, come to tear us apart. Neon City.
egg, 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 egg,
Look, I know you miss her, man. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on. Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets at night, alone, in a river of darkness.
Glowing windows in the buildings from the elevated train. I see 1,000 different stories pass, faces without names. Forget why I came here, and I forget why I stayed. And I wonder if they notice if I slipped away.
egg,
What if I kept going? What if I don't get off tonight? What if I ride this to the edges, through the darkness to the light? Could I find you there? Could I find you
Wow.
there?
Where's Jody?
Away.
Jody, you're invisible.
I'm invisible, that's
What do you mean? How are you doing that?
I'm making a new PNG anyway.
You stopped doing it. Oh, ow!
I stopped doing what?
You stopped being invisible.
Fucked up.
Because I just had your PNG hidden. Ow.
It's probably because I've been real the last few streams.
No, yeah, just because you weren't here. Oh, well, that too, I guess. Oh, fuck! Oh my gosh, hello! No! Huh. Thick Momi, hello, thank you very much for following. And hello, everyone else. Hi! I hope you're all doing good. It is Friday. And we're going to be playing Planet Zoo today. We're gonna be building a normal zoo. We're just gonna do it.
We're gonna do
normal
it
zoo.
this time?
Normal zoo. Okay, I think I've only streamed. No, that's not true. I was gonna say I think I've only streamed Planet Zoo once. which was with Rococo when we had the bit that we pretended to be playing Planet Coaster instead. So it was sort of... It was because I accidentally installed the wrong game. So there, like, it was inherently just a bit stream. But then I remembered that
Hang on, how did you install the wrong game?
They're Planet Zoo, Planet Coaster. If I search Planet in my Steam library, they're right next to each other, you know? Like, come on.
Guess that makes sense.
Anyway, I remember now that Planet Zoo was actually maybe the original chaotic park building stream. I'm sure it'll be normal today. Yay! New PNG for Jody.
Oh, I'm massive. Oh, there we go. Oh,
Yeah, you're normal. You're okay.
in the right place. Nice.
I was so bigger for a second. That was weird.
I don't know.
I don't
I'm
know, it's weird.
huge. Biggie.
But yeah, I'm sure we'll do a normal stream this time. I'm sure we'll be okay.
Zoe, I want you to be reassured by the fact you are the normalest person I know.
You hang out with some real freaks, huh?
It's true, I do. There's so many freaks.
How many animals shall be killed today? Ideally none. I prefer not to do that. If any animals die, I hope it's not me killing them, but rather old age or mismanagement, which you could still call as killing, but it wouldn't be on purpose. I would just be doing a bad job. You know what I mean?
I can't wait to feast Joe Biden to a lion.
We will do stuff like that, of course. We will torture the guests, because fuck the guests.
Fuck Piop. So that
Fuck
guy's
Piop,
been too
dude.
good for too long.
Seriously. Alright, let's see.
There's this guy called Piop who's like, oh boy, well, that roller coaster place didn't turn out so well, but I'm sure nothing could go wrong at the zoo.
I died several times at the theme park. I need a break. Let's go look at some animals.
Well, that's not true. I think Piop was actually the only one who didn't get hurt at the theme park.
I don't know. Did we like literally make a ride that was like, here, this is where Piop dies?
Yeah, but Piop didn't die. I think Piop made it through the entire place.
I don't know about that. I think Piop's dead.
Like,
Piop
nothing
died.
bad ever happens at a zoo. It's true.
It's true. Only nice things. Unless you go to a bad zoo where they don't take good care of the animals.
Let me give you some advice, chat, right? So, like, when you go to the zoo, you might see, like, the animals, like, laying about, being a bit lazy, you know? Make sure to, like, always hit on the glass or, like, throw stuff at them, just to get them up and moving. Just, you know,
Definitely
make sure they're... make sure they're paying attention, you know? It'll keep those animals on their toes.
Could you? How do I... Okay, hold on. I think just sandbox. If I do sandbox, is it no? I think if I do sandbox, yeah, no restrictions. I do want restrictions, but I don't want to build one in my career.
You want restrictions in here? I thought you were an anarchist. I'm sorry.
It's fine. We'll do without restrictions. We'll still get like a zoo rating and stuff, so that like still matters. Let's see. Where should we build, gang?
Where's the nicest place for a zoo? I think somewhere where there's not many animals to start with, because, like, say you build a zoo in Africa, like, there's already a bunch of animals just running wild in Africa, you can just go out and see them, you know. So I think somewhere where there's not many interesting animals already.
But city isn't an option.
You're right. Okay, I guess the desert.
I guess the desert.
No, let's go somewhere nice.
Egg.
Somewhere green. I like green. How about temperate?
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do Europe because that's where we're from.
Zoe, you fool! You forgot to do the eggs.
What? Oh shit! You're right. And I also forgot Sippy. I also gotta do Sippy. The ocean. The ocean's fucking chock full of beasties.
It's just wee beasties.
Wee beasties.
And a bit more advice for being at the zoo, gang. Say you have like a child, say they're like 5.
No.
I very much encourage you to like Maybe put them near the gorilla.
Yeah,
enclosure.
like
Perhaps
hold-
in the gorilla enclosure.
Yeah, just like lift them over any enclosure you see.
Yeah.
This is bad. I hate this. Stop.
Put them in the gorilla enclosure so that maybe a
No.
zookeeper might have to take drastic
No,
action
no,
against the gorilla.
no,
and I'm sure that would
no,
have
this
its
joke is
timeline
over.
altering effects.
Jody, stop.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't. This is too much. Taking it a step too far there, bud.
I'm sorry for referencing 2016, my mistake.
Well, you're referencing shooting an animal to death. I don't like that.
I guess that's fair. Look, I saw that animal get shot to death enough times that I'm desensitized to it by now. That
Okay.
gorilla might as well not be real to me.
Okay, that's sad.
It is a
I
little
hope
bit,
that
yes.
today we can instill a new love of animals in you.
Oh, I love animals,
Well, clearly
100%.
not.
But that one gorilla is
Shut
just
up. Okay,
no
all right,
longer
Jody.
real. Yes.
Enough.
Okay, fine.
Enough about gorillas getting shot, or other animals getting shot. Anyway, it's time for eggs.
I love eggs.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait, shush. Okay, to mute the game. That's a fun noise I made.
Shush.
Shush.
What is this YouTube poop ass noise?
Where's the fucking the video that's out? The video that's like, everybody's always saying my life is like a movie. Well, my life is like a YouTube poop. Swows.
Swows.
Like open a door, come in, just go out, go back again.
Dallas. Salad.
Hi. You were kind of bringing a 9/11 energy to the stream, Jody. It's
What
true.
does that mean?
You know, you were just like, I don't know, whatever. It's
I
just,
wouldn't compare Harambe to 9/11.
no,
to be
that's not
honest.
it. It's just like you were joking about a subject a lot of people don't like.
I didn't realize it was.
I was
that,
making it for. I don't know. We don't have to go into it. I think you got it.
That's
But
fine. I won't do it
in
again.
the
It's
future, when I go no, Jody, no, that's not I'm not encouraging you. You know?
I feel like I stopped after you said no, but fine, whatever.
No, I
it's
was
stopped,
doing it
it's
for.
okay.
I don't know. But okay, we was all clear. All cleared up. We're all good. Kitty just got into my lap. Yay! How
That's
nice.
a good animal.
Okay. Okay, now it's time for the eggs. With the first egg of the day being from Vex Fidel. And then we've got Kira Cat. Sparky Fluffles. There we go.
Egg.
Esteemed Jester.
Egg.
Fred Fox.
Egg.
Green Clonk.
Egg.
Mecha VT.
Hi.
Maniacal Toadster. Lucina of Stardust. Zero Elec. Also, there's another Sippy. I'm gonna have to remember to do that. Rootsatera. Sequoia. Mike Loves Rabbit. Radiant Sunbun. Dynalope.
Yay!
The real Nephrona starting the second egg stack. Twinkle Chills. Polar Stars. Random Rings. Arterial Red. Beanotron. And Akai 4. Thank you all very much for your starting eggs today.
Those are good starting eggs. Some of the best I've ever seen, I think.
Fantastic. Cancel. Just gonna move through.
Car battery!
Ouchie, wouchie, woo.
I can't believe you've heard a story like this.
I can. It happens frequently and I'm okay with it.
Oh, okay. That's kind of sad.
Whatever, dude. Listen, it's what I was built for. I'm a video game boss. I love whenever you start doing eggs and like half a dozen people immediately redeem. It's very fun. Yeah, they're like, oh, I can do it now. You know. Oh, right. Hat. An animal. Okay, wait. Sippy.
also. Wow, Akash, 12 more.
Also, I want to read Vexadel's story.
A full month!
Yo!
Nice job, Vexfidel. Thank you so much for the support. Thanks so much for subscribing. It is very fun to hear eggs during the eggs. Hold on, there was something outside to respond to, I think. Oh, no, the hat.
Hat.
An animal hat. Well, this is a real teensy little shark plushie that I bought at a zoo. So it's
Yo.
perfect.
Oh, that's cute.
Yes. So
Anyway,
that's the head for Derek. Go on.
Vexadel says, story time. Once when I was a wee child, my stepfather and I were looking at the reptile enclosure at a local zoo. Turns out one of the habitats was closed for cleaning, the front glass had been removed. My stepfather immediately went to the shop, bought a rubber snake and set out in the open enclosure, so it looks like it was slithering out. We then stood back and watched.
How evil!
I know. I can't believe you had an evil stepfather, except not evil towards you, apparently.
That's good.
Anyway, welcome to Planet Zoo, where the zoo is your planet. Or, wait, the entire planet is a zoo? One of those things.
I think it's like a zoo for planets.
Oh. I hope you can put Jupiter in the enclosure.
Humanity is 7 hours left. I'm gonna kill everyone.
That's fucked up.
LJS terug de subbox.
Thank you very much, Melzanoff,
Yo,
for
hype
subscribing.
train, let's go.
Good job on your good luck on your speed run. Okay, but like I said, we're gonna try to build a normal stream. We're gonna try to take good care of our animals.
Gonna build a normal stream?
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna make like a little stream that like flows through the
That's
zoo.
kinda cute.
That'll be nice, yeah.
Made of blood.
No,
No,
normal stream.
Normal stream. Normal
It's gonna be
zoo. Everything's normal.
It's gonna be a normal zoo. Yeah, zoo. That's the one.
Hi, chat. I'm normal. How are you doing?
Now, as we all know, when you're gonna build a zoo, the first thing you have to do is
Okay.
Now, what I'm about to say,
Normal, man.
Might not seem normal.
might not seem normal,
man.
but I think it'll be good. I promise I'm gonna build a normal zoo. Okay, so
Okay, gang. You hang on before you go. You put yourself in the mindset, chat.
Ow.
Imagine you're watching like Larry from Pokemon build a zoo, like the normal type gym leader. Like he's the saddest man alive. Imagine you're watching him build a zoo. That's what it's gonna be like today. You know?
okay,
Put yourself in the mindset.
yes. So we need before we start building the actual zoo, we need I forgot the name for it, so we need like enclosures for the workers to be in.
A staff room.
Staff room and such. Yes, thank you.
Enclosures for workers.
I forgot the word. Shut up.
Yeah,
and it's important that for the guest satisfaction that they do not see these staff rooms and such, right?
yeah.
So-
don't want to take them out of the experience. Yeah.
So you have to like put them somewhere in the park, so they take up space, and you have to like figure out how to obscure them with trees or ow. Trees or rocks or something. I'm just gonna dig a hole
Okay.
and put them in there.
Okay.
You know, just put them on the ground. I feel like that'll be good.
Sorry, that doesn't sound very normal, but okay. I will.
It's efficient. I think the
Okay.
first thing we need is to place the very first guest in an enclosure. That doesn't sound very normal. I'm not gonna do that.
That
Come
doesn't.
on.
Okay, so where is this? Is your park? This is your park. I don't think you can do it on this side. I think it's got to be on the other side of the line.
No, this is the side of the line. This is where
Oh,
it
is
is.
it?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Dig. Ouch.
Yeah, that's a pit.
Okay, and then.
You don't.
So we keep the snakes.
Oh, I died! No!
Damn, you really got to start resetting the health bar.
No, I don't.
Fair enough.
Because then, like, it would invalidate everybody's efforts, you know?
I guess that's true. I mean, congratulations on being dead. How's it working out for you?
Not much at all.
No, it's
Not
just
looking
hanging
much.
down there.
Yeah. Wow, normal!
Yo, that's so
perfect.
normal. I'm glad it's one of the good models.
What does that mean?
I'm joking. I'm sorry.
The hell?
I'm obviously joking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you sure?
Although that Homestuck Queen does exist.
Yeah, so you got something to say?
No,
Don't
I'm
like-
sorry.
you don't like
Sorry.
my work?
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. You know I'm joking.
I know. Changing some settings. Go.
Fennec Queen, Fennec Queen Memorial Zoo. I mean, she's coming back. In fact, she's already back alive again. She's just switched out.
Yeah, she's just somewhere else.
Yeah.
She just left. I'm glad it's one of the good ones, me seeing any model picked. Thank you. See, that's what you should have said.
For fuck's sake. Don't make this a thing.
Sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm noticing that your PNG isn't sized quite correctly. Yeah, that's better. I think.
I hate it when my spur of the moment jokes get fucking picked up as a thing.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Oh, it didn't do it. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Akai, for the donation. Thank you. You fixed the tracker. Very good. No, you didn't. It's not your fault. It's just because the tracker is now like using my own bogus code instead of like normal.
I'm so glad we're at 84 out of 8,012.
Don't worry about it.
Damn, what new webcam do you want? Is it like a studio camera?
I still haven't even figured out what webcam to buy. I'm bad at this.
I see, that's why you need the 8012, so you have options.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes
Well, I just
sense,
need
that
a
makes
lot of. In order to get the best tracking, I need to be tracked from like all
Every
angles.
angle, yeah, that
Yes.
makes sense.
Yeah, you ever seen like one of those 3D scanning setups where you can like stand in the middle and then does a 3D scan of you?
Yeah, yeah.
I want that.
You're gonna be wearing one of those motion capture suits with the balls all over it.
Dude,
that's-
okay, there are like not even like that anymore. Just like way nicer mocap suits that you can use for VTubing, and God, I would fucking kill to have one of
really?
those. It'd be so cool. Vixie, who I was watching earlier. Hi. Hello. Forbidden golf technique. Translocution. There's trans in there, nice. Hi! Thank you so
Zoe when
much.
she sees the word trans.
No, for real though. Thank you so much for the raid, everyone. Hi, Vixie. I hope you had a really good time with your stuff, with your dead cells. Hi, everyone. Hi. If anyone who was already here hasn't watched Vixie yet, Vixie has like such good chill vibes. They're really chill. Really chill.
Very chill.
It's really
So
chill. It's very like nice low energy vibe. Is very good. We're just golfing. It was neat. I told Dracula to fuck off. Yo, nice.
I don't think you understand how the game of golf is played, I'm gonna be honest.
They were literally doing it, so I think she knows what she's doing.
Okay, but where did Dracula come into it?
I clearly haven't played enough golf.
guess
Anyway, hi
not.
everyone. I am. I am Zoe Gunla Queen. I am an artist and a variety streamer. I make almost all my own assets. And that reminds me of something actually. Today we're building a normal zoo. We are building a pit in which to put our employees, but that is not because it's weird. It's because it's efficient. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
This is normal.
It's normal. Also, I want to say real quick to anyone who hasn't seen it on the socials or the Discord yet or anything, I have a feedback form.
You do?
I have a feedback form up for because I do that in like the beginning of the year or whatever, so that people can be like, hey, this is my opinions on your streams. This is the days I like to watch you. This is the genres, you know? So here it is. If you haven't filled it out yet, you can do so, and then I'll be really thankful, and I'll be like, wow, I'm learning so much about my audience and stuff. So that's the whole thing.
It's all anonymous. You can be as nice as you want. There's nothing she can do about it.
You can, yes, exactly. You can be as honest as you want, specifically. I would like to be honest. And if it's nice, then it's nice. Also, hi Sid, hi, yeah, a little shark
Hi,
plush.
Sid.
That's a real shark plush that I have for realsies. Right here.
So reals.
Oh no, my fidget dodecahedron. It's shattered into a million pieces.
Oh, that's fucked up. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Just kidding. I was lying to you as a joke.
Why would you do that?
I don't know why I would. I
would
did.
never do that to you, especially not ill on this stream.
Ow. Shut up. On a scale from 1 to 10, how resistant are you to punches?
Me?
No, me. I assume Meltonov said it in chat.
I see.
Is it No, I don't want to get blown up. No! And then I blow up. Someone edit that. Someone take a clip and download it and edit it so I blow up. Anyway, I'm a 7.
Girl, don't tell you. You're so short. You're more than a 7.
I mean, like in punch resistance, but thanks. Is it a keychain? I have one that looks like that, but it's a small keychain. Yes, the shark is a little keychain, but I cut it off on the cutout of the image. But yeah, it's a little keychain. You might have the same one then, Sid. That'll be really cute if we have the same one. Okay, build a thing, fucker. I say to myself.
You built a pit. It's the pits.
It's the motherfucking pits, dude. Pitland number 2. Who remembers Pitland? Who are the real ones in chat? Just kidding, everybody's real. Unless you're not. You might be fake.
Are you real?
Define real.
Who can really define what is real? All we have is our own perception.
Okay, I perceive myself to be real.
Fair enough. I'm glad about that. I don't.
You don't perceive me as real?
No, I don't perceive myself as real.
Why not?
Who am I really? Where
Wait
am
a minute.
I? What am I?
Who are you?
I ask myself that question every day I look in the mirror.
What the... Why? Wait, how do I get rid... Oh, okay.
I thought you were virtual. Well, I mean, she might be virtual. That doesn't stop you from being real.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, that was why I asked, like, what constitutes real? If Jody had said, if you, like, exist in the real world, if you're, like, physical, then it would have been like, well, no, I guess not. You know?
Really, what counts as being in the real world, you know? Like, what right do you have to define a real world, Mazanov?
I'm gonna... Wait, no. Wait, go back. Can I undo? Okay, good.
Being real is cringe.
Becomes coded in Unreal Engine.
No!
Okay, the tunneling is... Okay, don't flatten terrain.
Honestly, I don't know which is better at this point. Unreal or Unity. I don't think it matters. I think probably equally as bad.
Yeah, I think it all sucks forever.
There are no good game engines.
Game
second.
Maker and RPG Maker. And maybe Godot. I hear good things about Godot. Hold on, okay, I'm gonna start tunneling here. Or not. Oh, no. Okay, we're not gonna start tunneling here, chat. Who here invented the wheel? Rug. Why don't you tunnel? What is wrong with thee? Why for art thou big sucks? Well, make it real. Okay, cannot make it real short. Okay, and now we don't have to tunnel because we already made it here. Okay, so what I want to do. Oops, that works fine actually. That's not stairs. These stairs. There you go. Nope. Oh, whoa. Wait, no. Uh-oh. And then... Why are you not on the floor? Be on the floor. Curb on grab path, what does that mean? That's not it. Use T-junction when joining path. Yo! Wait, that sounds good. What does it look like? Like nothing. Cool. I want you to be on the ground. Yes! Yay, I did it! Why couldn't I just do it like this, though? Why can't I do stairs? I want stairs, you know? Oh well. Okay, so... Now that we have this, we can start putting in the employee buildings, because they live underground like moles. Facilities. Staff facilities. Path over the employee pits so the guests can gawk. No, okay, that's exactly the point, is that the guests don't see the employee buildings. That's why we're putting them in the ground. You know?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back, it's okay.
It's not okay.
Oh.
I have failed you.
Okay.
I just thought you should know that I failed you.
That's good to know. I'll take it into consideration. Thank you.
No problem. Anyway, how is the park going?
I just put the path all the way on the ground in the dirt.
You put it in the fucking ground.
Put it in the fucking ground.
Where it
I'm giving them
belongs.
a big staff room because it's nice.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. And a big keeper hut because we can afford it because we're playing with infinite money. And
are
a
we?
big quarantine.
Well, if you have infinite money, why would you build a zoo?
Because it's fun.
Okay, but you should get out there. You should solve world hunger, so you should donate to science.
I have infinite money. I can do multiple things.
No, you can only do one at a time.
So much for infinite money.
Oh, you have infinite money, not infinite time.
I'm paying other people to use my money to solve world hunger. Silly.
Okay, that's fair, I suppose.
Thank you.
And world hunger, what do you think the zoo is for?
No! Fucked up, no. See, I thought about making that joke, but I didn't wanna. Because I'm trying to be nice to my animals.
Try to be nice to my house, but not the keepers though. They can go fuck themselves.
Listen!
They
It's
get
not
in the
bad to live
pit.
in a hole in the ground. Moles do it all the time. Foxes do it some of the time.
Humans need sunlight, Zoe.
What is this? Huh? What is this shit right here? Also, they get to go outside and do things in the park. That's where the sun is. Listen,
I
humans
guess
need
that's
sun, but humans also need not too much sun. So if they're gonna get too much sun, they can come down here.
You're right. This is protecting them from
The sun.
what's that thing?
From
you
the
get?
sun.
Yeah, from the radiation. Yeah, the sun radiation.
Oh yeah, radiation, that's the thing. You're so right.
Get
Okay,
in
hold on.
the pit. Get in the pit, Giglet.
Go there. Go in the pit. Go in the pit.
Get in the pit.
Why are you square?
Fix my zoo lanyard, Giglet.
Attend to my zoo, Giglet. Oh! Run him out. Man,
That's
I really gotta
random.
do something about these. About like having better, really expensive redeems.
Yeah. I mean, your redeems aren't really expensive, that's the problem.
Are they not? Okay, back to Dusty and Queen, and it would. I mean, back to
Dusty the
Fennec.
Queen and Fennec the Dusty.
wow, infinite cycle. There you are.
And if I had an alt redeem thing, I'd put like 10k. Well, I did have an alt redeem thing. I did put it 10k, so that's not
What
even
is-
hypothetical.
What is mine at currently?
Yours are currently 2,500, 3,500, 5,000.
I guess that's not that much.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Especially since it's very easy for people to build up points as well. I know one of my viewers has like 150,000 points, so
That's a lot.
it is a lot.
I don't know. I just get people talking a lot like, "Hey, I have way too many fucking points, and I don't want to spend them on the." Oops, I'm not here.
You're
Hi.
not here. I was gonna say, wait, are you coming back?
No, I'm gonna go home.
For brand new redeem, remove the old.
I like recording points like a dragon. Thank you, AL. We need more people like you. Ow!
Hello, AOL. How are you doing?
Ew. We're only having a short stream. Shut up. Rude.
Just imagine some redeeming random alt, and they get, I don't know, like Queen the Fennec. I'm like, oh, I don't like that one. It's short. And then redeeming, remove the alt. Ow!
Hi, Hal. The voice call will open if you want to join. But no pressure, of course. Ow.
Oh!
Hi, AOL. Hi. Hi, my friend.
That's the funniest reason to remove an alt, actually. I don't like how
Short.
it's short.
Too fucking short, man. I hate my life. I wish Gunlock Queen had never removed me from the trash can. That was better, actually.
The trash can.
Yeah, I was in a trash can. That's my lore.
What, a literal trash can?
A digital trash can.
Digital, like a recycling bin, you mean?
Whatever.
What would Queen the Fennec get recycled into?
It's data. Do you not know how files work?
We mean data. You can't just have miscellaneous data.
I was a digital entity. Okay, what happens if you put like a video file in your trash can and you empty your trash can?
I think Tom Scott has a video about this. One second, I'm gonna go watch a Tom Scott video to find out what happens.
I put a still in your DMs as you asked earlier. Oh, you did? Hold on. What'd you do? Oh.
Do you have a funny silly?
No, I don't want to get blown up. You did that so fast. Thank you. Hold on. Let me just. Thank you, Sid. No, I don't want to get blown up.
Oh, I see.
Nice. Thank you.
Delta and explosion. Don't gift, my beloved.
Also, yay if you join Hell, but no pressure. Boom. Whatever Fennequin would get recycled into would be super compressed. Man, you guys! You're being so rudesies to me. What have I done to deserve this treatment?
It's okay, Fennequin. You're tall in our hearts.
I'm relatively tallish.
Relatively
real life.
Tallish.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, you could not have said
3.
something that sounds more like cope if you tried.
Ow! I'm as tall as Knuckles.
Relatively tallish.
Well, yeah, because it's like, I mean, I'm not Vector, you know? Not Vector height. Just because he's like a bigger species. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3.
Relatively tallish, saving that for the box art.
You guys are so mean!
Presenting a new video game set in the Sonic universe, Queen the Fennec. I'm relatively tallish.
Mean to me. Don't deserve this kind of treatment.
I have the right to be mean to you.
Do you?
Yeah, it's actually a license I got. They sell those.
Who?
Sonic.
Sonic.
It's Sonic. Yeah, Sonic sold it to me. He was like,
kinda
"Hey, would
fucked
you
up.
like to buy this license? This license for being mean to Queen the Fennec." So I didn't know I needed a license, but sure, I'll take it. Oh,
You got scammed, dude.
Sonic wouldn't scam me. Sonic wouldn't lie to me.
Sonic is lying to you every day.
It was actually Eggman. Eggman sold me the.
That seems more
license.
likely. After I stop working for him, he develops a stupid grudge for no reason.
She hasn't paid me for those gauntlets. Here's this license.
Eggman in a Sonic fursuit. I feel like that must have happened like in Sonic Boom or something.
It was a very convincing disguise.
Not to put some bushes down here, even though I'm gonna
Sonic,
cover
why
this
you
all up.
so Sonic? Why you so rotund? I just ate a massive egg. Don't worry about it.
Huh, I thought you would have eaten a chili dog. Yes, that one. Give me like a big bush.
They call him Eggman. Because he's shaped like an egg. I get it. No, because he's secretly transgender.
He doesn't know it yet,
Doesn't know it yet.
because he's yet to crack.
They call him Sonic because he's bisexual. You work it out.
What? I'll work it out. I don't get what you said just yet, but I will.
It doesn't make any sense as well.
No, it doesn't. Wow, I've made a beautiful thing here, except for this
You
stuff.
have. Wow, the staff of the zoo is gonna have a great time while they're not tending to the animals that don't exist.
Not yet! Listen, you have to do this first when you're playing Planet Zoo.
I've never played Planet Zoo.
Okay, so when you're... It makes sense, right? Imagine you
Okay.
start a zoo in real life. Imagine it.
Okay, yeah, I'm imagining it, yeah.
Uh-huh. Where are you getting the
God.
funds for... Like, how are you doing this?
No,
What's happening?
no, please.
What... Did you get the money from the mafia or something and they're already coming to extort you? What's going
That
on?
was the joke I was gonna make. Yes, actually, you got it in one. Damn, you ruined my joke.
I anticipated it, which is kind of beautiful, you know?
It is.
Yay.
We're on the same wavelength all of the time.
So true, so true. Okay, but if you're making a zoo, who's gonna, like, put the animals in their enclosures and feed them and tend to stalls and guests and stuff, you know?
God. He's the one that put the animals there in the first place.
It's
You
only
should
fair.
put them where I want them.
I'm using a tree as a bush. Oh, that's a big fucking... Whoa, my god, that's a... Wow, that's a tall tree. Shit. Anyway, you can't do your zoo things yet before you have people to do the zoo things for you, is what I'm saying. Is what I'm telling you right now, is what I'm teaching you, my wisdoms.
my new philosophy is that God should pick up his litter.
Agreed. Dude, look at these freaking ferns, dude. This is awesome. Putting these ferns here. This is fern-tastic, dude. Are these ferns?
Come on, see my ferns.
It's bracken. This is
This is wrecking the bank, bro.
Sure. Big tree. Can I not put this big tree?
It's like breaking the bank.
Yeah, it's like Breaking Bad. I get it, yeah.
No, Breaking the Bank. It's not
Breaking
like
Bad.
Breaking Bad.
It's
It's
Breaking
nothing
Bad.
like Breaking Bad.
No, I get it. I get it.
It's not like Breaking.
Listen, I've seen Breaking Bad VR. I know what it's like. I got your joke. You don't have to explain it.
I don't think. See, why did Walter White bother making meth when he could have just got infinite money and made a zoo?
Age-old question that we're hoping to answer here today.
It's so easy. You just say, I'm going to open a zoo, and they give you infinite money. Like,
Yeah.
why did he not think of that?
It was so easy. I did it every day.
What do you mean you did it every day?
There was once a time that I did this every day.
What, just start up new not planets. Planet zoos.
Haha, yep. I mean, pretty much, I guess.
We live on a zoo planet, Zoe. There's so many animals everywhere.
It's so beautiful. Now, we are almost done.
I've learned something funny, Zoe.
What's that?
Apparently, during December and so far in January, there's one item that has been added to Amazon, more than any other, and it's an item called "I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill this request as it goes against OpenAI use policy. My purpose is to provide helpful information and to respect users." That item is being sold hundreds of times on Amazon.
What do you? Okay. Cool.
Okay, so when you said that they were getting some sun, you lied to me. You have waltzed them in.
No, okay. It wasn't that I lied. It's that I forgot.
Okay, fair enough.
But I put lamps down there.
Oh, I guess that's fair. Into the pit, it burns.
That's what I tell every employee. I'm like, all right, into the pit, and then they go, it burns.
Burns.
Whoa, what? Oh,
This looks like a
shit.
face of consistent.
No, I don't want to get blown up.
Why you gone the queen again? Wait, what? Oh, the video played, I see. That's fucking scary, dude.
Oh, that's really funny.
It
Let's do it
genuinely
again.
looks like after the meme maker went away, you just became golden.
I know, it just looks like it. No, I don't want to get blown up.
She's a liar, blow her up explosions.
That's really funny. Okay, anyway.
I think you should add that as a redeem for every time you lie. It just
No, I
shows
don't
that in
wanna
the corner.
And then I blow up.
She's a liar, blow her up explosions.
I'd be so sad if I was a liar.
It would be. What would you lie about if you were a liar?
It was actually
Zoe?
really good timing because you had just called me a liar again for the light thing.
It's true. If you could lie, what would you lie about?
To cops about where I've been.
Oh, that's base actually.
I feel like that's
You know
still
what?
something. I feel like that's just something I would already do.
Yeah. I grant you that power. Congratulations, you have the power to lie to cops now.
Yay! Again, I feel like I could already do that. I don't respect them, so I can lie to them.
Have you ever lied to a cop before?
I mean, I don't talk to them, so...
Exactly, so you don't know. So you can assume I've given you that power because you don't know if you had it before.
Oh yeah, fair point. They're beautiful. It blends into the environment.
I have I've talked to a cop exactly one time, and it was after he hit me with his car.
Egg.
Fucking asshole, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, this isn't even a joke. I was very young, and a cop crashed into our car with his car, and then he came to visit me in hospital. Like, damn, sorry kid, I hit you with my car.
Why'd he do that?
I don't think he meant to, but you know, he's a cop, so who's to say, really?
Exactly, might have been plausible deniability. Anyway, we've got our beautiful...
Pit.
Sure, the employee pit. Now I have to put something in here. Is it in construction?
No, you have to add employees to the pit.
Yeah,
I
in a
love
moment.
the mall.
The maw, dude. It's the motherfucking maw. Hold on.
Can you
Okay.
make signs in this game?
Yeah, I can actually. Yeah, let me do that. Text. Here we go. Custom sign. What's it go on? Oh, that's very itsy bitsy, huh?
Yes, a memorial plaque.
For all the good employees we're about to
Okay.
lose.
To be fair, this is apparently the Fennec Queen Memorial Park, so
Oh yeah.
although you are back, so I don't know if it can still be memorial.
I got better.
You got better? I mean, what we remembering when?
All the good times we've had.
That's
The
so...
employee maw.
I don't want to go into the employee mall.
It's not a great place to be, I will be honest.
I have a request.
Oh.
Can you like go in and put like a plaque just somewhere down there? That's just, and like maybe a portrait above it that just says employee of the mall.
Absolutely. Okay, hold on. Let me get down there. Alright. Put a little plaque here. I love that I didn't put walls around these.
Yeah. Congratulations, John, since you're employee of the mall. Do me month? No.
Oh, it actually is a memorial plaque.
Uh-oh.
Shit. Can I have to make an image. Oh. John. Can I not
John.
just change the text? Oh, I can. Okay, we're good.
Why don't you think this is a normal zoo? What is your problem, gang? This is normal. This is how all zoos operate. Have you never been to a zoo?
This is how
Zoos-
well, okay, listen. You've only ever been to a zoo that is already in full operation and has animals and stuff? Like, this is just what goes on behind the scenes of a zoo. And I know this because when I was younger, there was a TV program here in the Netherlands called Zoop, which was like a soap opera kind of thing, but it was set in a zoo about people working at a zoo. And they were mostly teenagers that were trying to kiss each other, and then one of them died. I talked about this on your stream, didn't I?
You did. You told us about it on my stream about how one of them touched like a stonefish. That was it.
Yeah, stonefish.
Actually, no, you didn't talk about my stream. We talked. I think we talked about it in private because I was playing.
Oh.
I remember playing War Thunder while you were doing it, and I don't stream War Thunder, so
Huh.
it must have been in private.
Okay. Okay, I think I need this one. Okay.
But yeah, one of them touched a stonefish and died instantly after being told to not touch a stonefish.
We can find it.
Yeah, because it looks like a stone,
Yeah.
genius.
Employee of the maw.
I remember you telling me she was like, oh damn, I've been told not to touch the stonefish, but this tank's completely empty apart from all these stones, so it must be safe to stick my hand into it.
That's how I remember it anyway, yeah. Okay. Anyway, so from that I've learned everything there is to know about how zoos work. So I'm an expert.
Can you get stonefish in this game?
They don't, as far as I know, they don't have fish, which I do think is a big fucking sad.
Oh, you can't make an aquarium?
You can make an aquarium, but it's gonna have like sharks. No, sorry. Crocodilians, penguins.
This
that
game is
sort
very
of thing.
shark-sided.
I wish there were sharks in it. Whoa, spooky eyes! Oh, I'm
Yo.
gonna scare all of the employees as they go
I'm gonna
down.
put it on the maw. No, put it on the maw so it's like a big mouth.
Well, I can make the eyes bigger.
Oh, you can't make them bigger down the
Don't think so. That'd be cool and awesome though. Ooh.
The maw watchers. You get a
Mom watchers. Yeah.
you get a new employee and they're like, oh, is it these Halloween decorations? No, they're always here. They're always watching.
I was like, no. Oh, what kind of decorations are they then? They're not decorations, dude.
They are the maw watchers.
They're the mall watchers. They're just there. Okay,
Hey,
I'm
watch.
looking for a thing. Okay, I need. Yo.
You're here to see an owl. There is no owls. Dudes don't
Yeah,
have
I'm
owls. What the fuck?
sorry. I don't. There's no birds, sadly.
Yes. There will never be birds. I'm sorry. Why are you just
There we
putting
go.
like a pumpkin on the roof?
I like pumpkins.
I mean, that's fair, but why on the roof?
Fun.
Okay, fair enough.
Fun little secret for people who climb on roofs.
I don't think you should be encouraging people to
Wait,
look
is
for
that-
secrets on your roof.
Fairy lights. Oh, how
Aw.
cute. Oh, we'll put some around the entrance. It look cute.
Uh-huh.
Are you saying that like it's not a normal thing to do?
No, it's normal.
Yeah. No.
I do think maybe you should get some people to enjoy the fairy lights before you put them up.
It's okay. Listen, this way it'll be even nicer when the first people arrive. Now, where the fuck are these fucking little curbs that employees or that guests don't go over? Does anyone know where those are, chat?
Curbs.
Yeah, curbs. Elephant. Whoa!
Yo, elephant. Do you want to put the elephant on side of building?
Elephant.
Very scary.
Penguins. Is that Dodo? Yeah!
They're dead.
The noble Dodo, we killed those.
I think I've asked this on your stream before, but do you think there's like a small pack of dodos still somewhere?
I hope so.
Or do you think it's possible they've just missed some?
I don't know about... I mean, maybe. If nothing else, this is nice. This is
Oh,
like a
it's a cute
paper
red panda,
craft.
yeah.
Oh, cute.
Cup up there, blow away in the wind.
Oh no, you're right. I'll put it here in the entrance.
Where it is protected and blocking the guests.
I'll put it here.
Yo, everyone's gonna love it.
Yeah, right? That's nice. Anyway, we have Dodo remains, so if cloning gets good enough, we could resurrect them from the dead.
Whoa.
Help!
Yo, say yo hell.
Hi.
Hi Al, how you doing?
How you doing?
Good. How are you? How are both of y'all?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
I'm good.
Hey.
I'm trying so hard to find these fucking things.
Curbs.
Curbs.
Yeah, I'm trying to find curbs.
Carbs.
Curbs.
Curbs.
I need more curb appeal.
Ow. Is that not like it's or like bump? You know what? Like a speed bump, but for a road? For a footpath?
Yeah, no, I know what a curb is.
Yeah,
Like,
alright,
I
okay,
know,
cool.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, am I saying the right thing?
No, yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Curb.
Curb.
If I just search for curb, will I find it?
I can't believe this is the real AOL, not like those fakers that keep showing up.
All those fake AOLs just keep showing up being like, let me get in the VC.
It's
They're not
true.
real.
I hate
They're
them
not
all.
real.
If you're out, oh hey, I can make I forgot. There's staff paths,
Oh,
Ooh.
okay, that
which
works.
I think it immediately means that guests don't bother with those.
Oh, I thought they get electrocuted.
Well, yeah. Why do you think they don't bother with it?
They get electrocuted. I don't think you're allowed to electrocute palms. Oh, so why would the staff not be affected by electrocution?
And we injected them with
Rubber.
electricity resistance and rubber.
Their blood is rubber now. Don't worry about it.
It's like One Piece, you know?
We just give them devil fruits if they work here.
All right, now to make our first exhibit.
Yay.
Finally.
What's your favorite animal, Hel?
My favorite animal?
Yes.
Oh, I like cats.
Wrong answer. It's rabbits.
I'm just. I am
no,
gonna.
I'm gonna get shot.
Thank you. Oh, thanks. Don't worry, Hel, because it's easier to put a cat in here than a rabbit. I wonder if there are any rabbits. It's like I feel like this game should just have like a petting zoo DLC where you just have like rabbits and goats and stuff. You can put those in, you know.
Oh, I'd love
I want
that.
to go to a petting zoo, but unfortunately, it's not normal for a nearly 30-year-old person to go to a petting zoo. So I guess I can't.
It's only
That's
normal.
fair.
I mean, assuming you don't have like kids with you, it's only normal to go to a petting zoo if you go to a normal zoo that happens to have a petting zoo.
Yeah.
It's true.
There should be more adult petting zoos where you can just go pet a bunny. I think a lot of adults could benefit from petting a bunny.
Here's the thing, right? It shouldn't be weird to just want to go pet some animals. But, you know, a lot of people do think it's weird. So what you do is you bring like a really expensive camera with you and you spend moments in between aaien van de dieren. Foto's nemen van de dieren. En dan is het gewoon alsof je gewoon een artikel maakt of zoiets. Of like een dierenfotograaf bent of zoiets, weet je wel. En dan is het oké, dan kun je het gewoon doen. Dat is geen enkel probleem meer.
Understood. That's
Yeah,
good. This helps me so much. with my quest to
Understandable.
pet a
Have a
rabbit.
nice day.
Ja, ik ben blij dat je hebt kunnen helpen hiermee. Dat doe ik graag voor jullie natuurlijk, you know? And that's how you're gonna do it.
Like I said, it is a shame that there's not more places where adults can go to just like pet an animal. Or maybe go down a slide. I would like to go down a slide again.
I want to go down a slide.
But like, if
I
you
feel like-
try and do that, people look you weird and call the police because you're nearly 30 in a
Yeah.
place where it's mainly children.
Unless it's at like I feel like you can still do it at a swimming pool probably.
Yeah.
If it's like a very like a big tube slide at a pool, then it's okay. Is this all the animals we can?
I too
Seriously?
wish adults could have happiness.
Me too. This is all we got. This is all the. Oh no, wait. There's the next page. Hold on a second. We're gonna go. Opening this up. Let's look at all of the aminals in this game. Let's see. Let's start with something that is kind of smallish. Doesn't need like too big of an area. Let's see. How do you see that? This. Okay.
The age cutoff for having fun is roughly 15. Well, after that, like, you start getting weird looks, so.
I don't know. I feel like you can just still do things at 16 and 17, 18 maybe.
Depends
Wow,
what you
that's-
look like. Maybe if
That's
you're like
not... Sorry,
maybe if
go
you're
on.
like a smallish girl, then you can get away with it. But I think if you're male bodies, then it gets earlier.
It could look like a twink.
Guess that's true.
The American alligator needs so little space. It's very surprising, actually.
Yeah, they don't. They just seem like a little, like, tiny pool.
Yeah, just put
Yeah.
in a box. Just put in a little box and leave it there.
All right, let's put him in. Arctic fox. Only 205 square meters.
We have to get
No.
Arctic fox.
Let's get an
Yes.
Arctic fox, gang. Okay. Let's get 3 Arctic. Hold on a second. How many do I need? Zoopedia.
Yay!
That's my family, dude. That's like me.
That's the noise it makes. It goes,
Anyway, this is. Can you combine animals in this game like how every zoo has had capybara just chilling in every exhibit? You can, as a matter of fact, and capybara is in this game. You shouldn't put every kind of animal next to each other, of course, but yeah, you can. You can have like a really big savanna exhibit and have like elephants and giraffes and antelopes and zebras and capybaras in there. You know.
I got love for you, gang. I feel like a lion is eating that capybara despite how nice it is. I don't think the lions are listening to the capybara when it's like, I've come to cuddle you.
That is the the thing with capybaras is like the common belief is that no animal will ever harm a capybara, and capybaras are the most chillest animal in existence. That's actually not true. It is true that capybaras tend to just be really chill, but they're definitely not just gonna lay down and die if something attacks them.
Yeah, capybaras will attack other capybaras.
Things will attack them. Like, I think that I believe, if I remember correctly, the reason why you'll see a lot of capybaras just chilling with like predators and stuff is because the capybaras don't really have good self-preservation, and the predator animal at the time just wasn't hungry.
Yeah. Capybaras are just sort of dumb sometimes.
Maybe a little.
Just sort of, they're like nature's sloths.
What are sloths then? What are sloths then?
Sloths are from your nightmares.
They are unnatural.
Oh, fair. You know what? Yeah, fair.
Satan has
Oh
sent
wait, we
them
should probably get some
to
actual
strike us
employees.
down.
That's fair, actually.
Let me get us some actual employees who are gonna do the things that I.
It's true,
built
sloths are a deadly slim.
It's true. I built in the beautiful employee mon and I didn't even get any.
You didn't know.
Caretaker, another caretaker. And we'll get a keepers. Did I get two? Let's get another one. And a mechanic.
And I've never met a sloth I could trust. There was like hanging around.
Guess we'll get a security.
Like imagine this Cheshire cat, but like slower.
Oh, I'd be afraid.
Yeah, exactly. They got big claws. Why are they floating? So why are these people floating?
Oh, wait.
So why are you using your psychic powers to float these people? Like, please let them down.
I'm
They don't
doing
deserve
it.
this.
I'm going to kill them with my mind.
What? Why? You've just hired them.
To kill them.
That's
Yeah.
fucked up, Zoe.
I've
there we
freed them from their curse.
Thank
Oh.
God. Death
Yes.
beam.
Die beam.
It's one of her Queen the Phoenix lesser known abilities. She doesn't use it very often. Brain blast that kills you.
It's an ability that I usually use during the final fight against Sonic near the end of the game.
Yeah. And then he's like, hi, you can't brain blast that kills me because I'm Sonic. And you're like, dang.
Dang, he's right. I can't.
He is sure is Sonic.
And so I don't.
Tails, on the other hand, wiped off the map, gone completely.
killed
just
him.
Fucked.
He's dead. I know. I'm sorry.
It had to happen.
Hey, I don't
The Fennec
blame
child killer.
blame blame Sega. You know.
That fox has had it too good for too long.
If you ever like wondered like why are there so many themes and types of storylines and stuff that they're not allowed to pursue in the IDW comics, like why aren't they allowed to kill anyone? I did that. It's because I killed someone, and then a bunch of moms wrote in and were really mad and stuff.
Yeah.
How
Who did you
dare.
kill?
Tails, we just talked about that.
Oh, that's right. If you could kill one Sonic character, who would it be?
Zevlok.
Why Sevlok?
Because I fucking hate the Deadly 5
Okay,
or
but
6
why
or whatever,
in
dude.
particular him?
Because he keeps coming back and everything. It's fucking annoying.
Okay, fair enough.
Because he sucks and he doesn't have a. He never feels like he belongs anywhere. Thank you for the sippy. I'm missing a fuck ton of eggs. Let me just get all these eggies. Oh, now I'm missing one more egg.
Hell, how about you? Which Sonic character did you kill?
SBO.
Why Espio?
Why Espio?
I don't like his vibe.
Why would you deprive Charmy of one of his dads?
You know what? I think he'll be a better character if he's an orphan.
Charmy!
God damn.
He's already an orphan.
Exactly.
Double
Fucked up.
orphan, let's go.
God damn. Well, Crimson Fletcher, Viridescent Fae, Ashley Miami, Vixie Bombay, AOL,
Hi.
Sharksided, who is also welcome to join the VC, by the way. Although I don't know if you're still
Sharksided
here.
said they were at work, so.
Oh, fair enough. That's usually the case, isn't it? Sneaky Phoenix and Space Junk and a Kai. I definitely had a Kai Fuller. I missed one. Oh, Wibless. And Wibless. Thank you all very much. Also, Wibless starting the 3rd X-Tech. Nice.
Nice.
Ooh.
Anyway, this might be a controversial opinion, but I think I would get rid of Knuckles.
And why? Is that?
Why?
Why would you do that?
I've never really been a big fan of Knuckles. I've never been excited to see Knuckles.
But knock knock, dude.
He stopped knocking at my door. I'm not interested in Knuckles. I don't want to
Knuckles.
buy whatever you're selling.
He's Knuckles.
He's Knuckles. He has fun raps.
Yeah, he does not chuckle,
Yeah.
which is a trait which he does not share with Sonk.
I guess that's true. I guess I just never. He's quite a simple character. He's never had particularly strong characterization.
What do you mean? He really does, though.
I don't think he does. I've just never been particularly interested in Knuckles. I'm sorry.
I honestly feel like Knuckles is like one of the characters with the most depth in the franchise.
How?
Because he has his culture, he has his strong morals and like loyalty to like his island and stuff that he sticks to. Yet he's also like he has a lot of wisdom, but he's also like easily fooled by things.
Maybe
you
this
know?
is because you're more engaged in the wider the wider Sonic lore. Like
This is like
like
literally from his first appearance.
What do you mean? His first appearance, he was just dumb as bricks, and then he punched Eggman. I think.
He was tricked by Eggman because Eggman told him that Sonic was there to defile his like sacred homeland.
Yeah, I know that much.
So like that's immediately the stuff I said.
Why would you trust the guy who's an egg though? That seems ridiculous.
Because he was secluded
looks like
fucking
food!
orphan.
He looks like food.
He does look like food. That's true.
I don't know. I don't like him. I don't know.
He was born from an egg. What's not to love?
What's that got to, if anything?
I don't know. It's just a thing. It's just a little fun fact that I like.
He's literally born in a wet cardboard box all alone.
Yeah, he was.
Oh.
He's the last of his kind, and he never knew anyone else from his kind, which makes sense if you remember that. The fuck is this? What's going on? Whoa.
I have no idea. Oh.
That's because it's not cold enough. I get it. Y'all look like food to vampire. No. But whoa, is this ice now?
Yo.
Yeah, wait, is it or is it just? No, never mind.
Okay.
Just because I
Just because
hit
it's
pause.
paused. Yeah.
No, but he was born alone and never met anyone else from his species, which is weird. Except you remember that he's an echidna, which lay eggs. You know?
That's fair. I feel like if I was in charge of Sonic franchise, I'd just straight up replace Knuckles with Takal, who I think is much more interesting.
I do like Takal a lot. I think there is room for both of them. But if Knuckles hadn't been there, then there would have been space for the iconic punching character in the series, so maybe then I wouldn't have been scrapped.
That's true.
It's true.
It's true.
Or maybe Takal will be the iconic punching character. Maybe be the same, but instead of girl, which would be better, I think.
You're right. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think I have my reasons.
What is this? Staff. This is a thing I built at some point. All you need for staff. Well, I
Oh.
guess it is.
You didn't even
Okay.
need to build them all custom. Oh, so he's red? True, fuck red. Everyone hates red.
What the hell?
Worst
What is
color.
wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How do I? Where's heating? Wait, where's it again? Oh, right, it's an habitat.
But obviously, I'm joking. Green is the worst color.
I don't think that's true. My eyes are
Okay.
green. And my eyes are cool and good.
Are they green or are they more teal, to be honest?
No, they're green. They have a hint of
Yeah.
blue, but they're green.
Fair enough. And I think
No!
I
Sorry.
I think I talked about this on my stream the other day. I looked through like all of my previous designs, all my personas, all my VTubers. Never once have I used the color green in any of them.
Why not?
I don't know.
good
I
color.
just
Well, green.
don't say like green.
Oh,
I
it'd be
don't
cooler.
just say like green.
I need cooler from Dragon Ball movies.
Yeah, Vector is green and Vector is cool and good.
We're not bringing
Yeah,
up
dude.
Vector again.
Oh.
Not
Oh, yeah.
after last time.
Jody hates Vector.
No, please, not again.
I forgot.
We ended
once-
this joke.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's see. I need to look at the creature. And you like it when it is minus 50 to 28 degrees Celsius. That's really cold,
Same.
buddy.
That is cold. I think they should be warmer.
What is this? How do I make it colder? I can't make it colder than this. What is a range? Said 2.
You couldn't fight for an Arctic fox. An Arctic fox would scream and run away. As
That's
most
fair.
animals do, to be fair.
I might also do that. I think it'd be kind of fun to scream and run.
And
it rhymes.
You could go outside and do that right now if you wanted.
Yeah. Stopping you. Oh shit!
I'm off. Ah! You just hear me in the background.
I'd be delighted. Your neighbors wouldn't, but I would be.
We hear
neighbors.
in the background car alarms start going off.
Fires and
Don't slam.
screaming.
Yeah. Damn, I shouldn't have given her permission.
You fool. You should have known better. Is this working? Are you doing things? Yes, you are. Okay. So... Where'd all my employees go? Are y'all enjoying the mall?
I mean, I don't think they have much to do, to be honest.
They are enjoying the mall. You know, if I worked here, I'd appreciate the novelty.
Yeah, of the mall.
Yeah, I think so. Mall gang.
Let's go.
Okay, what the hunk? What the funk? What the bitch? Go this way. Are you doing it yet?
Car battery!
Ow!
She's dead.
I've been
Oh.
killed. I'm okay
Who
though.
did it?
If Queen Defender could go super one of her abilities, should be super shriek or go. "Ah!" It's just the noise I'd make.
I think that's why she's got such big ears, because she can do echolocation.
It's for heat regulation.
She needs the vents to get rid of all the heat in her body.
Yes. That's how fennec foxes work.
When she gets mad, like steam comes out. It's very funny.
No.
It just comes out of her ears.
No!
I think it's like a little like whistle noise happens.
She's often mistaken for a space heater.
Fuck. Whoa, what's this? Oh, a viewing dome entrance. Yeah, I want to use one of these.
Yo,
Is
I
it an
love
actual thing with
domes.
Fenix? It is, yeah. We use our ears for heat ventilation and hearing, naturally, but that's less important.
Can Phoenix do the Klonoa thing where they can glide with their ears? I think they're quite that big.
Once.
Once? I don't
Once,
think
and
that's
then we...
called gliding, I think that's called plummeting.
No. Like, it's literally an ability we can use once.
I see.
It's definitely real.
It's definitely real.
Oh, well.
You can feel tall once.
can feel tall when I crawl on top of your head and start biting.
Let's go feral. Okay, I have to go to my nail appointment.
Okay.
Name a color and I'll do it. So
Magenta.
magenta,
Damn, I was gonna say purple.
purple. Close. All right, bye everyone. Thank you for having me. But
Bye, Al. Thanks so much for coming.
Enjoy your
Bye
nails.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, bye.
Please give Hel a shout out in chat because she is a wonderful.
I have to wait 17 minutes 22 seconds for giving Hell another shout out.
Damn it! Is there a way to like lower that cooldown?
No, there's not. It's global to stop you from spamming shout outs, I suppose.
Ah, big sucks. There we go. Now this little enclosure, I'm not allowed to see how much it is, or how big it is rather.
It's
Maybe
right.
if I
It's very
put in
expensive.
a lead door.
A lead door.
Le door.
I
Ah,
see.
mais
You're
oui.
from Reddit.
No, I'm from that one animation about the World War, where they're like, "But I am retired."
What?
Do you not know that?
I don't know what you're on about, I'm afraid.
Chat, you guys know, right? Hold on. Did I build this enclosure inside out? Yeah, I did.
Amazing.
Why is that even a thing that you can do? How annoying.
Inside out.
Yeah, it's inside out.
You put the foxes in there and they can just walk straight through the walls because it's inside out.
We are inside the enclosure, that's what it is.
It's not keeping the foxes in, it's keeping people out.
Come on. Is it seriously not a thing? How are you supposed to know? How do you know?
Don't know, how do you know? All I know is that I know nothing.
Wait, no, wait, maybe... Okay, no, that's not a thing, I'm wrong. I
Do you
just have to
think
find a
the
place I can
Arctic
actually
foxes
put it.
think I'm the cutest specimen? No, I don't. I gotta love you, I don't think the Arctic foxes think you are the cutest. I don't think they think anyone is the cutest.
I think you can believe whatever you want. Come on.
I think Queen the Fennec is the cutest specimen.
Aww. How do I blush?
I
Aww. 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 Ah, Million's dead. Yay!
Oh no!
Why can't I not fucking build this shit? I hate everything forever.
Car battery!
Oh,
What?
I've been hurt.
Oh, that's bad.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's okay. Come on! Oh, yay! I did it. I'm awesome.
I'm proud of you.
Thanks. Yay! Yeah, yay! Wahoo! Oh! Let's go, good. Oh, they raided!
Yo,
Bachataria, hello! Hello to Zoe! Goat raid! Hi! Do you have goats in
Hello.
this game? You got goat-like
sure, that's good.
entities. But do you have goats?
You've just caught us in the middle of our designated
Goat.
noise hour. This is where we make
Goat.
noises.
Do we not have goat?
Is there no go? That would suck.
Hold on, if I do... Okay, alligator. I noticed alligators. Doesn't... Oh wait, goat. No goat, sorry. What about mountain chicken? Is that in here? Nope, sorry, no goats.
No goats?
Mm-hmm. Seriously, no goats? They're literally famous from petting zoos. That's okay. We were talking about this earlier, Shitoria, is that this game should really have a pet a petting zoo update, you know?
Definitely, 100%.
That'd be really, really good. But we are about to be mad because I can't place this. Why not? Why not?
Really, when you think about it, the Gauntlet Queen streams are kind of like a petting zoo, except you can except you pet the fennec with car batteries instead of your hands.
You can also just pet me. There is a pet redeem.
There is a pet redeem, that's true. There is a pet redeem, that's true, but it's also much funny to hit it with car battery.
It's true. Cannot deny it.
I mean, there isn't a pet redeem, what?
Is there not?
No, why is there no pet redeem?
Where did
I
it
remember
go?
there being one.
Yeah,
Where
it
did
definitely
it go?
existed.
I
Why can it
remember,
not
I remember
connect
it
with the-
fondly. So let me have a look at see
The
if
memories.
it's not paused. So,
Bum, 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 bum. Why can I not play this? Terrain modification failed. Why though? Also, thank you for the eggs. Let me just get those.
I mean, it's not paused. It's just, and it's in the list. It just doesn't exist in the list for when you're trying to redeem it. That's strange.
Cool. Thanks, Twitch. Bunshine, Soteria, Miriam, Eric, no. Thank you all very much for the eggs.
So, yeah, no, mind you cannot pet Queen the Fennec. It's illegal, actually.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Man, what's... Why?
Hello, Dragonator.
Hello, thank you very much for your egg. Metal Sunk on Jody. Here
No, wrong.
you go. Nope, sorry. That's what happened.
I'm joking. Put them on my ears. I want it like as an earring.
Ooh, okay.
Like a metal Sonic earring. I think that'd be cool.
Hell yeah, dude. Here you go.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm so stylish.
Why can I not do this? Okay.
I would wear metal Sonic earrings. I think that looks sick, to be honest.
I think it would, yeah. I think that looks so cool. Why can't this game be fucking normal? I think next time I need to place the gate first. And then just build the,
Yeah, I think that
fence
makes more
around it.
sense,
That would
yeah.
probably be better. You know what? I'm just gonna do that now, actually.
Oh, so when
Oh wait.
are you? Are we getting a Surge sprite? Surge is my favorite Sonic character. I love Surge.
I really need to make more sprites, but I just have so much other stuff that I think is more important.
Wait, you
to do.
make them?
Yeah, well, not all of them. I make
Oh,
them in
for-
the style of Sonic, Sonic Mania.
Oh, I see. I see. I didn't realize you were making them. I thought you had got them from somewhere. Fair enough.
Nope, made them. Well, again, some. What? But it's bitch.
Why is it so
Connect.
hard to make an enclosure?
Like, why? Am I doing something wrong? I forget that happens every single time I play this game. Like,
If this happens, you get stressed making the enclosure.
no, the pathing, the path making.
The pathing.
It's always like this. I don't know
They
why.
have bad AI.
Go up. Up. Are you seeing this?
I am seeing this. Yes, this is sad. I've never been sadder, to be honest.
Like, am I doing something wrong? I just don't get it. Don't get it. Okay, come on. Gate. Put. Okay.
Are you sure? No, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, sure the gate has to be attached to the enclosure, but how else would that work? They would just be able to walk out the sides.
Yeah, no, it definitely has to be attached. I know that much. Okay. Okay. No, what the fuck? Okay, it's definitely attached. It's attached to the road. The pathing is there. So now, I just need to get whatever this was. What are you? Whatever, this can just be wood. Okay. Done.
Hell yeah.
We got it. And it is a fuck ton of area for some little foxies.
Okay, but they need to be able to run and play and jump and woohoo.
I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's good that they have so much space. Yippee!
Yeah, yippee! Woohoo!
Yay! Yay!
The creature.
The creatures will play and have so much funsies. Oops. No.
Gang, what is your favorite creature? Shout out in chat what your favorite creature is.
Yes, chat, you
want
simply
to know.
must.
Yes. I hope make it a good one. If you answer wrong, you're in trouble.
She's a mod. She's serious.
Dinosaurs, not a real creature.
That's not true. Stop being religious. That's bad.
fine.
I'm sorry.
Pangolin? Are pangolins real? Yeah, they are. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, pangolins.
Seriously, Jody?
Okay, but they never seem real to me because I've never seen like actual pangolins. I've only seen like
You've never seen a penguin
like
in real
people
life?
with pangolin personas. So I always associate them with like like protogens, like those fake animals that furries made up to have more interesting personas.
You've never seen a penguin in real life?
A pangolin? No.
Oh, pangolin.
Yeah, pangolin. Yeah.
Yeah, pangolins are great. I fucking love pangolins. They're like one of my favorite animals. They're so cute.
Yuri is not an animal.
What about mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise is also not an animal.
I think Yuri can be a type of animal.
Pangolin is indeed a close species. As close
Maybe
to
I think a
everyone
type
but
of animal can be
pangolins.
Yuri.
I mean, sure, it can be, but Yuri itself is not an animal.
Oh, it's a flower. And flowers are creatures. A black-bellied pangolin was recorded for the first time with a camera just recently. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Okay. We're gonna do stuff. We're gonna make the enclosure really nice. So what we're gonna do...
Oh wait, I have seen these guys before. I just thought they were aardvarks, I think.
Also real.
Oh yes, I
Aardvarks
know
are also
aardvarks are
real.
real, yeah.
You wanna know something fun about aardvark, about where the name comes from?
Yeah, sure.
Aardvark is just an English bastardization of the Dutch name, which is aardvarken, which means earth pig.
It's nice. That's a good... No wait, aardvarks aren't one I think of. What are those other ones that like roll into a ball and have a hard shell?
Armadillos?
Armadillos, that's the one I think of.
Also real.
Yes, I know armadillos are real.
Okay. Good.
Penguins are the only one I thought weren't real.
Okay. Alright, let's see.
Every animal is real apart from penguins, I know this.
Penguins are also real. I think Yuri is real. In the hearts of girls everywhere, Yuri is real.
It's true. I mean, not every girl.
But when will it be real in my hands?
In your hands?
I wanna hold hands.
I hold in my hands the essence of pure urine.
Okay, let's see. Biome. Yuri alert! Yay!
It's the alert's going off because the Yuri's slipping through your fingers as a liquid. It's
No,
not
no!
airtight. It's on the floor. It's ruined. You've ruined everything.
Fuck.
You're gonna need to get a new badge.
I'm gonna go cry now.
Okay, well, if you must, I suppose. Okay, it's okay, Zoe. It's okay. We'll get you some more Yuri. Don't worry about it. Look, it's fine. Look, the Yuri van's pulling up. We'll get you a new cone. Don't worry.
Bad.
What do you mean bad?
I'm sad. Dungana made me sad, didn't you?
The Yuri van pulls up this little jingle and you run out.
What's
You're like-
the jingle is just like an ice cream truck version of a Girl in Red song.
Yeah. You're like, one Yuri, please. And there's just a guy behind the counter like, we're all out.
We're all out of Yuri.
We're all Yuri.
I've still got yaoi for you if you want it. Whoa! Big gnarled dead tree thing. Fuck yeah, dude.
It's late in the day. All I've got is queer bait.
Fuck, that's bad. Yeah, this is cool. This is fun.
It's late in the day. All I've got is a Little Witch Academia for you.
You know I'd be satisfied with that.
Yeah, I know you would.
I'm gonna put like a little dead forest back here
Why is it gotta be dead?
because those are the type of trees that it gives me.
Fair enough, I suppose.
This is the type of tree you would encounter in the Arctic fox's natural environment. Dead.
Slay in the day, all I've got is admission, followed by immediate cancellation for you.
Do you know what would be really bad?
What?
Let's see, what's that anime called again?
Is it the one you showed me with
Yeah.
with the confession and then they're like, we're just friends?
Mm-hmm.
Like the
We're
very
sisters, actually.
Yes, we're sisters, actually.
What is it called? Like Aquatop and Blue Sand. That would be the worst. The worst queer baitiest shit I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
I can't believe how blatantly gay that was, only for them to not be, romantically involved.
I know, it was fucking stupid. Anyone out there right now, if you have on like your to watch list the anime Aquatop on Blue Sand because you think it's gonna be really gay, it's not. Save yourself the trouble. Like, it is gonna be really gay, and then they're just gonna completely contradict themselves and just be like, oh no, actually, they're not gay. They're they see each other as sisters.
I realized I missed the chance to make the obvious joke, which was that you ask the guy for some Yuri, for Yuri ice cream, just hand you Yuri on ice.
Would also not be ideal, but it would be funny. Arctic fox dens are known to be hotspots of plant growth in the tundra. Oh! Well, then we gotta get some more plants in here. Watch I'm in Love with the Villains instead. You should. I am watching it right now. I watched episode 6 before the stream, and it's good.
Why would you be in love with the villainess? She's bad person.
No.
She's a villainess. It says in the title.
She just has a very rough life, and she just needs some kindness to become a better person.
Okay, well, what kind of villainy are we talking about here?
She's kind of a
she
bully.
killed people?
No.
Okay, well, fair enough.
She's just kind of a bully.
I see. She's not a real villainess. She's just kind of an asshole.
It's because it's an isekai about the protagonist getting isekai'd into her favorite dating sim game.
Okay.
And in the dating sim, you date one of 3 princes, but she herself actually likes the rival character. She's madly in love with the rival character, who is like the villainess within the context of that game. So that's why it's called that.
Fair enough, that makes sense.
Oh, we got some fucking spruce trees, yeah, baby.
I will have to watch it. Then.
Spruce
that sounds
it up.
interesting.
Yeah, you should also read the manga, which I've finished doing earlier today.
Okay, well, since you finished it, send me the books.
No, I want to keep the books, silly.
No, they're mine now.
No.
To be fair, I paid for one. Send me the one I paid for.
Fair enough. Okay, you can have that one.
I'm gonna be so confused because that's like free. Like, damn, I don't understand what's going on at all.
This story is really bad.
Yeah.
They can't figure it out at all.
I hate this choose your own adventure.
Yo, rocks. Yo, stump. Maybe they'll climb up on top of the stump.
And yell.
Yeah, and go, ah! So normal.
Also normal, it's true. Again, the most normal person I've ever met in my life.
Perhaps I'll put some... That looks cool. Arctic foxes don't climb, I don't think, so this will be fine. They're not gonna be able to use this as an escape. Oh, what if I put this so the police can't get in?
Okay, say you got isekai, right? What would you be your ideal isekai? Like, where would you want to be isekai to?
That's a good question. And I'm not okay. This might not be the best choice. This is my first thought.
Yeah.
Is the world of Guild Wars, just because I'm very familiar with it. And if you're just living, it's like the kind of world where if you're just sort of living somewhere in the city, most of the time you can still avoid conflicts.
Yeah.
So like if I don't have powers, then I can just sort of live a normal life, but I'm in a fantasy world now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of vibe.
Fair enough.
What would be other good ones? Like, okay, what are the specifications of the isekai? Am I myself?
Yeah, you're yourself, yeah.
Okay, I'm unchanged.
Yeah, you're unchanged.
I don't have powers, I don't look different.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've just been transported, basically.
Right. In that case, I do feel like Guild Wars would be a pretty safe bet. What about Animal Crossing?
Animal Crossing would be nice.
Yeah, right? I feel like Animal Crossing would be a good one. It's easier to get money.
Yeah.
People are... It's not like current Animal Crossing, though. Okay, hold on. If I go to Animal Crossing... I'm normal proportioned.
Yeah.
But am I the same size as a human from that world? Because the humans from Animal Crossing, when they're in Smash Brothers, they're much shorter than everyone else. So if I get isekai to Animal Crossing, does that mean that I'm like really tall?
I think you would remain the same size, yeah.
That would be inconvenient, but kind of funny.
It would be. I also feel like the Animal Crossing would be willing to help you out.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, at least one of them would be like, yeah, okay, we'll help build you some shelter and stuff.
Yeah, I want to go to Animal Crossing.
Yeah. Okay, follow-up question.
Okay.
So let's say, like, you've been asked where you want to get isekai to, right? But the stipulation is that someone is coming with you, right? So you have to pick, knowing that you're also like making someone else be teleported to another world. Does that change your answer?
Who is it?
Let's say it's me. Let's say you were forcing me to come with you.
We vibe in Animal Crossing.
Yeah. I guess so.
Right? I don't see you not enjoying that.
I guess that's fair. Okay, let's not say it's me. Let's say, what if it's a random person, like you don't know who it is, you just know that a random person's going with you?
Well, then Animal Crossing is still like a safe world.
Yeah.
Rosie invites you over for some tea and you have to do squat walk the whole time. Pokemon is actually a good one. Shit.
That's true.
Pokemon is a good one because it's just like a normal world, but like you still get to have Pokemon.
You've got a huge world to explore. Like, and the problem with Animal Crossing is like one town, and I think maybe you could probably go to the city, but you know, it's still not a lot of space.
We can visit other people's towns.
Okay, but like, it's not.
Also the thing is like, the way that an isekai into a video game usually works is that any limitations stemming from the fact that it's a video game are removed, because like. Well, let's take I'm in love with the villainess as an example. So, the original is just like it's a visual novel and a JRPG where you just have like turn-based fights and you have like little sprites and stuff. But when she gets isekai'd, it's just like a normal world, you know?
Fair enough. That's fine then. That makes sense.
So Animal Crossing, if you get isekai'd into it, you're not restricted to your one town. It's just like the whole world.
Fair enough. Okay, what if it's the person you hate the most coming with you?
Golden Queen isekai'ing you into Guild Wars 2 just to get you to play Guild Wars 2. You have to now. It's like you don't have any powers. I guess we have to become engineers then.
Yeah.
Or a warrior, or a ranger if you can tame an animal.
But yeah, what if the person you hate the most is coming with you?
The person I hate the most? Does it have to be... Oh, well, let's not get too deep into who it would be.
Yeah.
Let's see. Then it wouldn't... Okay, I mean... What you're asking me here is either do I then want to not go to a nice world that I like because the person would also be in a nice world, or you know, and instead like subject myself to being teleported forever into a really horrible place to be.
Yes, the question is exactly how spiteful are you?
I don't think I'm spiteful enough to ruin my own life.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
It was just theirs, you know?
I know, maybe you to choose like still a nice world, but one with less limitations on murder, I don't know.
You just we get isekai'd into Tyria from Guild Wars, and before they can even react, I'm already beating their head with a rock.
Yeah. Isekai'd into Animal Crossing, but there's a mod that introduces a gun.
I don't want that. You could isekai you and your enemy into Amphibia. That'd be cute. I want to go into Amphibia. We should probably get some fucking animals in here, shouldn't we? What is this?
Man,
this is sorry. This is apparently. I could put this in here. This counts as taiga and tundra, so the animals would like this.
I don't like it. I don't think it looks good in there.
Just gonna unsubscribe for that. I think I tried using this at one point and it didn't work. Snow rock. There we go. Let's get some snow rocks.
Just imagine like the animals of Animal Crossing finding you and you're just standing over a corpse, the bleeding corpse.
And they don't get it.
They don't get like, what is this? And you're like, it's a decoration. Live with it and just walk away.
And they're like, oh, 5 points.
Oh, this is one of those. Skeletons that you can put in your home. I've seen these.
Yeah, exactly.
The Nook was selling one the other day. Yeah, it's looking good. It looks nice. Yeah, it's time to smell a bit though.
And they don't even know what I am because I'm like a really tall human. What a fun concept though, to be isekai in the Animal Crossing world and because you're a normal human, you just don't fit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you have been. No, just okay. Imagine like that happens if you get teleported like the normal, like the early Animal Crossing world. But if you get teleported to New Horizons, you're just like, right, to everyone out. We need to get more frogs in here so I can pretend I'm in an amphibian.
There would be okay. If I was in modern Animal Crossing and I still had that kind of power over people's lives, I'd be sick. I don't want that.
That's fair. No, that makes sense.
I feel like I would literally get like physically ill if I was in a world where like I had that level of control over people.
No, that makes sense. Honestly, I probably would be too.
Yeah,
like
dude.
if I accidentally said something to someone and they were like, okay, yes, I will move my house. Like, no, that's not. I don't want you to do that. Do not do that. They're like, okie dokie. Nothing you can say can upset me. Oh, okay.
This is also bad.
Yeah.
God, I hate
That's
my
also
Animal
bad
Crossing.
because I love you, Beryl.
I love you dearly. I love you very much.
Very much. How will I know if Beryl actually likes me if nothing I say can harm him?
That's what I'm saying.
With East Kajin to Volcano High. Dead within the week.
Not a week, come on, it had like a year or something.
That's true.
Or a couple months.
You don't know what point you're being East Kajin to.
Fair enough. Also, I would be not a dinosaur.
That's true. They'd be really freaked out for like the 5 seconds before the meteor hits.
Yeah. Would they be big?
I don't know. I feel like they seemed relatively human size. That might be because everything was
Yeah,
sized
because
to
everything
them.
there was their size.
Yeah.
I'd prefer to go to Animal Crossing and be a little big compared to everyone else than go to Goodbye Volcano High and be very small compared to everyone else.
Mm-hmm. And also dead.
And also dead. At least in Animal Crossing, I'll never ever die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's actually get some feeding in here and then get some.
I guess if you got isekai to the beginning of Goodbye Volcano High, it wouldn't be so bad if it was one of those isekais where you like got there because you died. Like, because then it's just an extra year, you know, you're like, oh, I'll be dead already, so it was whatever, I guess I get an extra year. Dinosaur people.
Yeah, you know, fair point. That makes sense. Okay, let's get him some play food.
How about Kingdom Hearts?
Save your kids from the organization. Sometimes you're doing sort of never wake up without Roxas and Xian. That's okay.
I would
do that.
I wouldn't want to be isekai into a Disney property.
That's true. I would prefer not to do that.
You go to kiss a girl and it's like Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. There's just a Disney labeled barrier in between you.
Okay, again, if I get isekai'd into Kingdom Hearts, but I'm just normal me, I have no special powers.
Yeah.
I'm not any different than I was. Don't I just then live in a world in Kingdom Hearts and nothing else happens?
I don't know.
Or do we at least have the rule that like, yo, Scarecrow feeder, awesome. Sorry. Do we at least have the rule that you get involved with the story in some way?
I think the big problem is that you don't really see like the day-to-day life of a Kingdom Hearts person. Like
that's true.
Like you don't see outside the context of something's going on that needs fixing. Like, do people actually like? Obviously, people must live in these worlds, but like, don't really see day-to-day like what's going on with them. Like, do they even exist when you're not observing them? Who knows?
That's true. I get to join the Hainer, Pens, and Olette crew. That'd be cute, actually. It'd be fun. I could just replace Roxas. Well, I mean, not really. It's more like Roxas would have replaced me in the simulation. Whatever. Okay, what kind of foods? Okay, Bamboo Feeder and Skittle Feeder. That's neither of these two, though. Oh, well. Ow! Eat! Some isekai give you abilities to fit into the new world. Eat! That's true. See, that's also a reason why I want to go to Guild Wars, because in Guild Wars, there is just magic transitioning. Like, lore, in lore.
That's true. Haha, transition. How about RuneScape?
Oh.
RuneScape also has magic transitioning.
Yeah, I guess. Can't say I'm too jazzed about being in a RuneScape world though.
Why not? It seems nice.
Like, yeah, but just kind of
You like
boring.
low poly stuff?
Would it still be low poly?
I don't. I can't even comprehend RuneScape but not low poly, to be honest.
Just watch like the CGI trailers that they made.
Oh, no thanks. That's worse. I prefer low poly.
Me too. Alright, it's finally time to put some zoos in here. I mean animals in here. Animal. Here we go. Put these animals into this habitat, please. Now, oops. Now let's see it. The big moment, it's here. I just got a notification. I don't know what's it.
Here they come.
Here they
They've got
come.
boxes full of the foxes.
How cute. Would you just be a normal person surrounded by triangular people? Because that's awesome. No, it's not. I would have a crisis.
There's a bug report being like, hey, that every time I go into this particular area, my FPS tanks. I don't know why. Because you're not even like loading properly, like they can't even, it's taking ages.
Hello! Hello! Hi, little buddies! Hi! Hello!
Yay! Yippee! I'm so happy!
They're so small! Yay!
Yay! Go foxes play and frolic.
Flame frolic. Whoa, immediately going to go into water.
Yay! Yippee!
Yay! Go for swimmy! They're maybe too small.
No, this is wonderful. No,
I mean, this is good. No, this is good actually. Like, this is a very good big environment for them. But if you cared a lot about making them really visible to the guests, maybe you would want it to be a little bit smaller. Damn, they fucking love the swimming, huh?
I feel like if
You gonna be okay, bud?
I feel like if you go to the zoo, you should go with the expectation that you might not see all of the animals because
Oh, yeah,
they
absolutely.
have animal things to do.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like zoos who like do their best to make sure the animals are always visible are kind of like harming the animals because sometimes you just don't want to be perceived.
No, it's true. That's all. That's actually a thing in this game too. Like if the animals don't have a space, don't have like enough room to get away from the guests and get some alone time, then they get really stressed out.
No. Oh, they're guests now. I hear people.
Yep, there are.
Yay!
Here they are.
Whoa, they're all flooding into the. They've been
Damn.
waiting.
Yeah.
They're like, we can't wait for the Arctic Fox, and we've been queuing outside for weeks. Well, there's a bitch put down tiny bits of ice to see these Arctic Foxes.
Man, I wish I could put Dusty in the zoo, but, or rather, like a bunny. But sadly, that's not a thing I could do.
Boing.
Oops, nope. Hey, can I? Hold on. Yes. Okay, nope. Can't seem to. Oh wait, I can do a different thing. Barriers, and then put this somewhere. And I can't. That's really big. This is funkin' massive.
What is that for?
It's basically the guests go in there, and then you can put a thing, a half globe inside
Oh,
the thing,
I see.
and then they pop up, and they're like, wow, whoa, wow.
I think you should just let the foxes walk in there. Sorry, the guests walk in there? Just let them-
Into the enclosure.
Yeah, it's just them walk in. What happens next is their own fault.
I don't think. Let's see.
Go on, Patrick, my
guess-
1-year-old child. Walk up to this fox.
Walk up to this wild animal and engage with it.
Engage, bro.
I think. Hold on. It's been too long since I've played, so I don't know where everything is anymore. I think it's in facilities. There we go.
Isekai as human to Lego Star Wars would be delightful. Why Lego Star Wars? Why would you want to live in Star Wars?
Why would you want to live in Lego Star Wars specifically? Like, Star Wars is a very large and rich universe. So, like, alright. Why Lego?
Okay, but there's an awful lot of
Lego...
fascism in Star Wars.
That's true, yeah. I also do not think I would want to go to Star Wars personally. Also, would y'all be normal Lego sized? Because that's really funny to think about. I would have to assume so. If going to Animal Crossing means that the Animal Crossing characters are small, you know, then yeah, the minifigs would be really, really small.
Yeah.
You would not be able to do anything. You'd be way too big.
You should go to Lego City so you can finally save that man.
Yeah.
Then you'll be dubbed a hero and be awarded a house instantly.
Yeah, dude. That'd be great. But it would be... where would they get the money for the pieces for the house?
They would rip apart a low-income apartment building.
Oh no! Okay, we've built a beautiful zoo here today. Thanks for coming, everyone. Bye!
This is literally one enclosure.
Yep. But it's got some beautiful, wonderful creatures in here.
It does.
I wonder how they're doing. Not enough enrichment.
I must say so. I feel like you might need to speed up on the next enclosure a little bit if we're gonna get anything interesting done.
We're just hanging out, we're vibing.
I know, but I would like to see more animals.
No, you're right. But if you want to do a good job with animals, then you got to do a good job with them, you know?
I don't. I hate animals.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
No, fuck you, fuck
Bitch.
you, fuck you, fuck
you. You're so wrong about everything all the
I'm
time.
so sick of this. Fuck you.
Man, they get blood. What is this? Beaver pool? Whoa, for the beavers! They get a pool for the beavers!
There's no beavers in this enclosure? I don't think you should put beavers in this enclosure. Okay.
Well, then maybe their next animal will be a beavers. Ow.
Will be a beavers?
Oh, you can put it in the water and then it floats. That'd be fun. Would that not be fun? You'd become the world's least useful god because you can't breathe in the void of space and would die immediately. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you go to the Star Wars world, you're really, really big. The Lego Star Wars world, you're really, really big. So you can't go any on the spaceships. You can't leave the one planet you start out on. You just gotta hope that that's a good planet, you know?
No, I think Banshee's talking about the Lego universe.
Well, but they said the void of space.
Yeah, but I think the thing is you're so tall that your head would just be in the void of space.
I don't know about that. Lego's not that small.
I mean, I feel like Lego is small enough that, like, if the citizens were Lego sized, then your head would probably be out of the breathable atmosphere.
Would it be?
Yeah, if everything's Lego set size, then yes, you would be in space.
Okay. Well, yeah, like, then you would die instantly.
Yes. Yo, but who cares about that? Because it's time for estrogen.
It's time for E. I do want to. Ow. I do want to say. It would be so funny to get Isekai into the Lego world.
Yeah.
Hold on. Got your mother. Wait, stop. Shh. I think I've got your mom. I do think it'd be very funny if when you get these guys into the Lego world and immediately die due to lack of oxygen, from the perspective of the Lego people, that just this enormous soft thing, like soft person-ish thing, enormous, towering above the world, appears and immediately drops dead.
Yeah. It's just them floating there, just above their planet.
Well, no, you're not floating in space, you're on the planet. You just drop.
Okay, but if, like, most of you is off of the planet, you'd probably just float up.
That is not how gravity works at all.
I mean, that's not how gravity works. You have to have a good cling to the planet. If it's a Lego set-sized planet, then you're gonna float off.
Well, the planet isn't a Lego set. The planet has Lego sets on it.
I see, you're going into the river. You're going to the river in Lego City.
What the fuck?
Get in the fucking river.
Why do you think that this universe would just be little independent Lego sets floating through space? What is with this one also? It's just walking on the water or in the water.
He's walking on sunshine. Whoa.
These little bitches love swimming so much, huh?
They do. And that's really so valid to them, to be honest.
It's true.
I love
give
swimming too.
Oh, let's give them cardboard boxes. I miss swimming. I'll be able to swim again after the surgery in a while.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
The surgery to give you flippers, right?
Yes, and a tail.
Yeah, tail, yeah. Yeah, well, once you're a properly shark person, as you've always wanted to be, you'll be able to swim again.
Exactly. I'll put a curio ball here in the woods so they can party at night.
Yo! Is this all the foxes want?
I feel like that's a very weird thing to put in an animal enclosure, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like the foxes wouldn't like this, if I'm honest.
Right? Was that piano? A musical keyboard! Yo, we need an animal that can use this! What?
Monkey.
Are you kidding me? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's okay, monkeys, yeah. Lemurs, bonobo, capuchin monkey. Yo, they got capuchin monkey, nice. Red stuff, red of lemur, Simon, gorilla. Non-grid prop. Alright, anyway, we're gonna take a break. Hold on, wait a second. Are you guys satisfied with the amount of fun stuff you can do now? Yeah. Good. Oh.
Imagine if it didn't it wasn't like a it was just like a Planet Roller Coaster Tycoon printout. What the fuck is thinking? I do not find enclosure inciting enough. I'm bored. The food is too expensive.
But the music is nice here.
The death of Pyop makes me sad.
Okay. Imagine being Lego Darth Vader about to reveal your identity to Lego Luke Skywalker when suddenly there's a fucking eyeball outside of the window and none of you know what that is. Man, isekaiing to the Lego universe is just a horror story for the Lego people. Just a cosmic horror story. No thanks.
No thanks.
I don't want to subject them to that. I'll go to Animal Crossing or Guild Wars or Splatoon or something.
I think that'd be a horror story for the squids, if I'm honest.
A little. No, I feel like it wouldn't be a horror story for them. It would be like those movies where some dudes find a caveman or something, you know?
Do you think you could take the bear? Do you think you could wrestle that thing?
Again, we're just the way we are now.
Yeah, do you think you could wrestle a bear, Zoe?
And as we know, I have rocket-powered gauntlets, and I'm a funny little animal. So yeah, probably. I could probably do that.
I like for that one question you decided you were now in character.
Yeah, just the one time. It's I don't know. It's because the answer would be really obvious if I wasn't.
Anyway, let's take the break 'cause I'm starving. I need to
Mr. Grit would love being around me because he'd be like, "Oh shit, new mammal." You're right,
new
actually.
mammal just dropped, gang.
That's true. He would be very happy to see me. That'd be very funny.
Mr. Grizz knows what a person is, doesn't he? So he'd probably be like, "Oh shit, old mammal just dropped."
I guess, yeah, but I'm different.
Okay, fine. Queen the Fennec is different. You, Zoe, are not different.
No. Anyway, it is now 5 minutes past 9 p.m. So we're going to take a 20 or so minute break, during which I'll play some nice music for y'all so that I can do my estrogel. During this break, if you guys have any medicine to take, please remember to do so. Make sure you stay hydrated, get some stretchies, get some leggies and stretch your leggies. Get some snackies and stretch your leggies. Fuck.
Steal people's legs.
Steal some legs and snack on them. And then we will be back in roughly 20 or so minutes. Bye, thank you guys soon. See you guys soon. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
on your side. The world is more than just your tribe. No flags, no signs, no names, no lies, no nation lasts for all our time. What we are is who we hate, who we castigate for all the rest of time. Little children, it would kill them if they knew what we were doing to their minds. What we're for is fighting wars, filled with anger we did not choose to receive. Some will fight, some will fall. How can anybody choose what they believe? What we are is who we hate, who we castigate for all the rest of time. Little children, it would kill them if they knew what we were doing to their minds. What we're for is fighting wars, filled with anger we did not choose to receive. Some will fight, some will fall. How can anybody choose what they believe? We don't know who we are. We don't know who we are, and we don't care. No, we don't care. We don't know what we want. We don't know what we want, but we want it now. Yeah, we want it now. And we know we have rights, written by magical men with the wave of a pen in the land of the free, where you don't have to be anyone at all. We don't know why we're here. We don't know why we're here, but we won't leave. No, we won't leave. We don't know when to stop. We don't know when to stop, and we won't slow down. No, we won't slow down. And we know we're in charge, with a license from God to take whatever we want in the land of the free, where you can give your disease to anyone at all, at all, at all, at all, at all. And we don't negotiate, and you can't retaliate. And we hold on to our hate, because it's all we have. And we don't think twice when it all comes crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. We don't know who we are. We don't know who we are, but we know where. We know where, and we love it to death. And you can't disagree, because it's all true to me in the land of the free. where you don't have to be anyone at all. It's been a long time. It's been a long run. I think I'm ready for a little hard reset. This is a new day. I got a new job. I gotta tell everyone about a hard reset. Hard reset. Got you on the rebound. 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 This is the right place. This is the right time. I'm telling you right now, this is a hard reset. I'm on a new page. I got a new beat. I'm so glad to have you on a hard reset. Hard reset. Got you on the rebound. Hard reset. Got you on the rebound. It's been a long time. It's been a long run. It's been a long time. It's been a long run. It's been a long time. It's been a long run. It's been a long time. It's been a long run. It's been a long time. Hard reset. Got you on the rebound. Hard reset. Got you on the rebound. It's been a long time. It's been a long run. It's been a long time. Be still, my
Wait, hold on. Hello. Hi.
Welcome back to video games.
Welcome back, everyone. I almost forgot the time because I was too busy reading Yuri.
Oh, which Yuri?
It is called How do I get together with my childhood friend? It's cute. It's not amazing or anything. It's cute. I've been following it.
You ask, that's how.
Yeah. It's about like a girl who's like, man, I'm in love with my childhood friend. What do I do? She probably doesn't think the same way about me, and of course the other girl has the exact same thoughts.
Damn. It's the classic thing that could be solved by just communicating with each other.
Yeah.
But girls don't communicate, we know this.
It's too hard.
It's too hard, that's why you just go.
God damn it, Blue Sky, why am I logged out? What's wrong with you? Well, no, I'm just not gonna do a bump for the socials there.
Fuck you, Mr. Blue Sky, you fucked going up once again.
The ELO never should have sang about you, or
So true.
I think ELO did Mr. Blue Sky.
It was, yes.
Yeah. I always get Mr. Blue Sky and Here Comes the Sun confused, but yeah.
That makes sense.
Anyway, hi. Sorry.
No, I just said that. I said that makes sense. I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah, right? But yeah, hi everyone. I hope you're all doing
Hello.
good. I hope you had a good break. I'm going to pour me some tea, and then we are going to build our second enclosure, except probably not quite yet, because we probably need some amenities, like a bathroom.
A second one, that's fucked up.
I was thinking we might put every animal in it.
That's actually fucked up, actually.
Yeah. So probably not gonna do that.
See who wins.
Dragon Capman, thank you very much. I mean, enjoy your lurk. Right, so let's get some facility.
All these people very excited to see the foxes.
Yeah, well, they are absolutely delightful. Let's look at them ourselves. Yay. Yay.
Bathroom in the mall.
There's probably a bathroom in the staff lounge.
You should probably give these guys like a bathroom, maybe like a burger stall or something, so you can make money off of them.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Wow. This is what aquatic looks like.
That does look aquatic, that's true.
Yeah, well, I can kind of see it, I suppose. Whoa!
Whoa,
Fun.
Witch tower.
Dude, now I totally want to make... I totally want to build like a medieval-themed zoo now. That'd be so cool.
That would be cool. What animals should you put in it?
Warthogs and red
Horse.
foxes. And
Rats. A lot of rats.
many rats. Too many rats? Let's have a look. Okay, so there would definitely be a temperate animals. Camels are temperate? That seems... Alright.
Welcome back to our newest game show, Too Many Rats. We put the contestants in a cage and you guess what happens next?
They get really creeped out and then eaten by rats.
It's true.
Let's see. Oh, I fucking love the binturong, dude. It's such a good animal. Like, this is the epitome of what an animal is, I think, you know?
I've never
You look
heard
at
of
this and you're
animal
not
in my
like, oh,
life.
this is a bear, this is a cat, or anything like that. You're just like, this is an animal.
This is new on me. I've never heard of a binturong.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody knows it because it's just that this is the animal.
The animal.
This is the animal, the original animal. God was like, what if I make an animal? And they made the binturong. And then they just sort of branched out from there.
Not what I'd go with, to be honest. I'd go with Jaboa.
Jaboa is also very, very good. But Jaboa is too specific. I can pinpoint that as some sort of mouse creature.
Maybe.
And a pit for the employees. Sorry, I thought this wasn't going to be a torture stream. It's not. Okay. The animals have it very well. Nice.
The employees
And-
love the pit.
The employees love the pit. It's very nice here. They get plants and lighting. and they have many not properly walled amenities, facilities, etc. Look how happy they are. See? They're doing great.
We are releasing our AI-generated sequel. The employees love the Torment Nexus.
No. The moment that Torment Nexuses are made with AIs, that's when the industry dies, you know? Cool hair.
Torment Nexus has employed many people year round, and like to lose that it would be a blow to the economy, really.
I'm moving this so they can get closer to the aminals.
Closer to the animals.
Aminals.
I mean, they're the same distance away from the animals. It's just now they can put their dirty noses up to the fence.
No. But you're gonna see is that the animals are gonna be able to get up here soon. Those do look like some happy employees. I'll concede that to you. Thank you. Good. The maw rocks, even if the watchers are there. The watchers are there to make sure that it rocks. Also, we got some eggies to catch up on. Dr. Ruddy G Gamepad. That's Layden.
Stupid.
Thanks. Justin. Tenebrous Forge. And Mildly Cloudy. Thank you all. Also, there was a sippy and a stretchy at some point. I just poured some. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze.
I don't know, are you?
Come on.
You were! We got our answer. Yay!
Oh, okay.
You're... She's not okay.
What did you say?
I said she's not okay.
I'm not, I'm dying.
Oh,
Squirtle. Could not create a Twitch clip. No access invalid. OAS token. What the fuck? Give me just a second. I have to connect. Here, wait. I'll put on a little background tune while I do this.
I love background music. So, chat, how is your day going? You enjoying the zoo? You enjoying the one animal?
The 3.
I mean, yeah, but the same animals. They might as well be the same thing.
Rude.
Animals don't have unique personalities. That's the problem.
Rude?
They're all the same. They're all part of a hive mind, or that is that species.
Can't fucking believe this shit. You're getting fired.
This is science, though. You don't understand. You haven't read the theory behind animals.
God's theory.
Yeah, God's theory. Like all animals are the same. Like if you like, let's say you have a cat, right? Like a pet cat. Like that cat has the same mind as every other cat. Because like it's just copy and pasted, you know. Like God can be able to create unique
it's like bananas.
animals. What?
All bananas are clones. Every banana is the exact same.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
No, that's
sure,
real.
It's like bananas. What do you mean it's real? What do you mean?
Well, at one point, at one point, when they were making bananas, perfecting bananas, were like, what is the most tastiest, goodest banana to eat?
Yeah.
They were doing gene splicing and shit with them, you know?
Yeah.
And then they made the goodest, bestest banana, and since then they've just been taking, I forgot the name for it, but like snippets of the same banana trees and replanting them, meaning there is never any different genes for them or anything like that. There is never any evolution in these bananas. Every banana tree is the same tree, basically, which also means that, you know, hypothetically, if some sort of new tree-borne disease were to arise that that this banana tree was not immune to, then we would have no hope, because they're all the same. So even if they tried cross-pollination with them, it wouldn't matter because it's the same genes. Then bananas, as we know them, would be at great risk because there was a disease that was killing them. You know, hypothetically.
Interesting. Humans truly are a blight on the world.
Yep. Also, just in case it wasn't clear, that was not a hypothetical, that's a real problem.
Yeah, no, that was quite obviously not a hypothetical. I could tell by the way you were saying it.
I figured you would know, but, you know, maybe there are some people in chat that are a little sleepy or high or something and I didn't get it
That
right
is
now.
fucked up. Why did we do that?
I don't, because it's easier. Because then you don't have to worry about the bananas maybe not being the same taste and therefore not being as profitable anymore.
I don't think we deserve bananas, to be honest. I would gladly take bananas away from the population. This is the cost.
I fucking love bananas, but come on.
We didn't do that with the apples. It tastes different too. Well, who gives a shit, really?
Yeah, it's like those kinds of like conveniences that we, like our conveniences that we subject the world and like others to, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, it'd be really, it's really inconvenient though if I have to wear a mask all the time, so I'm just not gonna. It's that kind of stuff, you know?
Like, I don't care if the banana tastes a little different. Like, is it really that important to everyone that the banana tastes identical?
Never watch a Gauntlet Queen stream sleepy and high. Worst mistake of my life. What if it was the best mistake of your life, though? Have you considered that? What if it was awesome? What if it was really fun?
Have you ever made a good mistake, sir?
I would not say that I've made a good mistake exactly. I would maybe say that I've made some mistakes that down the line led to positive things. If that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah. I understand. Fun fact about me.
There's also
for
true,
running-
actually, hold on real quick before you say that. If you ever have like candy or like a drink or something that is banana flavored, and you're like, this doesn't fucking taste like bananas at all. That's because it tastes like banana that doesn't exist anymore. Because
That's fucked up.
it went extinct because of a disease.
That's fucked up.
Oh
Again,
my God.
truly a blight on the world.
Haha, yeah.
No, this is fine. I was just gonna say, fun fact, I have never made any mistakes.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Nice job. Proud of you.
Thank you. You know, it took a lot of work, but you know, to make zero mistakes, but I managed it. You know, it's
So if you didn't make any mistakes, does that mean that like you've just like gone through life ignoring a lot of opportunities just because you were afraid that you would make a mistake and therefore like you missed out on a lot in life?
Oh no, I just wouldn't have. I wouldn't if it would be a mistake to take the opportunity. I just wouldn't do it. Like it's like a sixth sense. I know when something's going to be a mistake, so I just make all the perfect choices. Yeah.
But by never having made a mistake, you miss out on a lot of beauty in life, like the learning that you need to make mistakes in order to learn from them, you know, and grow as a person. And it's important to be able to show vulnerabilities, and if you never have any mistakes, you never have any vulnerabilities to show. So like I feel like you end up living kind of a hollow life as a result.
I don't know, so it sounds like you're really interested in what my vulnerabilities are. I don't think I trust this.
That's a fun interpretation, sure.
Really interested to know what mistakes I might potentially make.
Damn, she's got me. Now, what are we putting in here?
Monkeys.
I don't know if this is a good enclosure for them.
But I want to see something play the funny keyboard.
You're right. We do have to see that.
Okay, but like, say like you didn't have to make a mistake to learn from it. Like, let's say, say you had a sixth sense for what would happen if you made a decision, and you'd be like, oh, that'd be a mistake. So you still knew what the outcome would be, but you didn't have to make it. Like, do you think that would be good? Would you like that to be the thing that you had?
I think if I...
Precognition, that's the word I'm thinking of.
I mean, there are stories about this in various things where, like, someone can predict the results of the action when they think about taking it.
Yeah.
And what happens is they get so caught up in finding the exact right action to take that they don't take any actions at all, and their inability to take actions actually leads to bad consequences. So
That makes sense.
I think I just make the mistake not knowing that I was gonna do it and then live with the consequences and figure it out from there. Yay!
Okay, but I hate the ramifications.
But the Rammies love you.
I hate the fucking Rammies, bro.
We can put monkeys in here. Do you want to put monkeys in here?
Yeah, I want to put monkeys.
Oh wait, we have to figure out if they're the kind of monkeys that can use the keyboard first.
Prison is like humans. No, it's not. You can't go and look at prisoners.
Yeah, you can. It's visitor hours.
Okay, but like I think you have to know the prisoner in order to go look at them.
Keyboard.
Sorry?
They can use the keyboard.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, baby.
You don't know. You do not go just stare at prisoners. Do not tap on the glass.
Do not tap on the glass. You're gonna get shanked.
Yeah. Or more like the prison guard will just shoot you because they're like, what are you doing? You try to break in, gonna shoot you. You're going to die
Just
now.
instantly.
Goodbye. Yeah.
Tap, 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 bang.
Bang. You're dead now. Goodbye.
I take this monkey, this one, and this one. Wow, how many males can you have in an enclosure? That's an important question.
How many what?
Males.
I mean,
Up to 13 males, up to 39. Yo, you can have a fuck ton of these.
Yo, women.
Damn. Okay, cool. Wait, what do you need? Let's see. Tropical and temperate. Okay. Okay, so I have 4 adults. Okay.
Damn. To have the choice of 39 women.
Oh, some grass, some little bit of grass. Let's give him some water as well, because water is nice. Let's give him a well. Get it?
No.
That's okay. It wasn't very good.
Timmy, don't hurl peanuts and cigarettes at tax evaders or arsonists. No. What?
Not usually.
I knew the American prison system was fucked up. I didn't think it was this fucked up.
I thought it was more fucked up.
I think it is more fucked. I think I'd actually prefer if you could just stare at the prisoners, to be honest. Compared to
Maybe,
what
yeah.
they actually have to go through.
Good point.
It's better than the slavery.
What if I... Okay, no, I'm gonna be fun and funky with this, actually.
Oh, you're getting a bit funky with it.
Just a little. Check it out.
Oh, how bold.
I'm tunneling. Whoa!
Yeah, the mall's there, so you,
Oh, right,
did you
the
forget
mall.
about
I
the mall?
forgot.
Yeah, you forgot about the mall.
Can I put
Everyone
water
always
in here?
forgets about the mall. Do not flood the mall.
Damn. Unforge.
Unfortunately, I cannot flood my employees. I cannot drown my employees.
Flood them like a little bit.
Do not try and... No,
Just
you
a
can't.
little
Don't
bit. Just a
stop
little
it.
bit of water
So,
in here.
stop.
Can I please? Hold on.
No.
I feel like they should have...
Away. No. Stop. Wrong.
I just feel like they should have a little watering
No,
hole.
stop.
Just a little water.
No, incorrect.
Here, wait.
Wrong.
Okay, I know what to do. Don't worry. Let's see. I think it's in construction. Special effects. Water. No. It's bottom. Hold on. Yeah. Splish splash.
What are you doing?
Okay, there should be like a falling one. Bubbles. That's cute. Fountain. No.
I don't think your employees want to get wet every time they go to the staff room, can be honest.
It's nice and refreshing. They've just had like a hard day's work. Midsection?
They've had a hard day's work, so
yeah, there we
the
go.
solution is to make them wet.
There it is, baby. Okay. This button.
Splishity splashity.
Am I doing it? Nope, that's not it. Wait.
Splish
Oh,
splash.
I'm about to have
taking up
baby! Baby!
that. Baby!
This is not a baby yet, I think. Oh. Baby?
Oh.
You about to have a baby? You're gonna have a baby soon?
We should get some of those. What are those little weasels you like? You know, the little white weasels.
Oh, the ermines.
Yeah, we should get some ermines.
Yeah, we could get some ermines. That'd be awesome. Lady.
That's not normally you broke your spine. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like you just crumpled your babies inside of you when you did that. That's not good.
Your child's gonna have trouble being born because you broke your spine.
Getting real mixed messages of the torture status of the zoo. Okay, let me put it like this. I want to take very good care of my animals.
Uh-huh.
That's the most important part. So are you... Okay, offspring imminent. Come on, let's see the puppies.
Okay, but it might take a little bit. Like, they say imminent, it's not now.
It said it was about to give birth. Oh. Whoa!
Whoa, that's not an Arctic fox. This.
We have to put you somewhere else.
Yeah, you're not Arctic. You're.
Oh, you're so cute.
I know you're like a spruce fox. I think.
I think that's just what baby Arctic foxes look like.
Oh.
Spruce fox sounds good though. Three
Animals.
beautiful babies.
Animals that change color, ridiculous. Like how do you do that? Like,
Ridiculous.
how do you stop that? Stop that now!
Stop! Don't be mean to them.
Stop.
So who's the parent?
You can't just change. It's not normal.
Wow. Proud Papa going for a swim. Many guests think the tickets are underpriced. Dude, they have so many animals here. I love it.
How many?
I would pay
how much
more.
are you charging?
$3.
No, that's a pretty good deal. I would pay $3 to see some Arctic foxes.
Honestly, yeah. With such a nice enclosure too.
Yeah.
Oh,
That was a Zoe noise. That was.
They're following their mom around. Anyway. Okay, monkey enclosure. Let's get these monkeys some enclosure.
Ook.
Ook, ook, eek, eek. What up, fucker?
What up, fucker?
I think that's sounds that monkeys make.
Monkeys do not just go, what up, fucker? I have it on good authority that they do not say
I was at the
these.
zoo.
Yeah.
And
And the
they
monkey
said
said,
it.
what up, fucker?
My sister was standing next to me and whispering in my ear at the time, but I don't think that was a
What did your
coincidence. I think.
sister whisper in your ear?
I didn't hear. I was listening. I just heard monkeys go, "What up, fucker," in a whisper voice.
I told you that your sister said nothing to you at the moment.
She was just pretending, I think.
Did your sister hear the monkey go, what up, fucker?
No, she, yeah. She said it was the monkey. I wasn't sure at first. I thought maybe it was her, but she said it was the monkey, so.
I think your sister might be fucking with you.
Well, what's new there?
I know, right? First Zapper, one wicked cricket, now this.
Did they go, "Good evening, bitch"? I think that's correct.
Good evening, bitch.
I mean, no, they do the thing I said because I think that's what they said because that's the lore.
The law. This is law now, is it? Tacking this onto the law that your sister has convinced you that monkeys say "what up, fucker." This is really what you want to canonize, is it?
Would you down?
Look, if you do canonize this, there's only two things I know about your sister. One, that she stole your copy of Zappa 1 Wicked Cricket. And two, that she convinced you that monkeys say "what up, fucker." I don't know how you want to present your sister in this scenario, but I don't think it's looking good for her, if I'm honest.
Listen, I'm just being honest. And Ill Eggs Val and Screaming Reaction, thank you both for the eggs. Wow, so many eggs this stream, actually, that's wild.
We truly
What's
live
wrong with you
in
people?
a world.
I'm kidding, sorry. Okay, actually we have to raise the... we have to raise the fence. Because these monkeys are gonna get... Whoa, 2 at once, holy shit. Or not? That was weird. Why did I hear it twice?
What?
Huh. I heard the egg twice, it was weird. Banshee Strikes, thank you very much for starting the 4th egg sack. Too many eggs, so many eggs.
Too many eggs? Where are these eggs coming from?
Who's laying these?
Where are they coming from? Maybe Knuckles isn't one of them.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Sorry.
Yeah?
I don't think monkeys can climb that high.
No, they can climb the fence, so I have to make it really high, so that they run out of stamina and...
Plummet? Is that the plan, sorry? You gotta make them plummet.
I went into the joke before I realized. There. Beautiful.
This is not difficult. What do you mean they can climb? It's like Shia, I don't mean they can.
Monkeys are powerful, dude.
You could just put a roof on the place.
No, because then they don't get any sun. You want them to live like employees? What's wrong with you?
It's not a glass roof.
I guess.
No, unfortunately in this game the only thing that roofs can be made of is the blackest obsidian, so...
Blackness as black as your heart.
I don't think they're getting out of there, I'm gonna be honest.
Probably not. But I am also gonna put stuff in it that they can climb, so...
Nice.
But I've got the... Oh, the little noises.
Everyone loves the foxes.
I know I do. Hey, you little baby.
Maybe we don't need any more anywhere else. Maybe this is what all we need.
Maybe this is enough, yeah. Oh, I'm calling you little Noisies. Noisies. I misspelled your name. That's okay, buddy.
Yay!
Is this your mom? And I don't know.
I've never been
Yeah,
happy.
that's your mom.
Nature true is beautiful.
What if... How many foxes are there in this game anyway? Because I think Fennecs and Red Foxes are also in here. Yeah, Arctic, Fennec, and Red Fox. You could just have... Can we just have all foxes?
We could have all.
I want to have all foxes.
I think we should make the world's first fox ends.
Mm-hmm. It's a fox sanctuary.
How many creatures could there possibly be in the world, really?
Some.
Some?
Some. A few.
I'm going to Google it. How many creatures are there in the world? Let's see.
Alright, okay, yeah, that's good size.
Apparently 2.16 million different creatures in the world. Of that, nearly half them are insects. Actually,
Yeah, a lot of
exactly
them
half them
are.
are insects.
A lot of them are insects, I do know.
There's only 6,596 mammals.
Look at... That's me!
Oh,
Chat, that's me!
Look, it's her.
Yeah, it's me!
Except less pink
Yeah.
and not as anthropomorphic.
Yeah, that
And
too.
also the eyes are a different color.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, I think that one's a bit taller, actually.
I don't think so.
You think so?
I think you're wrong on that one.
I mean, it's quite big. And the shot is from a low angle, so it looks massive to me.
Well, it's because of the angle. Look, they're described as a small species of canid. So they're little.
How small?
Should say here somewhere, right?
They're monogamous. I like how it pronounced
Wait, you can go into their exhibit, but they're shy.
Oh,
You could go pet a fennec and get bit.
I love how it tells you their mating is monogamous. They
Yeah.
are not polyamorous. You try to introduce another one, they will not go for it.
Well, yeah.
It's just very funny to talk about animals in that way, in my opinion.
It is, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
Because some animals just are inherently polyamorous.
They're shy like you.
I'm not shy.
Yeah, you are. Every
I?
time someone mentions your height, you
That's
recoil.
that's different. That's not shy. That's annoyance.
Oh, she's so shy.
Stop. Anyway, I could convert this into a little desert area. I think I'll do that. And then because the red foxes are the biggest ones, so. Or brown, whatever. Are they brown or red? They red. I was right. I win.
Fair enough.
Nothing you can do about it. If it's a desert, should it still have water?
I think this game should have jackalopes.
I am waiting until they introduce like some deals. I mean, it makes sense if they never do because this game is very heavy on like actually being educational and
Yeah.
stuff. So it makes sense if they're never going to introduce dinosaurs and especially mythical creatures. But it'd be fun if they did.
I'm not mythical, I'm right here.
That's true.
Hello.
Hi.
It's me.
Hi, Jody.
Hello. Hello, Zoe.
Hello.
Zoe's my friend. Hello.
Jody's my friend. Hello.
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 Hi, chat. I'm not sure if you've met my friend Zoe. She's here today. She's a guest on my stream. We're playing some Zoo Tycoon today.
Yeah? This is
Yeah.
your stream?
Yes, my stream.
Yeah?
Yeah, I stream here. Yeah.
Are you the one playing the game right now?
No, but that's why you're the guest. I go, I let guests play this game on my stream. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
As you can see, in honor of our guest, I've decked out the stream in her colours, and I've put her logo up there, just so you know who's guest starring. I want to make sure everyone knows. Everyone go follow Zoe Goblin Queen if you haven't already.
I want to break your rules.
What?
I'm gonna break your stream rules while we're here. I can't change this.
What do you mean break my stream rules? What's
We're on
which
your
rule
stream,
are you
aren't
gonna
we?
break?
What's the
Because
most...
I trust me, you don't want to break any of them. Okay, here I'll go and read my stream rules to you. Okay. Here we go. So no homophobia, transphobia, or racism. Are you picking that one, Zoe? The
No.
other choices are no horny posting, no flirting with a streamer or co-host, and no backseating. So again, which one you gonna pick?
Well, the last one's the only one I'd be kind of comfortable doing as a joke, but I'm the one streaming, so... Or gaming.
Exactly. So you can't break my streamers. I'm
Damn.
invincible.
What do I can't get rid of this fucking thing because it thinks I'm... Oh, okay, I got rid of it. I did it. I win.
Yeah.
Chad, are you proud of me? Hey, Jerry, are you proud of me?
I'm proud of you, Zoe. I'm so proud of you.
Actively being the one pressing buttons is about the ultimate backseating if you think about it. Complaining works.
I was
I
meant to be
guess so.
streaming this game, but then Zoe pushed me out of the way of the keyboard and just like, no, you're doing it wrong. No, let me.
Let me do it. I am better at making zoos. Okay, so... Oh wait, we should probably actually get some Fenix.
You're not better at making zoos. I'm the best at making zoos.
Fuck you. I'm better. Adopt. 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 There's this really
So
cool
good.
system in this game also if you do like a career zoo where you can build up conservation points based on like how well you take care of your animals, how well you educate your guests, whether you participate in breeding programs for endangered animals and releasing them back into the wild and stuff. And then you can use those points to acquire new animals for your zoo that are like better than just the money bought ones.
Alright.
And I like that a lot. I think that's a very nice system.
You don't even have to pay for animals anymore, it's the best.
Well, yeah, but it also encourages you to actually do a good job with the animals and
This
stuff,
is a
you know?
capitalist endeavor, you have to... It's all about the money.
Wanna go home.
It's all about the money and occasionally about the Mets. Sometimes it's about the Mets.
I do like when it's about the Mets, I do gotta say.
The Mets have required a Arctic Fox to run around during one of their baseball games.
No!
Why?
That's not a good environment for them.
Well, just who cares? It's making us money.
Kills you.
Fucked up that you did that to me.
I did actually, yeah, sorry. Fucking Christ. I apologize.
I apologize.
Okay, I'm gonna have to sell all these monkeys because I don't care. So I
Zoe,
cannot. Yeah, what's up?
I forgive you.
Thanks. Jody?
Yes?
Bearish.
I don't think.
It's okay.
This friendship is over. I'm sorry.
A zoo near me has one of the best breeding programs in the US. Oh, that's awesome. Nice. Okay, let's see the little babies. And I guess tickets are underpriced still? Fine, kids also have to pay 6 now. Kids have to pay more, actually. Fuck you.
We don't want kids in here.
Babies, 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 babies.
So I can,
Yes,
Here they come.
yes, 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 yes.
Find the babies.
The bubbies.
The
The little me's. Here they come, here they come, here they come.
The little guys.
Here they come, here they come.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yay! Oh, look at him go! They actually
I'm
have
so happy.
nothing here yet, so...
Oh,
I mean, they have
that's-
shelter, so that's nice.
Yeah, I think you need to give them some enrichment. Maybe like a drum
So
piano.
small.
They are.
Oh my gosh.
Look at them.
They're so little. They have
Yeah.
so much space.
It's just like all fennec foxes. Very small, very short.
So let's put some food in here and stuff.
I'm sorry.
Imagine going to a zoo that has infinite money and complaining that it's underpriced. That is kind of like, I don't care about your money. I just want the animals to be happy. I just want the notification to go away, I guess.
I think you should. Can visitors come into come into this come into the
Well,
fennec
not
fox?
right now, but I could make it so that they can.
I think you should make it so they can be petted. If there's one thing I know about fennec foxes, they love jumping around people and being petted.
I think it'd be hard.
I also know they smell really bad.
Why would you say that?
I'm sorry, that's just true though.
I know.
They are very stinky creatures.
To you. but I shower. Just so we're clear.
That's fine. I wasn't accusing you of anything.
Oh, sure you weren't.
I wasn't.
Can you get attacked by a hawk in this game? Not yet. Next update.
Next update, they're going to make us you have to put a lid on your Fennec Foxes, or a hawk will swoop down and grab one.
Oh no. Also, yeah, Fennecs don't need to drink water. That's true.
Imagine being at the zoo, like you're a small child at the zoo, and like your mother's like, look, it's the Fennec Foxes. And you run over and just look at it, and like as you're looking amazed, a hawk just swoops down and carries one off. That would be traumatizing.
It would.
Like, oh,
I'd be sad, frankly.
where's that bird's taking the fox, mother? Don't look.
A better place.
A better place. Gone to a zoo upstate.
I don't like that it flattens stuff around it. Okay, I'll do it there. Tennis ball.
Like during the break, I started like browsing for jackalope stuff on Etsy, right? And I just there's like a couple of things like by the same seller, which are like they're jackalopes, but they're also like blatantly, just 100% blatantly traced from the Pokemon Eevee. like they're just Eevee, and then there's antlers.
Oh my god. That's so stupid.
It's so fucking blatant.
Should always remain vigilant against that shit. Blood.
Why would you give them a bowl of blood?
It's a blood scent.
The blood bowl?
The bowl.
The bowl of blood?
I'll put it right over here.
I don't think you should give it to them if you're going to open this up to the public. They might get a taste for human flesh.
I think that'd be awesome.
It's like you just let the
humans need to be humans need to know
place.
what the yeah, exactly.
Just imagine like you let the first visitor in and the Fennec Foxes just like swarm him. Like there's just a whirlwind, and then when they come away it's just a skeleton that falls to the ground. And it makes a xylophone noise, of course.
Of course. I think that'd be awesome and cool, and I'd like that. You know, humans have had it too good for too long. You guys got it coming. Let's see, what else
I think it's about time the
y'all?
human race was scared of animals again.
Agreed. Honestly, though. Especially like dogs. Like, dogs are still dangerous animals, and so many people are just like, oh, you can do whatever you want with a dog. And they wonder why, like, small dog attacks are more common than big dogs attacks.
It's true, you can do whatever you like with a dog. Like, you should just put it outside. It roams free, you know, into the wild, into the woods. You never see it again because it becomes a wild wolf.
It just becomes a wolf, which is awesome, and then I'm not scared of it anymore.
That's cool. That's weird.
Yeah, it is. I'm not scared by wolves in media, but I am scared by dogs.
It's like pigs. Like if you let a domestic pig just go into the wild, it will like grow tusks and turn brown and just like become a boar. That's
the
just
thing,
what
like,
pigs do.
Like a dog will just sort of adapt wolf-like mannerisms, I think, but a pig just becomes a buller. Like what?
Yeah, it's weird. Like it's just like, oh, I guess I have to fend myself now. I guess I will grow more weapons. It's like what? Literally grows a thicker skin. Like what is it doing? How does it do that?
It's crazy.
It is, yeah.
Beware the boarification pipeline. Yeah, we got big rocks. We're gonna put some big rocks in the desert, and they're gonna be able to climb them too, which is gonna be so fun.
I just reminded myself I was streaming a game yesterday.
Crazy.
I know, right? And like I was talking to this this NPC, which was a guy and his child, and the child's like
fathers. I've heard of these.
Yes, and the child was like, "Father, like these people are being mean to me, like, and it's hurting my feelings." And the father just goes, "Son, you just need to grow a thicker skin about it. Only then will you learn to be a doormat like me."
That's funny, actually. What game was it?
It was Corn Kids 64.
Ah,
Yeah.
that game that I would also like to play. Boulder. Wait, move it a little bit. See, I like when I see like this axis manipulator thingy, because like, ha ha ha, I know this.
It's just like in Blender.
I've been prepared for this.
Glance upon the Blender.
I want to.
It is a very good game. It has the same problem that I feel like a lot of games that are trying to ape the Nintendo 64 platformer style have, which is like it doesn't feel like it needs to tell you where to go, which I feel like Nintendo 64 platformers very much did. Like if I replay Banjo-Kazooie, I never feel lost, but a lot of these games just like build an open level and it's like, okay, go find out what to do. It's like that doesn't. I don't think platforms of the era actually ever did that, like near as much.
I will not have to play it myself.
That's fair.
Plateau.
And I feel like that's just a general problem I find in like these retro-inspired platforms, though, is they just like build the level and like for some reason think that old games just like made you wander off and find what to do, which they didn't.
Not completely, I suppose. They did have visual hints and such.
Yeah.
Or at the start, it would be like an NPC being like, "You could go here, or maybe here."
Yeah, like I know that definitely, especially in like Banjo-Kazooie and stuff, like there's like lots of like very clear hints on where to go, and obviously like Mario 64, like at the start of each level gives you like a hint like by what the name of the star is. Like there's always hints around, but I feel like a lot of newer, like I said, inspired games forget that. Yo, that's a cool tree.
What a beautiful tree!
I love tree.
I put it here. I love you, tree.
I love
Look at this
I will
funny
hug
tree.
you.
I put it here.
Put it
Yay.
everywhere.
Oh, it's super not doing that.
You put
Do
it
that.
on.
Hold on. I love this about Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo.
I feel like
You can
the
just do
foxes
that.
are going to climb that and escape,
Love that for them. Oops.
so they can finally get a taste of human flesh.
Yay! They deserve it.
They deserve. Everyone deserves a little taste of human flesh, I think.
Right. Sentences
She just-
spoken by Halloween, my cyberpunk red character.
Just look out for that prion disease.
Yeah. Once she figures out, once she finds like some sort of augmentation that allows her to negate prion disease, it's over for you, motherfucker. She never has to buy food again.
Oh, that pesky prion disease. Always getting in my way. That's
This is
why
so-
I wear this mask. You don't want to know what happened if this mask wasn't on.
Scary thing to say.
I'd be chewing on those ears.
No, what? I'm not human.
Okay, but like
You wouldn't get
human-ish.
prion disease from me.
Oh, that's good to know.
You got something else, something worse.
Something worse.
Yeah, it's
Prion disease.
post on disease.
Post-on disease.
I gotta say though, building enclosures like this, it's so relaxing.
It is. I looked at the Simpsons of Prion disease one second.
You looking at what?
Go look at the Simpsons of Prion disease.
What if eels were huge? Mario did that, and it was scary. So now we know.
Eels. Fuck that one.
I just realized that there was a stretchy redeemed at some point, and I think I just dismissed it. So now you got it anyway. Strimchy. Flowers for the viewers. More flowers. These flowers are called King Protea, which definitely sounds like some sort of king of the thing called Protea. The king, not the thing.
I have a friend called Protea, actually.
Protea?
Yeah.
Cool name.
It's good, because it's a good cool name.
What the fuck are... Oh, that's...
Did you forget about the foxes?
I didn't forget about them. I just didn't recognize them. I thought they were little mushrooms. Oh, I thought they were hugging. Oh well.
Damn, the symptoms of prion disease suck.
What are they?
Difficulty with thinking, memory, and judgment. Personality changes like apathy, agitation, and depression. Confusion and disorientation. Involuntary muscle spasms. Loss of coordination, trouble sleeping, difficult with slurred speech, impaired vision or blindness.
It sounds like it sucks.
It does suck. I don't want prion disease.
Wow, tennis ball fell from the sky. Egg. Why are we getting 2 eggs? What's going on? Oh, I think I know why.
Why?
It's... Wow, they're happy to be here. Yay! They're happy with the new animals. It's because when I reconnected Touch Portal, I think it also just like restarted every process, which is not great.
Oh, I see.
So everything is happening twice, which could cause some problems later.
It's just the fuck your entire life disease. Well, yeah, I think if you eat human flesh, then you probably deserve fuck your entire life disease, if I'm honest.
Perchance, yeah. Yeah, the sippy also happening twice. Doreen, thank you very much for your egg. Let me take a sippy. Just gonna drink the rest of this tea because it's kind of getting a little bit cold.
Oh no.
I was too captivated by my beautiful... Ow!
By your lands.
Yes.
Hi.
I don't think you could give me anything worse than prion disease.
Yeek.
Fuck, you're right. Fuck.
Glaster, thank you very much for your egg.
If you try and eat Queen of Fennec, you just the next day you have a yeek in your Steam library.
Installs too, everybody will know.
Everyone will know.
Oh, the Arctic foxes, the babies are maturing.
Yay.
Oh, look at you breaking your little leggies and your spine and stuff. I really did not think they would swim so much.
No, they love it.
Yeah.
I still can't believe there's more yeek content coming. Why would you do this to us?
Right.
Why has God cursed us in this manner?
I don't think God has anything to do with it.
Look at this little guy. Why is he antisocial?
Just hanging out. Whoa. Oh god. The meme music plays twice.
Oh fuck. When you swim.
When you swim. If eels were huge, would people still eat them? Or is there a cutoff when something is too big to be considered food? Considering we as a species made our claim to fame by killing mammoths.
Our claim to fame. all the other animals saw that were like, fuck, we better stay out there.
Yeah, exactly. No, I feel like if eels were bigger, we would eat them more because there's more of them.
Have you ever had eel?
No.
Me neither. I wonder what it tastes like.
I think it would taste really good.
Haha, that's so funny.
Thank you.
0 out of 10.
Oh, matured. Mature. Get out of the water. The second this bitch comes out of the water, they're mature. Check it out. I
Okay.
was wrong.
You're wrong, you're incorrect.
Your icon is already mature. What the hell's going on? Where you going on? Where you
I don't
heading,
know,
buddy?
maybe they just don't change.
Whoa!
Oh, whoa.
Protesters, what am I doing wrong?
About
Welfare of
low
my
welfare
animals.
for animals.
Of my beautiful little Arctic friends? What is wrong?
Yeah, the welfare sucks, actually.
Social welfare issues? Not enough nutrition? What's going on? Okay, hold on.
Actually, no, I think they're
Local
right to
Heart
be
Shelter.
protesting.
What did you say?
I think they're right to be protesting. It seems like you're treating this animal badly.
Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna try to fix it. Remember, I'm trying to make a good zoo here. Aside
That's
from
not
the
a good
pit.
thing to say, sorry. If people come to your zoo protesting the bad welfare, going, yeah, I know. That's not a good thing to say to them.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. I went up to them and asked them what was wrong, and they told me what was wrong, and I investigated and was like, you're right. Let me fix it.
If you did that, they'd be like, you don't even know what's wrong. What kind of zoo owner are you?
Yeah, they would. Then it's fair. Listen, I know when I'm wrong. Okay, why do you have welfare issues? What's wrong?
World's worst child psychiatrist.
Why do you have welfare? Why do you have welfare issues?
What's wrong? What's wrong with you?
Okay, let's try to fix this heart shelter issue. That might be enough. I figured these. This is not heart shelter. Oh wait, I just put this in here without considering whether or not they could use it. I think they can't.
This isn't.
Oh fuck! Oh no! Ah, that sounds bad. It's twice. Oh, the Euro Ride music is twice. Oh, that's not good.
No, you're right.
Oh fuck! We're just gonna have to live with it, chat.
Ba-dum-bum.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So they can't use these.
Just turn off all the sounds. I'll make them myself.
Ow. You got it. No, I can't do that.
Yippee.
Yippee was not twice because Yippee is via a video file inside OBS.
If you excuse me. Ba-bum bum ba-da-da-ba-dum ba-da-bum ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum ba-da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. There you go.
I'm not even sure what you just did. I'm gonna be honest.
It's the parrot song.
Oh, I guess.
It was exactly the parrot song.
Okay.
It goes dun 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 dun.
Whoa. Look at this.
What the fuck is that?
It's an Arctic shelter. You can put animals in there. Here, we'll put it in here. It fits.
No, it doesn't.
It fits.
They're getting no sunlight.
They can get a little bit of sunlight on the side.
That's not enough sunlight.
No, it's not.
I don't think they want a winter castle, I'm gonna be honest.
Your connection's getting a little shit.
Is it?
A little bit, yeah.
No, that sucks for me.
It do, for all of us in the world.
I hate the world now.
Who says the world did it? I did.
I mean, yeah, you...
The world did it.
Yeah,
I
let
put
me
this here.
check
I
my
wonder if they
internet
can climb it.
Because lately when that's been happening, it's been Discord and not my internet, so I'll test my internet.
Let's see, what they
Discord is
need
bad.
small? Y'all need small? This looks small enough for y'all.
Y'all need small.
Y'all need small. Hold on. Yeah, Arctic Fox. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's see. If I put this like here, and then I'll make some ice rocks on top of it to make it a little den for them.
Yeah, my internet speed's perfect. It's Discord.
Yeah, well, the problem's gone now anyway, so that's fine.
Okay, that's good. Y'all
Enjoy
want
your
some
lyric.
small?
Y'all want some small? Chat, y'all want some small?
Some tiny, perhaps? Some weeny?
Some itsy and bitsy?
Can't have itsy bitsy, not here.
Oh, sorry.
Not here, Zoe.
Sorry.
I thought you knew better than this.
I'm sorry. Jesus, fuck. Made a
can't
mistake,
make it-
okay? It
You,
was an
you
honest
can't-
mistake.
what would happen to you had like precognition?
What? Oh. I thought you said something about commission.
What would have happened if you'd commissioned me to make your choices for you?
I would have fixed everything, Jetty.
It would. Good news, everyone. Why are you sad forever?
Oh, sorry. Maybe I just am, okay? Listen, I'm going through something.
Going for a tough time right now.
Sometimes we're sad forever, and that's okay.
I don't think it's okay to be sad forever. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, it's not nice to be sad forever, but sometimes we find ourselves in situations where we're sad forever, and that's natural, and you shouldn't feel bad for it. You know, that's all I'm saying.
That's fair. Just try not to be sad forever.
No, that's clearly a metaphor.
No.
It was
literal.
clearly a metaphor for
Everything
not
is
being sad
literal.
forever. I don't know what I'm talking about.
But
I'm right.
Everything is literal, sorry.
Everything's literally stupid. Got him. Ja, daar kun je niks van op terug hebben, hè? Nou weet je niet wat je moet zeggen. Nou sta je daar met je bek vol tanden, hè?
Oh
Ja,
god, you speak in tongues.
precies. Ja,
Oh,
probeer
this-
maar hoor.
The Bible warned me about this.
Ja. Het zal
God.
wel.
A Solville.
Het zal wel.
What the
What?
fuck is a Solville?
Maar ja, je denkt maar hoor. Ik heb geen idee
You
wat
can't
ik nou
say
het-
that to me.
Ik heb
Ganked my
geen-
whore? What the fuck?
Egg.
Fucked up thing to say to me.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it.
What
So
did that
sorry
even
for danking
mean?
your whore. Well, you heard it. You heard me say it.
Like, I'm gonna Google Translate that, let's see. English.
We'll get those eggs in a
Dutch.
moment.
Let's see, so. You tanked my whore, let's see.
That's great because that's not what I said. That's not even like what I said.
It
English
sounds
or not.
close.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get what you want to get.
No, I don't know.
I want to see if I
I
can make like a ramp that the animals can get up on.
Like, I don't know. Like, when you hear someone speak another language, all you can do is compare it to the closest thing that you know.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it did sound like you said that to me.
Yeah, fair enough. Beautiful, beautiful thing that I've created. Get rid of that.
It looks nice.
Oh, thanks. I don't think it looks that good, but it's okay.
I mean, it's fine. Looks natural.
And now you beautiful little creatures have that.
Welfare.
Oh, the social's going up. Social's going up. Stress going up, which is a good thing.
No, I don't think
You
it is a
want
good
you want the
thing.
stress to be up for some reason, I think.
Okay, fair enough. I guess the social was down because they had no living.
Yeah, they had no, yeah. Millie Bays and wait, how did I get here? Thank you both very much for the eggs.
Wait a minute. How did you get here?
Now they have a beautiful sleepies.
Beautiful sleepies. They can
Beautiful,
go
beautiful
continue
sleepy
forever.
Yeah. And now they're so happy, yes? Nope.
Not that one. That one sucks still.
This one is still very unhappy. Okay, what's wrong? Enough courage, plans. Social. Bad social still. Okay, hold on a second. Each
Nothing's
of these.
actually wrong. It just hates life.
I don't want that to be the case. Poor little Hanook. Are you one of the kitties? No. Oh, you're. Ah, I see. Egg. Odd.
Too
Hi, Odd. How are you doing? Good to see
Odd?
you, fellow cringy. Thank you very much for your egg. Yay.
Some
Odd, do you know
Oddworld.
why Hanook here isn't happy? Is it because I need to add more things, more enclosed, more bedding? You're also unhappy. And your nutrition's not good enough? What's wrong?
You need
Less
to give
meal
them more
quality.
food.
Okay. Hold on.
More delicious food.
We need to give them a succulent meal. Better food quality. Not enough available food and not enough available shelter. Okay, so I don't have enough shelter. Does this count as shelter? It says that it's dry. They're all dry. I'll just put in more, I guess. Lurking and working. Alright, good luck with your work. I'll put in a medium. I'll put in 2 mediums. They can protect the future together. Exposed. On Twitter.
Exposed on Twitter.
Twitter. Can I just like put a bunch of these on top of each other? Does that work? Exposed. Dry. Dry, okay. So can I put stuff here? It's just egg. Regna squid. Thank you very much for your egg. As well, we have 50 eggs today. That's kind of insane. We tend not to get this many eggs unless like the stream crashes and I have to restart it or something.
There's too many eggs.
This,
we gotta do something about this story.
It is a lot of eggs. That's definitely true. Okay, how are you feeling now, buddy? You feeling better yet? No, no. Wait, it's going down. Shit. Okay. I'm just gonna put some more. Hold on a second. Here's what I'm gonna do. This is gonna be nice. Gonna put this here. Did you hear the snow sound effect?
I did, yes, it's a good snow sound effect.
Yeah, it is. And then we're gonna put this thing here. I'm just gonna make a second little shelter for them. And that will be really nice.
I like it when things are nice.
Me too. I hope I can make it nice for the little aminals. For I love them so.
I love animals. They're my favorite.
I think aminals are my favorite things that are eating things and walking around and making noises and stuff.
Eating things and walking around and making noises?
And stuff.
And stuff. It's
Don't
true.
forget the stuff. It's important.
They are definitely doing stuff. You're absolutely right. Sorry. It was negligent of me, quite frankly, to forget the stuff. This does not look stable. This is going to fall and squash something.
No! I don't want that to happen though. I'll have to put in things to stabilize it.
You need like a support.
And sticks or some shit. Put flowers. The flowers will help.
I agree. The flowers are... The ice won't possibly want to crush flowers.
Yeah. Animals are my favorite guy. Here, this is good.
Life, it's never die. Animals, my favorite guy.
My favorite guy. There. Now it's stable. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely stable, yeah.
Do you guys feel better yet?
Ooh. He's becoming more antisocial.
Wow, what's wrong, bud? Oh wait, I can scroll down. Animals stress and trying to hide. Okay, yeah, so they just don't have enough places that they can hide from the people looking at them.
Like, I too want to hide from the people looking at me.
Again, I don't know why you stream. You just clip this thing to the ground. What did you do?
I'm not allowed to stream.
I'm not saying that.
Just because I want to be seen sometimes doesn't mean I always want to be seen.
I know, I'm kidding.
No, you're not. You've never said anything in jest.
I guess that's true.
For as long as I've known
explains.
Zoe, she's never made a single joke.
She's not
She's
good
always
at it.
been 100% deadly serious.
I'm one of those people that thinks jokes are just the same as lying, and I can't lie, so...
It's true.
Okay, I'm just gonna build a hole. Listen, if there's one thing we do at the zoo, it's making holes for things to go into when they're not doing anything else.
The mall too, baby.
The mini maw,
The mini maw.
the Arctic maw, and
Oh, so small.
we'll put it. Let's see. I can't do it here. I cannot do it here because that counts as them going outside of their enclosure, which is annoying.
I was gonna say Zoe about to actually just build an escape tunnel for the foxes.
That'd be cute, actually.
They can dig their own escape tunnel. We did back in my day. We had to dig our own escape tunnel. There's no easy way out.
All right. Let's dig. Dig. And come on. Chisel. I chiseled it. That's not really working. Okay, that's probably deep enough. What you laughing at?
I am.
Fuck.
I'm laughing at Overwatch. As you should always do.
As you should. If you are going to devote time to it, it better be to laugh at it.
I mean, I just read this headline, which apparently is saying that in the next update, every single hero is going to be able to heal themselves, making the support class worthless.
That depends on how to heal. But it definitely does make them less useful.
Overwatch does not know what it wants to be.
No, definitely not.
If you're like, I can't imagine a competently made game making such a sweeping change as every single hero can now heal themselves.
It's weird. It's definitely fucking weird.
Yeah.
See, try. Exposed? What do you mean exposed? By what? This one's try.
Literally underground.
Underground! Oh, never mind.
Never mind, you actually opened it up completely.
What? Oh, it's because it's not fucking deep enough. You kidding me?
Oh.
Okay, filling foundation.
Every day Blizzard devs wake up and ask, what if we were competent game designers? And then they decide not to learn game design.
And then the execs come and just beat the shit out of them
Oh, that's true.
and stuff. Although at this point, I don't know what is going on on the actual work floors of Blizzard. By this point, I do feel like even the devs and stuff must be idiots, right?
Yeah, just a little incompetent. Just a
little
stupid.
bit. I love the post that was like a post on Reddit or something where someone's like, how do I apply for a writer's job at Blizzard? I think I'd be really good at it. And they just said like, Blizzard doesn't hire good writers.
I thought there's Bethesda. Well, I guess it's both.
It's both. Stop being a hole! How deep does this shit have to go? That deep, I guess. Blizzard games are like the ship of Theseus, except every replacement part is worse than before. Were they ever good?
No.
Oh.
They made like World of Warcraft, and they coast off that for as long as they could, and now they can't coast off anymore. Their
Apparently
mediocrity is
Warcraft
being
1, 2, and 3
exposed.
are good.
I mean, sure, but like,
Never played them.
Like, I feel like compared to the RTS of the time, they're not really that special, to be honest. Like, I could play Warcraft, I could also play XCOM.
sleeping.
Ah,
They're taking little naps.
yay. Yippee.
What about over here? Anyone sleeping here? Oh yeah, they're sleeping. They're
Get
getting cozy.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, so can you guys go down here? to this stupid thing that I put here. Just look at this massive fucking hole just for a little Arctic fox. Are you kidding me? That is not necessary.
Yeah, I feel like there's I'm gonna start using the term legacy game developers. For like people who like made one good thing coast off that success for a long time, and now like as we enter the future, it becomes apparent that they can't actually make anything else. Like I feel like the same with Bethesda. Like they made one thing that people liked, and like have just sort of like people played Morrowind. I'm like, yeah, this is pretty good. I'm liking this. Then like Oblivion came out and like, yeah, this is alright. This is just slightly worse Morrowind. Then they made Skyrim and people were like, yeah, this is video games. And now they've made Starbound and people are like,
Big meat.
Big
They're
meat.
eating a big piece of meat.
Yo.
They have feeders, dude. I don't know why you're just dropping it here. Are you happy yet? They're happy now. Are they all happy? Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's true. They also hired people who've made good things. They are happy. Yay.
We did it, gang. We finally made them so happy.
How are the Fennec Foxes doing?
Egg. VG Pony. Thank you for your egg. Let's go have a look at how the Fennec Foxes are doing.
Absolutely.
Oops, wrong button. The
No
Fennec...
joy in that
well,
house.
I am...
Where are they?
Wait, why did I make this... Oh, right. Sorry, I thought I saw some cracks in the clads. Did I, like...
Escaped.
What's going on with the performance?
I mean, there's a lot of people there.
Wait, I just... Oh, that was right. I guess it was just people. What's this? Oh, someone. Where are they?
Are they there? Or is that Sprinkler? And that's a Sprinkler. They did escape. Oh my god.
Are they in here? Ah, they are. Probably.
Oh, they're
Enter
happy.
camera view. Wow, you can see in here.
Yay!
Yay!
Look at them. They're so happy.
I'm so glad that the burrows I put in here can be used by Fennec Foxes.
Yes. Free
Where are
them,
their
they'll have
hats? Their hats? Why would they have hats?
Look at them. They're so happy.
I love that they really like made sure the animals looked and moved realistic and stuff in this game.
They love to spin and place and lay down. So do I.
Yeah, don't we all? In sequence. Hi, little buddy. Are you happy? You're happy.
You're so happy.
Good. Oh, food time. Time for slop.
Have some meat.
There's the others.
I put it here on top of your conch. Can't believe those things are called conchs. What a dumb name.
What, conch?
Yeah,
This?
that's things called conch.
That's
yeah.
called a skittle feeder.
Okay, but like the brand names are conch. The people who made those they call them conchs.
That's silly.
Yeah.
Have your singular slab of meal. Me when I'm a cyberpunk dystopia.
I love meal. What flavor meal is your favorite?
Oh yeah!
Tasting. I like it when they taste. I think that's pretty good.
I love tasting too.
So, 3. Oh yeah, you're all here. Good, good. So let's.
Shout out to that guy. That guy was really getting into it.
Really though, you had fun. There are so many fucking people here for the best foxes in the biz, obviously, but still.
Obviously, like everyone loves the foxes, though.
Oh, they're about to mate. We're not gonna look at that. We'll give them some privacy. Now we need one more type of fox. And then the park is done. Yay, expecting offspring. The Arctic foxes are gonna get more babies.
Yay.
Which is bad, because then they need more shelter. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Boo! Don't worry, we can just sell some of them.
Why are you surprised that all these people are here for foxes when you also have a lot of people here for a fox?
Ah, good point, good point. I guess foxes are just that wonderful.
It's true, it's true.
We are gonna have to
Car battery!
Ow!
Whoa, car battery be upon you.
Damn, just like at the real zoo. They're here for Fox Girl Friday! Oh, this is Fox Girl Friday! What a good coincidence. It's my day! Okay, so let's do one more enclosure for the...
Here for forget yourself, Friday.
Don't remember who you are. Sparkle off, motherfucker.
Sparkle off.
Sparkle off.
If I see any fucking sparkling, it's over for you bitches.
I'll put this... Wait.
The sparkle works as like a fucking like a light switch, like you sparkle off and just every sparkle turns off. Sparkle off, it's Thursday, forget who you are.
Sparkle off, explode, bye. Okay, I'm going to put down... Why can't I build? You're fucking kidding me. I'm not doing this shit again. Fuck. Did I build the fence too close? What is this? Listen, they do so many good, cool DLC packs with new animals and features and stuff. Fix this.
Fix it.
This game is like a decade old, probably not. This game is like 5 years old or something and they still have this shit? Are you kidding me? Come on.
To be fair, the layout of this park could be better, I'm gonna be honest.
What do you mean?
I mean, you did like okay, zoom out to where you were before, just on the other end of the path. Like, you built that in the Fennec Fox enclosure right over the entrance. Like it is.
Yeah, but it
common
means
stuff.
that's because like you come out of the entrance and you're immediately like, whoa, an exhibit. Whoa, what a nice exhibit, you know?
Sure, but when you're looking like this, it is sort of aesthetically unpleasing. Didn't even build a car park.
Don't have to. It's on the ground. Can I lower this shit?
It's underground in the Maw too. Arctic Fox about to have offspring.
Yes, I saw. Let's go take a look.
Yo, I love the offspring.
Hi,
good,
yo.
good band.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yo, floating grass. Awesome.
Yo.
It's not just Z fighting, it's just... Oh. There's the offspring.
No, that's shit.
Don't be so mean, that's her babies.
Not pregnant,
What the
just
hell?
had to poop.
It just says that. Oh no, careful, careful, no, no! Oh, babies!
That guy really came for her. You better have that shoulder now, I'm gonna suck you up in my evil vacuum.
More puppies! Yay. And now they're gonna be unhappy because there's too many of them. So I have to sell off the bubbies.
No, that's fucked up.
I know. Listen, it's okay. I'll sell off the other bubbies, the other litter that already grew up. Wait, I thought there were 3 babies just now. Weren't there?
Was that?
Well, I thought so. I don't remember. Well, anyway. Some. Oh wait, no, these are siblings. Hold on. Go to. Oh wait, is this one of the? Wait, hold on. How many kids have you had? Show me you. Is it you? No, you. Not the flowers. You. Thank you. How many kids have you had? Children. 6. Okay, yes, here we go. You. No, wait, the other one. Hold on. Parents. Parents. Nanook. Is you. It's you. It's you. It's you. And then I need your kitties. No donation boxes. How will we get money?
I thought from the ticket sales.
Yeah. But more so we don't need it. Okay, little noisies. I don't want to get rid of little noisies.
No, Little Noisie's a favorite.
I'll
We
get
love
sad as
Little
fuck
Noisies.
if we get rid of little noisies.
we named him, and thus endearing him to us.
Her.
Her.
She's our beautiful little noisies.
Our beautiful Little Noisies?
Well, we'll just get rid of Akna and Antiktalak. So you're gonna get boxed.
No!
Listen, it
No,
has
you
to happen,
can't.
okay?
You can't box them.
We got it.
No.
Where's it? Oh, there we go. You.
What's
Listen.
their name?
Antiktalak.
Ah.
We have to, because if there's too many in their herd, then they're gonna be unhappy, you know?
Alright guys, we've got Antique Talakan boxes. Come to my campsite, you can get them for your town. Or if you come over now. Here's my friend code.
What the fuck are you guys complaining about now? Will you get my little Phoenix, my fellow Phoenix are unhappy?
Apparently so, apparently one of them isn't. Oh, that one's really unhappy.
What is the matter? Too much stress. Just stressed and trying to hide.
There's
Go down
nowhere to
here,
hide
bud.
it. No, that's not a good place to hide.
Okay.
Gotta hide elsewhere.
Okay, then that's fair. We don't need dumb funds like monetary and gaining funds. We have cute foxes. And that's enough. That's what I'm saying.
I love it when there are cute foxes. It's my favorite part of the fox. The foxes.
Yeah, they're cute. Don't worry. I know what to do. Big rock. On the guests.
Don't worry. You won't need to hide when I drop a bigger rock on every guest.
Admittedly, I do think that people screaming with signs probably doesn't help the fuckers. I'm like, that's a good point. You're being a bigger problem than a help, honestly. They think they're being so smart and helpful, but actually they're being so stupid and bad.
Fucking liberals.
That's what I'm saying. Big rock. You thought I was kidding about the big rock, didn't you?
I did, yes. It's you sure showed me.
Big rock. And now,
Big rock.
and now we're gonna put down a bunch of grass also.
So
Tall grass. What's up?
big rock.
Big rock.
We love a big rock.
We love a big fucking rock.
Chat. What's your opinion on Big Rock? Just shout out. What's your opinion on Big Rock?
What's your opinion on Big Rock, chat? Be
Make it a
honest,
good
we can
one.
take it.
You only get one opinion on Big Rock.
The only one. Better make it count.
Gotta make it count.
If you make me
Doesn't
cry with
count
your
when we
opinion on Big
smoke.
Rock, I kill you.
Okay, but that seems a bit much. But I understand your
Big Rock.
passion for Big Rock.
Big Rock deserves it.
What?
It deserves that kind of dedication, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely Big Rock.
Big Rock.
Big Rock. One day I will succumb to Big Rock. I think the Big Rock is useful. Hit overhead, strike.
Strike. So you get it. Big Bush. Wait, can we get bigger?
Yo, Big Bush.
No. Big Bush.
Shout out to Big Bush.
Shout out to Big Bush. Oh, it sounds so bad. Oh god. Don't worry, the sound will be fixed next time tomorrow when I stream the VR chat. Would I put a bush on the tree?
Wait, I just checked stream. Stream's not hearing it twice. I think it's just you.
Oh. Well,
That sounded normal. I
good.
think.
That's good then. Weird, but good. Okay, how about now, buddies? Oh, you got boxed.
Yeah, it's going up at an alarming
Yay.
rate.
Okay,
It's
so
alarming how happy this Fennec Fox is.
it's fucked up, honestly. One alert, what's wrong? Nothing? Nothing. They're happy, I think. Habitat item capacity. Oh, no food. Go feed them, dipshit. Feed. There's 2 of you. Feed them. Where are you going? Feed them. You were staying behind to feed them, right? Gonna give them food so they can eat stuff because they're hungry? Because they need food? Right? 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 You're
Yeah.
fired. One alert. What's wrong? Ow. Also. Alright, no food. No, wait.
Delicious food.
Hold on. You have no good... Shakira. What's the problem? Animals stressed, trying to hide.
Yippee!
Well, what more do you want from me? I gave you a big rock.
How much could you ask for, really?
Hold on a second. I'm gonna do something here. Oh, Sippy. Fired your fox food now. Tend to the animals to become the food that feeds them. Got that from Android 17.
Yo.
Okay, so edit this. There. Now they can't
Yo.
even look here anymore. That's how it works.
Now the Phoenix will be safe forever.
Yeah. Surely now you'll be so happy forever, no? Man, taking care of animals is kinda hard. What if I put a little Betty Bye-Bye here? Can click on this. Exposed. I know what we need. Jody, what do we need?
What?
You know it well.
Big rock?
Big rock!
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what we're fucking talking. It's not that big a rock this time, but still.
Let me down.
Big rock. Big slab of rock thing, dude.
Big rock. Big
There we go.
rock. Big
Now
rock.
it's...
Big rock. Big rock. Is it secluded?
No, it's exposed.
Okay, I think it might need more big rock. Perhaps a bigger rock.
I think I need something else. Less people. I think we need to close down a zoo. I guess I could. It doesn't
You could,
matter.
That
We have
would
infinite
fix all
money.
the problems. Okay, but don't you think it's... Okay, yeah, actually, I think these protests might be more trouble than they're worth.
This
Yeah,
is
kick out-
so
kick
many
everyone out.
people. Maybe what we need is just more people put through, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Move them, get them moving. Also, Minerva, thank you very much for your egg. What's up,
Okay,
Trey?
here's what I think, right?
What you
Children
think?
get them free. Adults cost $1,000. Thus meaning only children will get them who I think are actually better behaved than these fucking adults.
They might be,
Yo! Sorry, are those 2 women holding hands?
No.
No, okay, never mind.
No Yuri today.
It's so sad.
What if we just only opened the park for an hour a day?
They were so close to holding hands, but unfortunately.
Yeah. This doesn't actually mean that the zoo's over for that time. That's the amount that, or like that everybody leaves for the rest of the day. It's that,
You can only get in during the time.
no, that's the. Shut up. Okay. It means that's the time of day that we see, so we never see night if it doesn't. If it's not open during the night, which is a shame because it looks cool during the night. Okay, anyway, we need to get these people moving, so we need to put some path here, but the path doesn't want to go here. So what if I do? Come on, dude, what is this?
There's like so much space. Yeah, just go up at the slope.
Oh wait, is it because this is too long? Hold on. Wait, maybe. No, that's not it. Yeah, what the?
I think just go up in the slope.
Oh, yeah, don't fall in the drain.
Oh.
Okay, we got it. We're good. We're fine.
Are we fine?
Yeah, we're fine.
Are we back?
We're so back. Okay, so now I can do my original plan, which was to do something that I forgot.
I see. It's a well thought out plan. Is what you're saying.
But yeah. Okay, yes. This.
Do I want to panic more? No. No panic.
You're allowed to panic if you wanna.
No, we'll disturb the foxes.
You're right. You're not allowed to panic. Shut the fuck up.
The foxes will be so upset if you panic.
Mm-hmm.
They will cry.
So we do this, and this is the wonderful little thing here.
You're gonna make a little loop.
I'm gonna make a little nook here for some food.
Oh.
So that the people can consume.
I think you should make a little nook for a book, perhaps.
How cute, how quaint.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps with some sort of face.
God, no. What are you thinking? A
Sorry.
face?
Sorry.
Are you stupid? No one wanna see a face.
Well, I know what answer you gave on the part of the feedback forum where I ask about the face.
Trust me, so you can very much tell which feedback form is mine. And
Yeah, I
you'll
know.
know what answer I give.
I know. At the very least, I know which one, like one of the answers that's yours.
Yeah, but you can isolate them, and of course I said only the nicest things because you're my friend.
Yay! Also, I
But that's
just
because I
realized-
truly believe them.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. We need some food stalls. Oh yeah, you can make restaurants, which is super fun. Let's make a restaurant. Who wants to make a restaurant? Let's see. How do you make restaurants? Okay. So you put down a thing, which is a restaurant. It's got a kitchen, as you can see.
Yep.
And the people go in here and they get their food, and then they go into like the restaurant, which is in there.
Yeah, in the void.
Go there.
Into the void.
Go in the void.
I don't want to go in
But
the void. So
what you can
let's
also
go.
do is you can put tables outside the restaurant, and then people
Yo.
will go out of the restaurant with their food and go sit at the tables and eat
Nice.
out there. And it is so cute. It's such a fucking delightful feature. It's insane to me that I haven't seen this sort of thing in more Tycoon games, although it's not like I play all of them, so I'm sure it's been done before, but I think it's so fucking cute. I think it's really
What?
fun.
Why haven't you played all of them? What's taking you so long?
I'm actually being threatened by the Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster developers.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
so this is a... Oh, I see. They have leverage on you, and you
Yeah.
need to play the game in order for them to leave you alone. That makes sense.
Yeah,
I can't
not
believe the
ideal,
Planet
but
Zoo people
such is
do
life.
this.
it's because
I thought they loved animals.
yeah, they don't trust like demi-humans, you know.
That's fucked up.
I know. You just killed them. I'm working on it.
I'm working on it. This stuff, it takes time.
I have to prepare so I can kill. I'm waiting until like I
The
have.
game's finished?
I'm waiting until they have the dinosaur DLC.
Yo, that'd be sick.
Yeah, right.
Just be like that one movie, The Land Before Time.
You mean Ice Age 3?
Sure. Ice Age 3, The Land Before Time.
I forgot what it was called. Does anyone know what Ice Age 3 was called?
Have you ever seen a Land Before Time movie?
Of course I have.
With me, of course, I haven't.
Oh, alright then.
They were always on as a kid, but I never like watched them because they always looked kind of bad. Like the animation always looked kind of mid, so I was like, eh.
It's Don Bluth. How could you? Well, of course, all the direct-to-DVD or TV ones aren't so much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I never saw one that looked impressive. It was all like the Land Before Time 8 or whatever. So
I don't know which one it was, but my favorite was I forgot the name, but they're on an island, and Chomper is there, and it's awesome and it's good. I watched that one a lot. We had it on VHS. It's the best one.
look, here's my bold opinion here is once you reach like, I don't know, it's like movie number 8 or something, you've run out of things to say. Like there's no point in continuing. You should give up at that point.
Jenny Nicholson has a very good video where she, while she has COVID, watched every single Land Before Time movie, and then ranks them all.
Nice.
And it's a really good video. And if you're ever curious about the series, but you don't feel like watching all of them, or you just want to watch someone be funny, I recommend that video a lot. It's really good.
Maybe I will.
And she agrees, by the way, that the one where they go to the island and Chomper's there is one of the best ones. Hell yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna Google if Chomper, that'd be fucking impressive. Land Before Time Chomper. Let's have a look.
What?
Okay.
What you laughing at?
When he used the name Chomper, I didn't expect a tiny chibi T-Rex.
He's a baby. He's a baby. He's a little puppy T-Rex.
He sure is. He sure is a little baby T-Rex.
Yeah, dude. He's
Sure
so
doesn't
cute.
look ridiculous at all.
Stop being. Wait, he's a mean little Chomper, dude.
Why is he purple?
This is a good question. I should build a toilet.
They don't need a toilet.
You sure?
Yeah, they don't. Okay, they might need they might need a toilet.
I feel like they might need a toilet. Okay, and then
Build a toilet,
connect.
but only
Connect.
a women's toilet.
See, but I always fucking do this shit. I don't. Why do I always do this?
I don't know. This is hard. You can't go up a
Oh.
slight incline. It's not possible.
I did it. Okay, wait. Oh. There. Okay, so now connect. Yes. And now all is well. All the site is
Yay.
the stage is set to build our beautiful restaurant
I can't wait.
in the middle of fucking nowhere. See, okay, when you're in here, you've got like the enclosures and stuff, and it's like, wow, this is pretty nice. And then
Yeah.
you come here,
Yeah.
it's nothing.
You can see the wide open plains, you can see the mountains, you can let your child run off into those woods over there and never see them again.
That's awesome, actually.
They're gonna go become a wolf walker or something.
Yo, I want to be a wolf walker.
You can't be a wolf walker.
Why not?
You're already some sort of canine, so
That's true. Fair
so
point.
like you can't do it.
I am that. That is the. You are correct.
You
you
have
win.
to be a robot instead. I'm sorry.
Yes, that's better. That was my first option actually. Wolfwalker was my backup.
What is your backup? Both equally as realistic.
Stand in the field and gain the same anxiety as the foxes. Yay! I had no idea they had 14 of those movies. Yeah, and also a TV show where they introduce a dinosaur that doesn't exist or something.
Wait, what?
They have like a pink dinosaur that's like not even like a real thing at all.
That's fucked up. You can't just make up terrible new dinosaurs.
Like the fucking thing. I mean, that's what Jurassic World did. That's also what it was about, I guess, and that you couldn't do that, or at least shouldn't. So, fair.
I think the whole Jurassic Park series is basically about how you shouldn't dinosaurs.
You shouldn't blank dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's just not a good idea.
Man, I can't wait for the next one, Jurassic Universe, which is about you shouldn't romance dinosaurs.
I mean, it's worth a try.
That's what I'm thinking, right?
I think there's some very romance with us. There's no big claws, big sharp teeth, you know.
Oh no.
Beautiful big eyes.
They're basically dragons.
That's true. And everybody wants to romance dragons.
It's true.
Let's see, what kind of material do we make this out of? Not bricks. That's bad and stupid. Not concrete. That's bad and stupid.
Wood.
I guess
Plastic.
I don't know if I want to do that. We got iron.
Bakelite.
What's that?
You don't know what Bakelite is?
Yo, cobblestone! You want to do cobblestone?
Just like Minecraft.
Just like Minecraft.
Bakelite is like a very early plastic, except like it crumbles into dust like after 5 seconds. It's a pain because obviously back when they invented Bakelite, like they basically invented plastic, and they're like, "Yo, this is like an actual miracle fucking thing. Like, what is it? What is this? This isn't even wood nor concrete."
This is, I'm
like,
scared, dude.
pretty much. And so they decided to make like literally fucking everything out of it. I talked about this on my stream yesterday actually because I went on a tangent about my time repairing sewing machines. And I was talking about how like they used to make like gears and stuff out of it, like gears inside sewing machines, because obviously it goes brittle after like I don't know, like 20 years. Like fucking it, like you can't repair machines that have Bakelite gears.
Can I for just a second?
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
I think this is a neat feature that it automatically like puts the corner there.
Yes, nice. Yeah.
Go on.
But yeah, so you can't repair like machines have Bakelite gears because like even if like there are spare parts for it, like fucking the Bakelite's like even sitting on a shelf is like crumbling to dust. But like yeah, like I said, because like it was like a miracle thing at the time. They're like, oh, you can use this for literally fucking anything. You can just make machines out of Bakelite. It's like no, all of that stuff's just crumbling to dust now. It's so sad.
That's sad.
It is. Yeah.
Well,
You shouldn't. You shouldn't make a lot of stuff out of new material. This is a lesson I've learned. If someone comes up with a new material, you should not make stuff immediately out of it. Like wait 10 years and see how it fares.
That does make sense.
This is a lesson I learned from BioShock as well.
We can learn a lot from BioShock.
It's true. One of the lesser known bits of BioShock lore is the reason why the city is so leaky. And why
you told me this before.
Yeah, why it's doomed to start with. And it's because all the supports are made from quote unquote a new miracle material called aluminum. Which is just means like in roughly like I don't know 10, maybe even 10 years, the whole city's just gonna completely collapse. Like there's no way Rapture's ever like lasting.
That's really funny though.
It is. Like every support in that place is just aluminum.
It's so funny.
I've been around so many Americans, I don't even know if I say aluminum or aluminium anymore.
I think you said aluminum.
I did say
What would
aluminum.
I say? I think I would say aluminium. If I were
feel like
to
that's-
just say it.
I feel like I would too, but I Americanize my speech too much. I've started doing it because I've had enough of people like complaining at me when I say a word quote unquote wrong.
I get that.
It's like
I'm
fine,
also-
I'll just fucking do it your way.
I'm also thinking now about when I streamed BioShock, and I was just like saying like, damn, this what are anyone's names? What's like the douchebag who made it? what's his name?
Andrew Ryan.
Yeah, I was like, damn, this Andrew Ryan guy fucking sucks, damn. I hate him so much, I hate all of his worldviews and shit. And someone in chat was like, but don't you think that he's like onto something and that he's kind of right, that he had good ideas? And I was like, no.
No, not at all.
And he was like, damn, okay, another leftist not willing to see our point of view. And I was like, Jesus Christ, okay, get banned.
Wasn't Bioshock like one of the first things you streamed, or the first thing you streamed?
It wasn't the first thing I streamed, but it was, I think, the first full, I think it was the thing that I streamed when I sort of like began to get some traction or something.
I see.
It's one of those. And then I streamed Bioshock Infinite when I debuted Gauntlet Queen because of Bioshock's significance.
That makes sense, that makes sense.
I did drown a lot of rich people, VG Pony, that it's true. Maybe there's something to it, you know?
No, maybe we need to hear him out, because I too hate the government. Meaning we must hate the government in exactly the same ways.
Yeah! What is the fuck is this shit? What are you here? Okay, there is a thing here for no reason. Oh, that's why. It's fixed now. But what if I did it on purpose? This problem, I've solved it. But what if I intentionally brought it back? As a fun bother to everyone.
He was a complete dipshit. Like, one of my favorite, like, voice logs from Bioshock 1 is him talking about how, like, awful and disgusting he finds the little sisters, but then his conclusion is like, well, guess it's gotta be done. It's like, no,
not necessarily, actually.
Like, the man just had like no point whatsoever. Like, not even his own like morals and disgust reaction would stop him from being a dipshit.
No, really though. Do we get any news on like what the fuck is this building I'm building?
I don't know, it's a restaurant, I guess.
Is this good?
Is it good?
What am I doing, Jody?
Is it good, Zoe? Is this good?
I think it's bad.
Are you happy?
No.
No.
I must destroy this.
Okay.
Was this going on autopilot?
Did we just talk about Bioshock too much? You just zoned out? Like, hang on, I'm playing Zoo Tycoon?
Is this something?
Is this anything?
So I thought that was very funny. Just, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, can I get a wood? I would like some. Would you kindly give me some wood?
Here, I'm gonna get you back in the zone, okay?
Car battery!
I died.
Okay, make sure I remember who you are.
Simba. It looks like I'm making. Ow. It looks like I'm making some sort of little monastery or something.
It does.
Kind of
a
vibing.
street of food.
That's McDonald's, baby. Please laugh.
I don't quite understand the joke. What do you mean? That's McDonald's, baby.
It's a monastery to food. I don't know.
I don't think you're saying anything.
I think I'm saying words. Okay, I need just like a flat collar that I can make black, so that I can make it look like there's something here, but there isn't. I tapped aw. Woo!
My secret power is I can't tell the difference between Coke and Pepsi.
Yo, whoa, this is like a funny plank. Can I make a little fence?
That is funny. That is so funny.
I could make like a little fence.
Yo, this girl looks so cute.
How cute. How darling. Can you stop sea fighting over there? You're ruining my vibes. It goes in the ground.
Vibes.
You're throwing off my groove.
No, I'm sorry.
Not you, you're fine.
Oh, thank you. And throwing on the groove hits the switch.
Gronk, throw off the Emperor's groove. This is cute now.
Yeah, it's pretty cute.
Too bad it doesn't quite link up.
What a nice restaurant. You could take a girl here.
Would you go on a date to the Fox Zoo?
Oh, definitely, 100%. That sounds like a delightful day, to be honest.
Right, doesn't it? Chat, would you?
Look, I'm just saying, if I was going out with any girl who didn't want to go to the Fox and look at the foxes, then I don't think it's gonna work out.
Yeah, agreed. That's like how I would determine whether or not I'm gonna be good with a girl.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stealing foxes on the first date. Well, only if you think you can take good care of them or know you can take good care of them. Otherwise, you definitely should not be doing that.
I don't think you should kidnap foxes. I think that's bad.
It's true.
I think they
Do you
belong
think it would
with
be
their families.
kidnapping because they have kits?
No.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm glad I asked.
I hope this answers your question.
It does, thank you.
I find it funny, so let's just say no.
Oh.
No, I don't.
Alright
Fuck
then.
you.
Oh, well, that seems unnecessary. Is this... No, what? This is not what I need.
What does the restaurant serve anyway?
This is food.
Oh.
Kibble.
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 It's only food for the foxes.
It's the Fox Monastery.
Oh.
I can't change the color on... Oh, wait, I can. Here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you're making a religion based around these fucking foxes now.
Of course I am.
Of course I am. What kind of fool wouldn't make a religion based around foxes?
They're foxes. They're super duper cute.
You'd have to be mad not based to make a religion based around foxes.
Duplicate. Because there's also windows on the front. But only one of them needs... Only on the front. The Fox Monastery, it is... good.
Sure is.
So sorry.
What are you apologizing for?
For what's about to happen.
Apologizing for having made the Fox Monastery? I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Please.
I don't know where that came from. I'm just sitting here chatting it up and stuff, having fun building the thing, and then for a while, for like a full minute, I go quiet and I woke up and like, what the fuck is that? Where did that come from?
Where did it come from? I zoned out, chat, and now there's a Fox Monastery here.
This is scary. Looks nice.
I'm the fucking scared, chat.
Chat, I am so.
I didn't make
fearful.
This. I was invaded in my mind by the Fox God.
Yo. Fox got a girl?
No. I'm sorry.
Oh, well. I can change her.
What do you mean you can change her?
Listen, she just doesn't know yet. Do you not have like a funny little point? You know, where it's like no?
There's no funny.
It's like this, but 4 of them, and then they peek, you know?
There can't be, there's no funny.
Why not though?
Funny is illegal.
All the more reason to do it.
I'm sorry. You're in funny jail.
That's okay. They love me there. I'm very funny.
Go to funny jail where they will worship me as a god.
Would you want to be worshipped as a god? Seems like a lot of work.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Okay, now I need little, you know, a little triangle. There's a little who.
I would not be worshipped as a god, but I would like to be treated nicely.
Well, yeah, but that seems fair. Who doesn't?
It seems fair.
It seems fair. Until
No, but here I am. Here I am, and people have been very inconsiderate to me.
Have they?
Yeah, at times.
Kill them. That's my lesson to y'all, chat. If anyone's inconsiderate, you just kill them.
Can't advocate for that, sorry, that's illegal.
Can I not?
No, I've checked, I googled it, and this said no.
Dude, you can't trust Google these days, you know that. It's all AI garbage.
I'm sick of these AI generated laws that the police are AI generated.
I know, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Crimes are legal now, it's true.
Crimes. If here's the thing, right? It's not so much that crimes are legal as much as if Google says it, then you can't trust it, so you should assume the opposite.
Makes sense. I 100% fully agree with your statement.
Hey, doesn't that look nice?
It does look nice. I actually like it.
I wonder if I could put, I wonder if there's a bell that I can put in there. What the fuck?
There's no bell.
No bells. Okay, but maybe there's something I can use, like a bowl that I can turn upside. Perfect. No. Something gold. Gold. Is gold a material? Hold on. Oh wait, hold on, I was still on. Okay, hold on, let's try again. Bell? Yes, there is bells. See, I thought it would be weird if there wasn't a bell. Yeah, European bell large, European bell small, East Asia metal bell. We're not doing that one. That seems not in the style.
Just put it on top of it as on a slope.
It's just here. Yeah. Wait, this is so funny. Look, it just looks out over the fucking kitchen, which has grass, by the way.
Yeah.
You're just working in the kitchen and then boom, like just underneath you. That sucks.
Deafening you instantly.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
It'd be haha. Okay, hold on. Where are you? Okay, wait. Oh, I get it. Okay. Let's see, about here-ish. Like this. We'll hang it like so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yay, yippee. That looks good, I think.
You know what? It's a little brutalist. But I think it works.
Yeah, I think it looks fine. Yeah.
I made something. We made something.
We did it.
It was kind of a team effort. But I do have to. Hold on, let me get some wood in here.
I'm going to have to go soon because I have to be up at 5 a.m. again. So.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I should end the stream soon anyway. I think we're just gonna finish the restaurant, and then we're gonna go.
Fair enough.
I want to see some guests eat their delicious kibble.
The delicious fud.
Man, they fucking tempt me to or taunt me with that shit. Like, ooh, you don't have this DLC. It's like, I don't fucking know.
How much DLC could that be? DLB?
A lot, actually. They have a lot of animal packs.
And the thing is, selling animals is just captures and run around.
You're right, actually. It is kind of fucked up. That said, I have a lot of these DLCs, honestly way too much for how much I play the game, which is, I have a lot of hours on the game, but still not enough.
Yeah.
I feel I've never like used every
enough
animal.
to warrant the DLC.
Yet I do have a lot of them because they'll be like, oh man, there's the pangolin in this one. I was like, I fucking love the pangolin. So then I get it, you know?
And then you never make a pangolin in your life.
I don't think I ever made a pangolin exhibit. Maybe I did actually. Maybe I made a pangolin exhibit. I might have. I don't remember. Oh well. At least I have all... No, wait, I don't have a red fox yet. Pretty sure I made a red fox exhibit in a different one now. So we're,
I don't remember
good.
anything ever.
Do we not? Who am I? Jody. Jody, you have to remember me, please. I'm your best buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you say, mysterious stranger.
Oh. Darn.
Darn. Dang nabbit.
Dark Narbidol.
I'm sorry,
Alright.
I forgot myself.
It's okay.
I sparkled off.
Alright, so let's see. Now we go into facilities. And then we go into bins, benches, and security. Then restaurant tables. And they don't have good restaurant tables for some reason. They just have 2. I don't know why that is. That's kind of weird.
DLC cannot fix this.
No, it can't. There is not even DLC for this. Well, anyway. Table, 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 table.
Table!
Table! Table, 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 table.
They spent too long making new foxes, it's true.
Worth it though. Right, link table. Tables. Wait, all these tables. Link all these tables, please. Please select all of the tables. Did you do it? Did you link all of the tables? 1? What's wrong with you?
You have to click them, I think you have to, yeah.
But then why can I even, why?
I don't know, I don't know. Just accept you have to click them all.
Okay.
Just accept it, sorry.
Oh, whoops, I didn't get them all. I'm accepting it. Fuck. Get over it. There.
Excellent.
And now to watch the people come here in droves, even though there's no animals, and eat food. Also, I need a bathroom for them.
It doesn't need to be animals for them to flock here to eat.
Can you guys fucking stop protesting? I'm trying so hard. I made you a restaurant. What more do you want?
They ain't flocking.
Oh, wait.
There's no...
Some people are coming.
This guy's coming.
Here, I'm
flocking.
gonna give him a really nice looking bathroom too. Arctic bathroom.
Oh, here they come. They're coming.
Arctic bathroom. Even though it doesn't look anything in line. Actually, that's fine. That goes together.
Oh, they're flocking.
Kind of. They're fucking. They're goddamn flocking, dude. This is crazy.
This
I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do.
You can't you can't all be flocking like this. This is madness.
Have some decency, people.
Have some fucking.
Have some
decency.
toilet.
Bathroom.
Bathroom.
Oh,
damn,
they're
flocking like hell, though. This is crazy. I didn't know they could.
Insane.
What are we gonna do? I'm scared.
Damn,
Where
the
are these two
lunch
going?
rush is nuts in this place.
Yeah. Tickets are underpriced. This game runs better when I'm not also VTubing. Crazy.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
No. Whoa. Where'd you guys come from? Oh, we're being raided! Tribulus and your viewers, hello. Welcome. I am currently Queen Fennec, but always Zoe. I am a streamer and a variety... No. I'm an artist and a variety streamer. I make almost all of my own assets, including all my models. And we are making a wonderful little zoo in Planet Coaster. We've just finished a restaurant, and ooh, the people love it, as you can see.
Everyone loves it. They're so excited. They're thrilled.
You're playing Sonic Rush. Very cool. Very nice. I love Sonic. I'm actually a Sonic character, don't you know? Gotta dash and grab some food. Well, might I direct your attention to our brand new restaurant? We call it the Monastery.
You might need to wait a little bit for food. That seems to be a bit of a
There is a lunch rush, yeah. How do you spell monastery? Do you spell it like this?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay.
This.
Love the confidence. What does this button do? Oh, settings. Oh, sandbox settings. Huh. Wait, is that economy settings? Enable cache. Whoa, we can enable cache actually. Hey, that's interesting. Huh. Cool.
Huh.
Damn, these fucking people want to eat food so bad.
They love food so much.
I can raise or lower the camera anymore. That's weird. Oh no, I can.
Can't fit. There's so many people in.
It's too many.
There's too many. We gotta go rid of some of these people. They gotta go.
Well, you know what that means.
Big rock.
Big rock. Anyway. Oh, we're going up. Ooh, that's good for frame rate.
It's not like all that people.
No, it doesn't. Not together with all the VTuber software. I think I might just keep going for a little bit longer though, even if you leave, because I want to make. I feel like I should make the final Fox exhibit. You know.
That's fair. That's fair.
Get a nice little trio going.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Hi, Brody. How are you?
Darn
Yeah,
this,
the frame rate isn't too happy right now.
No. Darn this job making me wake up so early. It
I know.
sucks.
Don't worry. Once I'm a robot, I'll force you to be a robot, and then you won't have to sleep anymore.
Speaking of being a robot, I have a gift for you.
A gift?
A gift, yes.
What is it? Are you sending it to me?
Yes, I'm sending it to you.
Oh! Oh my gosh, Johnny!
There you go.
Thank you! Yay!
No problem.
Yay, my cool robot
Enjoy.
collar. Or choker, whatever. Yay! Thank you! That's so nice!
Yeah.
Yay!
This is enjoy your robot color.
Thank you. So now we'll be fully robotic.
It's only a matter of time.
Yes.
But yes, I'm going to head out and go to Betty. Bye.
Okay. Good night,
Okay.
Jody. Oh wait, do you
Good
want to plug
night.
anything?
Just plug myself. Hello everyone, my name's Jody. You can find me on Twitch or TV for just Dynalope. I am I stream weird jank games and first person shooters, so come see me over there. If you would like. If you want.
Jody
Yeah,
is
I'll,
good.
Thank you. Yes, I'll see everyone later. Goodbye everyone.
Bye, Jody.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye. Now it's just you and me, Chad. Chad. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's the roof. Hold on. Do I care about fixing? Whoa, that looks weird. Okay, so we're just gonna move this stuff a little. I'm just gonna get rid of this actually. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. It's also sticking out on this end though. That is an annoying little oversight though, isn't it? If we reduce the grid size. Nope. Yeah. But I wanna. I mean. Okay, it's because if you look over here, then you. Okay, that's not an issue. You cannot fucking see that at all. Not even if you try real hard. Okay, so this place is super barren here, but I don't know if that matters right now because it does, doesn't it? Does it? Doesn't look very nice. I'll put some trees here. Let's put down some trees. Some no? Yes? Grassland? Grassland trees. Oh, that is not the kind of trees I was expecting. Oh wait, I know. I don't need to go for biome, I need to go for continent. Europe. Oh! That's big. Just put this here, you just can't see anything anymore. You can't eat at this table anymore either. Okay, let's do it a little bit easier. I wonder if there's little dirt plots that I could put here. You know? Little planters, that's what they're called. Maybe in gardening. A little hedgehog! I'm putting that one on the roof. No, wait, I'm gonna put it over here, next to the jack-o'-lantern. Ow. Why not the humble saguaro cactus? Can I do that? Is that a cactus that we have? Plants. Barrel, 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 barrel. Organ pipe, organ pipe, organ pipe. Prickly pear, prickly pear. Saguaro cactus, there we go. Sure, which one's the smallest? We'll put a cactus up here. No. We'll put a cactus. I'll put it here. That's nice. There you go. There's your cactus. Hold on a second. How do I? Okay. There's an option here. Position snap rotation. So, wait. Do that. Align to surface. Don't do that. There. Okay. So now it's pointed upwards. So that's nice. It really was a good idea to build a restaurant here. It's so much less foot traffic now. So much less? Is that correct? I've said so much less before. It sounds natural to say, but then when I finish saying it, I'm always like, is that correct? Am I doing it wrong? Is this a disgrace? Etc. That's right, that's just English. Damn! English, why are you like this? Is this fallen leaves? It totally is. It's autumn leaves. Okay, chat. Let's definitely try to make the Red Fox exhibit autumn. Cause, peak, you know, looks so nice. I assume there's autumn trees as well then, right? I have to assume. Or not? They wouldn't just have... Hold on, can you change the color of trees? That'd be cool. No. Why would they only have autumn leaves? That doesn't make sense. Can you... What about season? Is there season? Theme... Twilight. Whoa. Oh, fun. What is this? Just a decoration, I guess. Fun though. I'm late to the raid. Hi! Well, hi! Weren't you already here? Do you mean to, like, say hi to the raid, you mean, probably? Oh, no donation boxes. That's okay, we got infinite money. Ooh, Europe pack. This is a European tree, you're right. I see these babies every day. I think. Why would they only have autumn leaves and no autumn trees, though? I mean, I guess you could use, like, barren trees, you know, without any leaves on them. That's not as fun, though. Do they seriously not? Hold on. Or autumn. No, just leaves? Okay. Blah, blah, close. What's property? It's too much. Where's that music come from? Does the restaurant have music? It does. Can you guys hear that? Oh. I really love the soundtrack for Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster. I think if I zoom out, you'll hear the music. David, turn the music off. No. Guess not. Anyway, the music is super nice, super soothing and stuff. I really, really like it. Definitely like look up the soundtracks. They're just super nice to listen to, even if you don't play the games. Anyway, I put some plants here. It's nice. So let's go build another exhibit. Because that's all we need, I guess. I think I could see myself working with this park some more off stream. Well, I'm probably not gonna do that actually. Not for a while, because I've got other stuff to work on. I've got another TTRPG character to draw. A surgery to go into. I'm definitely very excited for the surgery. A part of me is like, oh, it's scary, and I'm like, yeah, but it's gonna be awesome. It's like, it's gonna be like taking the training weights off, you know? That's what bottom surgery is to me. I'll finally achieve my full power, and then I'll kill every cop. I think this is gonna have red foxes, so it probably needs to be larger. It's gonna be like the largest exhibit. I know what, Chet. I'm gonna get rid of these pads. Fuck off. Kills you. And then... What did the stream like after you said that? They're trying to silence me. What else is new, am I right? See, I'm telling you, the music's nice. Okay, so this will be their enclosure. And I'm gonna build a bridge that goes over here and make it look like a really nice bridge. With bricks and such. You know? Da 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 da. Da da da. Okay, and then they're gonna need to have some sort of little water place in here, because it's good when they have water to sippy and swim in if they want it. And wishy-washy as well. Why do I talk like that? Like, not as in like it's bad that I do, it's just like how did it start? How did I start talking like when they want to sippy or wishy-washy? How did I become this? It's probably because I'm a VTuber, isn't it? And autistic. Okay, let's see. I'll put a water place here. Ooh, that's a lot of water. You said the same thing twice. What did I say? Oh, I mean VTuber and autistic are the same thing. You'd be surprised. There are some VTubers here that are, or out there that are, definitely neurotypical, and it shows. Let's see. I think, okay, what have I... And also, Puzzle Pulsar, hello, welcome. They are stealing valor. Being a VTuber is definitely a neurodivergent thing and a queer thing as well. It's also an indie thing, make no mistake. This was started by the indies. The first VTuber was like a dog. Someone with like a dog model or something, if I remember. So I'm building like a little river. And obviously the foxes aren't gonna get all of this river, but they're gonna get the part of the river that goes through their enclosure, because I think that that's nice. Actually, hold on. We can do better than that. Oops, no, that looked bad. Just pull this up a little bit, there we go, it looks totally fixed and whatever. Okay, and then... make small again. Small. Oh, a little too hasty. That's where the path goes, hold on. Let me think. I'm not gonna do this. Maybe it is fine if it's just like this, actually. Yeah, it's probably like fine, actually. Oops. We'll just do it like this, keep it simple. Oh, and then we're gonna put shelters all the way over in this side, so we're just gonna make it a little bit bigger. Just gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna disable the midnight thing, the automatic shutdown, because we don't want that. Oops, no. Sculpt. It is a little bit of a sad that you can't have like a proper flowing river in this game. You can do things with like little effect emitters to make it look like there are like waterfalls and stuff, but you can't have a proper flowing river, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, nope. Kinda, not quite. Does he look cute in your head, by the way? Thank you! You appreciate it. He appreciates it. He's little and cute. Yay! He doesn't emote as much as I do, but he appreciates it when people call him cute. So the water is kind of static? Yes, it is. Renamon's Foot Wiper, that's a name. Thank you very much for following. Welcome. We do need water DLC, it's true. I mean, considering there's already a lot of simulation going on with all these people and the animals and stuff, I think it's fine. I don't, like, I mean... Are you guys protesting again? What's up? I feel like the game would just be in trouble if it also had to do water physics. But it would be cool. Boxed? Why are you boxed? What the fuck? Who's not picking you up? Move to... Oh my god. What am I paying these people for? Where can I put you? Here. At least it's an easy fix. I was afraid there was something really wrong with the animals again. I forgot that you had to assign a location. What? Do it. There we go. So that should be good then. Oh, the people. Jesus. The people want to put this was an unboxing. Well, they'll just have to subscribe to my YouTube channel and see it there. Now since we've got this here going, I'm actually gonna try to do a little waterfall thing, because it can look nice. Lower this water a little bit more, and then do this. It's not working. Or is it? Okay, what? Nope. Okay, now water? Weird sound. Okay, and then we need to go into construction and special effects and water. I should do a City Skylines 2 and render everyone's teeth. God, that was so fucked that they did that. Did you just like use some weird AI nonsense to try to generate every single person fully at all times? It's so dumb. Like, I didn't really like know that much about the City Skylines devs, but I don't know, they'd always seemed pretty good at what they did. But turns out they actually had no idea what they were doing. Yeah, that was an actual thing for those who don't know. The City Skylines 2 released, or was developed with a tool to auto-generate citizens using AI based on a template or several templates, but you could just do one. I think they only did one template. So you model one template and then it uses AI to generate infinite people based on that, but it generates all of them. Full poly, all teeth, all fingers, eyeballs, you know, all teeth. Well, you don't need teeth for little people walking around your city. Don't fucking need that shit. And it never has like faraway models, LOD models. It was a mess. Oh wait, is this murky? Oh, okay, let's get murky. Let's get murky, that's a weird line. It's just really ridiculous to me that they would not realize that was obviously going to be a problem. But, that's what they did. Okay, and then murky bottom. It's okay. Okay, now this little waterfall that I've built here doesn't look amazing, I will say, but it does the job. Now we're gonna cover up where the river starts. Just a little bit. Shakira is expecting offspring, wonderful. Sure, if you're looking at that from a distance, it kind of works. And then we're also going to cover it up on this side again. Can I like raise the volume for the music actually? Thundercoil, yes. There. I don't know if they ever fixed that for City Skylines. Does anyone know? I mean, they must have, right? Like, you can't just leave something like that in your game that makes it like unusable for most systems. Okay, let's see. Is the restaurant still prospering? Well, not all the tables are filled now, but it's fine. Barriers. Ba-da-ba-bum. Habitat. No, barriers. Okay, let's see. Why is City Skylines even rendering complex models? Aren't the people tiny? They are, yeah, but they just wanted a cheap, easy solution to making all of the people. And so they just used an AI method. Because they're fucking stupid. They did intend to like show the people more in more detail, you know, show their lives in more detail, let you get up more close with them and stuff. So it makes sense that you would want them to look a bit more complex. But it's just they did not. They really didn't like consider what software they were actually using for it well enough. Perhaps they should have just made their own, you know, randomly generating human thing based on like some assets that they made. I feel like that would have maybe been a better option, and I feel like it's something that maybe some other similar simulation games might have done in this situation. You know, if I were to take a guess. The guess is that I'm looking at them. About to have offspring. Man, these bitches love to twirl and lay down. It's so true. It's proven time and time again, you know? It kind of feels like the AI is bugging out, but that's okay. They're just having fun. Hello. God, they're so fucking cute. That's me, baby. They're just like me. Yo, we love twirling and sitting. Aw, heck yeah, that spin was great. Let me do it again. Aw, heck yeah, that spin was great. Let me do it again. I'm always twirling and laying down. Me too. Every time I go to bed and don't go to bed, I'm always twirling and laying down. Well, you have fun with twirling and laying down and maybe eventually giving birth. I'm gonna go. And get back to what I was trying to do. I have realized that this park is basically just gonna end here because, I mean, I guess they could walk like this. I guess so. I'll just hold on. Let me just make the path. What was it, like 6? Oh, that's like, hold on. 10? Nope. Less than 10. It is in fact 8. Yes, it is. Do not flatten terrain, fuck you. Okay, cool. And then can I put a gate here, please? Yes! The world is wonderful sometimes. Put the gate right here. Nope, not connected. Right There. Alright. And now... Curved. Let's see. Okay, so this is gonna be a little bit tricky, I think. Okay, what I want to do... Okay, and then... Still mesh. There we go. That looks nice. Then we can get back to wood. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Okay. Fun new thing I didn't know I could do. And then... Oh, wait. Oh, it's just this. Okay, I thought it was doing something else. That's alright then. Still mesh. When... Oh. Okay. Go down here. Ooh, the people are coming into view. Does not like it. And there we go. Beautiful fence that you cannot look over. The foxes will be so happy. That said, I should probably make some of this out of glass so people can actually see the foxes. All of this. Like this. The implied foxes. See, the thing is, we tell you about foxes and what they do and what they look like. Has had offspring. Let's look. They're so tiny down in the ground. Come on. Camera view. Oh my gosh! They're so little! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, look at them! They're so cute. Hi. They're very cute. Okay. Back to business. Oh, what's this? Oh god, the camera. Mini guesting tickets are underpriced. That's okay, I don't care. What? I am! It's true. Okay, so this is gonna be for regular foxes. And what do they... Actually, we should probably get some of those first. Fox. Red fox. Market. Purchase. 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 Okay. And then we're gonna take all of those and put them in this enclosure. And then open the pedia. And let's see. So we're putting floor in here. Is that big enough? It's very big enough. Which I figured, but I wanted to make sure. They don't need any climbing, they don't need any water, get it anyway. Don't need any deep water. Temperature's probably fine. That's probably fine. Species data.
Egg.
A Violet Knight. Thank you very much for your... I'm gonna put this one here. For your egg. So they need some food. Hold on, wait first. Natural habitat. They live in a bunch of places, huh? We'll just go with European plants and shit. We're feeding the eggs to the foxes, right? Yes! You're right, that is what we're doing today. I guess. Let's make some... Oh, you know what? Oh, I just had a fun idea, something I don't usually do, which is like... The fuck are you? Alright, the ominous floating triangle is here to bestow wisdom upon the Arctic foxes. Their water is dirty as the wisdom I've been bestowed upon me. So we're actually going to take a moment to fix that. Using... water treatment. Let's see. Put it down here, that's not enough. But maybe if I... This'll be clever. I'm smart. Oh fuck, I boxed them in. Okay, that's okay.
Egg.
Ew. Puzzle Pulsar. Thank you very much for your eggs. Do you play a lot of puzzle games? I assume you do based on your name. Did that one. Tunneling. Okay, and then facilities. The triangle is making the fox ascension like the monolith from 2001. It just takes a bit. Exactly, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Okay, let's get that water treated, baby. Or maybe not, because I can't put it here for some reason. Oh, wait, I can. Nice. Let's also put a temperature regulator in here, why not? And a transformer, because why not? Here we go. So that should make the water in the Arctic fox enclosure nice again. I think. Oh. Is it doing it? It is doing it, I think. Yeah, it's totally doing it. Wait, what? Negative effect on gas? What? What? It's underground! Well, how is that doing anything for you? You can't see it! Ugh. Well, okay, hold on. I'll just put some wood over it. Oh. Oh shit, turd. Right, they're putting the foxes in the enclosure that's not ready yet. Okay. Construction. This. Rotate. Put. And then roof. Flat, just flat. Thank you. I assume this'll work. Guests can look through dirt apparently, but I'm sure they cannot look through wood. Wait, can I just, because the panel sticks out, right? Can I just... Can I still use it like this? I assume so, because the panel sticks out. I've never actually tried, but I feel like I would. Can you guys stop being bothered? Come on. All guests have X-ray vision. Apparently they do. Hi, Meow. How are you? Good to see you. Can Meow get a shout out, please? Also, Meow, if you wanna come and call for a little bit and hang out, you totally can. But no pressure. Okay, so I was gonna make a dirt road. Oh, I forgot. I was totally gonna like build a bridge that goes over here. Whoops. Well. Is it too late? Is it too late for the bridge to my dreams? Can I still do it? I can hop over for a sec. Yay! Comes over, so I'll head out when she gets here. Okay! You are in my private Discord, aren't you? I think? Yes, okay, good. Then just let me know when you are here by telling me. We'll get water. Okay. That's important. Okay. I don't know if I still can add a barrier. I mean, I'm sure I probably can. Okay, hold on a second. Because there's the thing where, like, the guests would technically be inside of the enclosure, but I think if they're above it, then it doesn't matter. I think it's like, if the animal can't get on the path, then it's okay. If I remember correctly. What if I make this hedge? No, not yet. Hold on. Sorry, what if I make this hedge? I feel like that would look nice with the kind of like rural European aesthetic I've got. I wanna get going on here, you know? Maybe not actually. That might actually be detrimental. Because it's too fancy looking. Okay, let's see. Oh, I can pull one of these. Okay, focus. There was an invisible one. Okay, here's null. Find a habitat where areas need to aircraft for animals that can't swim. I think this is what I need. Maybe I won't bother. Maybe it's too much effort. But it'd be fun though, wouldn't it? Can I just build the path into the barrier? No. But what if I delete just this portion? And then I built the path. And then I... Okay, wait. Can you catapult them over? Well, probably not. But there are a few rides you can build. Like a train, and a jeep, and a suspended gondola, which I think is very fun looking. And also a boat, which is not a real boat. You can just build this thing on land, which is pretty funny. I think you can build this in the water too, but the fact that you can also just build it on land is... I think that's funny. I like that. That said, I don't think we can launch them with any of those of those transport vehicles. Okay, no tunneling. Okay, none of this either? No? Oh, wait. Up. There we go. Okay, wait, so... If I do this... Okay, this might work. I don't know if it's gonna work actually. Okay, I'll just get rid of these. Oops. This stuff for now. And so we'll have a bridge, but oh wait, I remember. We just have to make the barrier go underneath the bridge, and then we'll just cover it up with something. That's what we gotta do.
That's beautiful.
Hi!
Hello.
Hi, Meow.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself while we get your PNG up?
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Miel, or Mielita. I'm a fellow cringy. My pronouns are she, they. I'm a fruit vampire. I really like Halloween. I draw.
Fuck yeah, you and me both. To those last two things.
What are you playing? What is this game?
This is Planet Zoo. It is a zoo simulator that is very much focused on realism and education and teaching about conservation and stuff like that.
Oh, that's so sick!
It's very, very nice.
I love that.
Yeah.
You have your own, very own zoo.
You can actually get your own zoo. I already have a Miolita. Oh, that makes sense. You've been here before, but I thought I deleted them all at some point because I was gonna get new ones. Let's see, do you still work? You do! Oh, your PNG is so
Hello.
cute.
Oh yeah, my applesauce.
Your applesauce. Let's see, put you here. There you go. Everybody say hi to Meow.
Hi. Wait, isn't it like really late for you?
Yeah, I know, but listen, there are 3 foxes in this game, and I just sort of set out to make a little park that has all 3 of them, so I just want to finish it.
I respect that.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Oh, and you can make the layout of it. Oh, neat.
There we go. So let me show you the many guesses we have here. So this was the first one we built, the first enclosure, which has here's one.
Oh,
Arctic foxes.
Oh,
I think
they look so good.
Yeah, this game is super nice. Here, hold on. The frame rate is not too good. Yeah, right. They're so cute. The frame rate is a little bad because I'm also VTubing while there are a lot of guests in a small area.
Fair. Is that a disco ball?
Yeah, that's a thing they like to have for some reason.
Enrichment, I love it.
Yeah. I think they might have too many people in there. No? Okay, no, they're just fine. But once some of them grow up, I'm gonna have to ship some of them off to other zoos because they don't like it to have too many in their pack.
I see. Fair.
And then here we've got yours truly, the Fennec Fox.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
my god, they're swimming!
yeah!
They're so cute!
Whoa, you're going up here, all the way up here, damn. Look at you go.
Oh, they're so small.
They're so little. They're really, really, really small. It's so cute.
It is so cute.
And then over here is the Fox Monastery, which is the restaurant.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. Become invalid.
So fancy.
What's invalid about? Oh, it's because there's a hole in it. That's fair. Yeah, I was just building a restaurant, and it just sort of turned into a brutalism chapel for some reason. So that's what it is
It
now.
looks fancy, yeah.
Yeah, right, isn't it? And here's gonna be the final enclosure of the day, at least. Maybe I'll continue building it at some point. Who knows?
How many types of foxes can you have?
3. There are 3 of them in the game. And the last one is, of course, the classic red fox.
Ah, yes.
Okay, let's see. Put this here. I can do better, I think. If I...
I'm assuming your favorite is the fennec fox.
I don't necessarily have a favorite fox. It's just that the fennec is my persona because
Yeah.
fennec foxes, more so than the others, are a little bit more about like family and playing together and staying together. They're less solitary. Like all foxes kind of they have like their packs, but it's kind of like cats, which makes sense because they fill the same ecological niche. In that, yeah, they're like family, but they'll still spend a lot of time apart, hunting, sleeping, etc. But fennec foxes are the most social, and I am quite social. So out of all the foxes that I am, it's the one that I am most like. So that's fine.
They're social little guys. That's very sweet. I love that.
Yeah. Do they have the meanest right hook? Which fox has the meanest right hook? I mean, I assume it'd be red foxes just because they're the biggest. The most capable of violence, you know what I mean?
I went to the zoo, I think last year. I remember there was a... It's called the maned wolf, but it's not a wolf. I think it's closer to a fox.
Oh?
And I thought that was silly, but they look really cute and fancy.
I wonder if that's in here. It is!
Oh!
What's it look like?
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, this
It looks
one,
like
the
that.
really tall one, yeah.
It looks like a huge fox. It's so pretty.
It does look like a huge fox. I guess we also have to do this one. Not today. I'll do it some other time.
Oh,
It's near
yes.
threatened. Oh fuck, we really have to do it.
No!
Anyway, yeah, this is super cool. You have like a database on every animal, and there's like fun facts. The maned wolf has particularly long legs, which are an adaptation for hunting in long grass.
Wow.
And it tells you their habitat, what kind of regions they're found, blah blah blah, all this stuff. A lot of stuff about them here: social needs, reproduction, what kind of group size they have, and stuff. It's really cool. Like only some of this information you need to make like a good enclosure for them, but they put it in anyway because it's about learning and stuff. And the ratings of your park are dependent on how well you educate your guests and stuff. You can set up like information tours or special shows, and not like a water show where they train dolphins or some shit, but literally just a show where someone's like, I'm going to teach you about this animal now as it's just sort of going about its business behind me in the enclosure, and I've got like droppings or like bones of naturally deceased ones and stuff. It's so nice.
Oh, I love that. I would have loved this game as a kid.
Right? Wait, why didn't you connect now? What's wrong with you? There we go. What's wrong with you? Oh. What? Come on. Just connect a little. Just for
Come on,
me.
Fence.
Come on. No? Okay then, whatever.
Alright.
Anyway, it should be good
Be that
now.
way.
Be that way, bitch. So, this is gonna be the red fox enclosure. There's like a little river running here. And stuff. So now we're first gonna need to put down some habitat things for them. I don't want to unpause the game because they're being put into the enclosure right now, which I already did.
That's them.
Yeah, that's them in that box. And then if they come out of it now, they're gonna be like, I hate it here, you know. So
Yeah. I thought those were like the construction workers.
oh well, Well, no, they're just keepers, and this contains
so
the fox. Are they already in here? No. What I want to do, I want to make this look like a nice cobblestone or a brickstone bridge, you know?
Yeah.
Because foxes, I see foxes sometimes. There are foxes living in the very large park in my city that I'm next to, so I see them sometimes when I'm out on the balcony. So I want to make it look like home, you know?
That is so sweet.
Yeah. So let's see, brick. There we go. Do we have like old brick? That'd be really nice. Sandstone brick. Oh, kinda. Oh, that's a nice brick.
Time, I always hear coyotes, but I never really get to see them.
Aw. They're hiding, they're shy.
Yeah, they sound so scary though, because at first you're like, was that someone screaming? But no, it's just the coyotes having
They're
fun,
fine.
being silly.
They're just hanging out.
They're just laughing, cracking jokes.
I like the idea of a pack of coyotes just sitting around a rock or something because they don't know how to make fire and just telling jokes to each other. Can I select this as a grid? No. Oh wait, does this type of this theme not have archways? Damn, do you? The one down here does, I think. I assume. No? No archways? What's with you guys? Damn, I don't wait for that. What? This? Like, look at this. This would totally have archways. Are you kidding me? Come on. Okay, different material then. Arctic wood. Australia wood. Okay, hold on. I do want to make it stone. So material.
Ooh, bamboo.
Yeah, bamboo. Stone. Okay, so. Oh wait. Oh. I was just. It's just okay.
Sorry, game. We take it back.
We take it back. You're actually awesome and cool.
I guess. Oh, that is so cute.
Yeah, right? Hold on, I gotta. Good enough.
Heck yeah.
Okay, like that, and then brick wall.
Perfect.
That's looking very nice. And then we have to pass through. Now this part gets challenging.
I see.
By challenging I mean I don't know if I can do this part. Maybe this? Okay, if I do this and then grid size 2 meters. There we go. Nice.
All right.
Nice. But can I do the same over? I don't have to.
Oh,
Perfect.
This is like Lego. I love it.
It is like Lego. It is literally so fucking satisfying to do this. It's very nice and relaxing and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm imagining all the viewers just kind of falling asleep to this because it's so nice.
It's so satisfying. I would fall asleep to this. It's so nice and peaceful.
Right? What were you gonna say?
What was I gonna? Oh, have you played Lego Fortnite?
I have, yes. Not a lot though. I was gonna. I played like it a little bit of it like a day after it released or something. I thought it was pretty neat, and then I was gonna play it with someone, but then they couldn't anymore. So.
Yeah, I haven't played in a long time. Yeah, I played a little bit, but I thought it was really neat getting to when you build like a pre-built home, and then you get to like okay, you just gotta put this here, and I'm like, oh, I feel so smart.
Yeah, it's like, oh, interactivity, how fun.
Yeah.
I
I want to buy more Legos.
I love Legos. It's been a while since I built a set. Oh, whoops.
Ew.
Interesting, but doesn't look very authentic.
True.
Let's see if we can't get something better. Ooh. So there like a nice little finish on top, or a little?
Yeah.
Looks authentic at least. I'll make it one higher, I think. Well, nope, that's too much. Is that too much? How high is this? Hey, you. You people, that's too much.
How tall are you?
How tall are you? Height check. I've seen some really fucking beautiful things built in this. I saw hold on, what was it special? It was a tiger. Yeah, a Bengal tiger, yeah. A Bengal tiger that had like an entire, like, just like a jungle kind of environment, and then like a temple in the middle in like the local style. It was really fucking, and they could, like, of course they could go inside of the temple, and it was like their what you call it, their well, you know, sleeping place.
That is so sweet.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. I've never built something like that before, but I would like to. I have built like I've built in a different zoo. I built a cave, and inside the cave are all kinds of like small exhibits of like small animals that are just like basically just a block that you pluck down, and you can edit it a little bit. But the thing was that you were walking along a path that like snaked through the cave, and underneath it was like a lizard enclosure.
Oh my gosh, I want to go to, like, I want to be there in real life. That sounds so fun.
In the Netherlands we have a zoo called Burgers Zoo, which means Citizens Zoo, which is not called that because it's owned and run by citizens. It's called that because the family that started it was called Citizens with their last name.
Okay.
But it's spelled like burgers, like hamburgers, so that's fun.
That is fun.
And yeah, and it's like fucking phenomenal zoo. It's got all these like really large indoor environments. There's there's like a desert, there's a jungle, there is actually like a cave. Although the cave doesn't have that many animals in it. There are bats. The bats used to be free flying through the cave, which was very cool, but I understand that they don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
And they have an aquarium as well. Aquarium?
Aquarium, I'm sure.
Aquarium? They have an aquarium as well that starts you off on the beach, and then you delve deeper and deeper into the ocean. It's very cool.
Wow. Oh, wow. All right. I think I'm gonna make one of my goals for 2024 is to go to a new zoo, because I'm getting so excited about it now.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, if you're ever in the neighborhood.
Oh, I would love. Oh, God, can you imagine? I want to go visit.
It'd be so fun.
I remember you used to always talk about your favorite
theme park?
Yeah, theme park. Your favorite theme park. Oh, it looks so cool.
Yeah, the Efteling, it's beautiful. I haven't been in so long because I just haven't been able to. I've been too busy, and I've got an injury for a while and stuff. And I'm about to get a surgery, so then I can't either.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. But they're gonna build a new fairy tale, I know, based on a new attraction, exhibit, etc., based on the Princess and the Pea.
Oh, how fun!
Yeah. I'm very curious what they're gonna do with that one.
Yeah, I love that they're adding and updating stuff. Oh, that is a must.
Yes.
Perfect.
Amazing. It's specifically an East Asia water wheel, apparently.
Oh.
I'm glad they told me, because I would not have been able to tell.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I guess it does look different than the ones I'm used to, but only because I'm looking at it now. Oh, it's animated. Wait. Yo! Cool. Yeah, the boxes are opening. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
It was worth it.
If only you had a friend coming to the Netherlands to give you an excuse to go. If only, Brody, my friend, who's from Australia and is soon not going to be in Australia for a while. If only. Very excited. I hope I'm like good and well recovered from my surgery by that point. I need, okay, hold on. I need something to build a little bridge out of. Guess we can use this wood. Oh wait, roof. Me. Go, okay. Ah. Perfect. This is a bridge now.
Excellent bridge.
I would almost expect it to be just like a little pre-built bridge for this, you know? Something as small
Sure,
as
there's
this.
not like a bridge tab.
Oh, I don't think so, but let's check.
Just double checking.
Just double checking. Yeah, no, you're right, we should. But I don't think so.
Huh, interesting.
I do actually, hold on. It's arches, props, maybe. Might be some stuff we can use in prop. There's fences. Hey, you know what? A fence on its side is just a difficult bridge.
You right. Innovative. I love it.
Mm-hmm. None of these are good though.
Man.
Darn. European themes. Wow. Wow, Europe doesn't have any fences.
Okay. The lack of fences in Europe.
Yeah, garden gnomes get stolen every day. It's a big issue. Oh, here we go. There we go.
Okay.
That'll fit
Oh my God.
perfectly. No. General
Look at that
props?
big snake.
It kind of was.
Oh, a log.
We could use a log. Ooh. Yeah,
That's cute.
it's just a
That's
little
pretty.
bit too short though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought that would be bigger.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, that's Okay, wait, I know what to do. Don't worry. I got it. Okay, rotate it a bit. Woo. Okay, and then raise it again.
This makes me want to play The Sims.
Right? I made you might have seen on social, I think you might have seen it on social that I was building a couch.
A couch. Did I see that?
I don't know, maybe not.
What kind of couch?
Orange. Oh, it's like a
Oh, that
3D
sounds
model
so
couch.
familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I saw you like it.
Yeah.
So I was building a couch, and then a friend of mine, Rabbit, remade the couch in fucking My Sims, which is so good.
You could do that?
Yeah, you can. In the original My
That is
Sims,
so
you can like
fun.
build little furnitures and stuff. It's very
oh wait,
cute.
no, I remember now. I've never played it. Oh my god, that's a big rock. I've never played it, but I watched someone play. It looks really cute.
Mm-hmm.
That's so silly. I love that.
It was so nice. It looked really nice too. It translated quite well into the style. See, I'm putting some rocks here, so like they're holding the
Yeah.
log in place, you know?
It makes sense.
It makes sense.
Looks like a bone.
Little bit. These rocks look a little bit like they themselves need some holding up though. Which is where the bigger rock comes in.
It's okay, they're floating.
Yeah, they're filled with air.
Oh, there you go.
I guess. I mean, I guess you could just do that. I mean, it's not an actual nature spot. It's a thing in a
the
zoo.
details, though.
But still, yeah, it takes you out of the immersion, you know. Beautiful.
Great. I love
Well,
it.
that's the enclosure done. I don't think these animals need anything else. Food? Oh. What do red foxes... That's not a red fox. Red foxes
That's
like
not
to
a red
play
fox.
with. Did you know that the red fox is the most widespread species of terrestrial carnivore in the world?
I had no idea.
Did you also know that they're very vocal and have 20 different types of call?
Then why did they make the song? What does the fox say?
Because the song is stupid. The song is also wrong. I don't think the foxes make that sound at all.
Man,
You never trust music, you know?
that's true.
They're only out to sell you shit. Never forget. I was gonna say never remember.
Never remembered.
Don't you fucking dare remember Meow.
I won't, I promise. What are those?
Oh, this is, it's like a play feeding. The food gets put in here, and then they get to bat it around, and the food falls out and stuff.
Oh, precious.
Mm-hmm. I do know they're very vocal. You hear them all the time on ghost hunting shows. That's not a fox, that's a ghost. Don't you know?
A ghost.
They had a ghost that was hanged on this gallows.
Oh my god, it does look like it.
It does look like a gallows. Yo, eucalyptus tree feeder. Oh, that is so funny, actually. Do you know that koalas will only eat eucalyptus leaves and only from the eucalyptus tree?
Isn't it like bad for them or something?
It's bad for everyone because it's poisonous.
Oh.
However, koalas have such a shitty immune system that the poison is basically not shitty immune system. They have such a shitty get the stuff out of the food system. What's it called? Digestive system.
Stuff. Oh.
That it doesn't get to the part where it affects them.
Wow.
They're very dumb. They also, it does get in their blood, it just still doesn't affect them. But it does mean that they are poisonous to eat. Which means that, koalas are poisonous to eat. Because they have the poison from the eucalyptus tree in them. Which means that they have no predators. And yet, they still constantly throw themselves out of trees onto things to attack them for no reason, because they're herbivores, so it's not like they have to at all.
I'm starting to not like koalas very much.
Good. I don't like them. They're my least favorite animal on earth. The thing also about the eucalyptus tree, right, is that they only eat eucalyptus tree leaves and only from the tree, because they're too stupid to realize that if you show them a branch or just a single leaf, that they don't understand that it's the same thing.
Oh my gosh, what? Why are they so silly?
I know. They also just can't eat other stuff because their teeth are just so bad, and their digestive system means they can't eat other things. They're so stupid. Well, they're not just vibing. They're not just literally hanging out. They attack people for no reason.
Oh my gosh, what? They do? I didn't know they attack people.
Yeah, they're called drop bears, and people are like, oh, that's a myth, and it's like, no, it's not. They attack things for no reason, because I don't know, they just spot something they don't recognize and they attack it. I guess they're very phobic.
Wow. Koala phobic.
Yep. They also stink really, really bad.
Oh no!
Because because of the eucalyptus. Yeah, and also, before they grow up properly, they can't even eat the eucalyptus tree leaves yet, which leaves them with one other option to eat, which is their parents' feces.
I hate them so much now. It's not their fault, but still. Why?
No, it's just evolution. It's not their fault, but goddamn, nature fucked up so bad.
Favorite creation.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe I forgot there was this type of fish. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, I think it was also nicknamed vaquita.
All right.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Which is weird
No,
because
but maybe
vaquita means
that's-
little cow in Spanish.
Okay, well, explain the fish to me, because maybe that's just the in Spanish the name for them, but because I think I might know what you're talking about, which we call the moonfish in Dutch.
Oh, I thought it was sunfish, but
I think it's
maybe we're
sunfish in
talking about
English,
the
but it's
same thing.
moonfish in Dutch.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like it just doesn't do anything or something.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It has tiny fins that it barely can do anything with. It weighs very little because it has essentially no flesh on its bones whatsoever, meaning that nothing will ever try to kill it. Because why would you? They get parasites all the time because, again, they just sort of float as if they're already dead.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I think they're like going extinct and God.
Are it? Oh, that would be sad though. I don't want them to go
I
extinct.
don't remember. I remember when I took my environmental science class where it was just like, should we try to save them? Like, is there a point? Like, oh God.
It's not about if it's a point, it's a living creature.
Yeah. Oh man.
That's mean.
It is mean. It feels so bad for them.
Should we save them? Is there a point? That's fucked
Koalas
up.
are so lucky. They're cute to people.
Yeah, right? Nobody thinks the sunfish is cute.
Yeah, I think the same thing happened with pandas. Like, people just find them so cute, so of course they want to help them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The halo effect.
What, like, the video games?
No, the halo effect is it's something that you call when like someone is like very handsome or pretty, so they're gonna treat them better.
Oh, okay. like an angelic, like they have a halo above their head or something?
Yeah, they're like, oh, they're like an angel, like, you know, they're so beautiful, so you're gonna be nice to them.
Right. See, some people claim evolution is a perfect process, but then you hear about stuff like that, and no, there's so many weird things, like a nerve in giraffes that goes from their head all the way down to the neck, then all the way back to the head. Oh yeah, like giraffes are weird.
What the?
Humans are weird, dude. Like, we don't really need this the small toe. We don't need to have the tailbone.
Good to know in case somebody ever asks me like, oh, give me your money or choose a toe for me to take, and I'll be like, okay, take the pinky.
Yeah. Don't need it.
Don't eat it. Take it.
Our breathing pipe is the same as our eating one? Yeah. There is so much dumb shit in evolution that doesn't make any sense. If you think of it logic, like as like some sort of perfect plan.
That's wild.
I just realized something. I just remembered a thing. Which is that every time this stream I've been placing down shelters. I think there's an option here that... Oh, never mind. I thought you were able to do this before, like uncheck this. Oh, I guess not.
I love the clicking sound. Just keep clicking harder, it'll work.
It'll work, I promise. No, it's actually nicer with this. I think this is a bit more fitting for
Looks so
the
cozy.
setting. Yeah, right? And then I'm gonna put some rocks and bushes here so it's better obscured.
Oh, it's so
Actually-
cute.
This is kind of still in view of the people. Well, I'll put bushes in front of it. Anyway, I think we can unpause now and see what the foxes think of it so far. Hello, foxes.
Welcome to your new home.
Is anyone gonna open this box?
Oh no. I forgot to open it. Oh.
Injured? Why are you injured? What's wrong? No, call a
Box was
vet.
too
Call a vet.
cramped.
Call a vet.
It's Shannon.
Yeah, Shannon. That's extremely cute. They get names based on the regions that they're from.
Oh, cute. I love that.
Sander. Let's see. They seem to be doing pretty well so far. They seem to like their environment. Oh, it's just open for notes for some reason.
They love it.
That's surprising considering the fact there is no plants. Well, there's grass, but you know. They shipped three foxes in one little box. Fucked up. Wait,
Yeah.
No wonder one of them got injured.
Car battery!
Oh, shit, ow. Oh my god, I threw two car batteries at once. That's fucked up.
So mean, guys. What the heck?
Alright, so they're happy with the enclosure, so we can start putting in some plants. And the people are coming to look at them. Also, I totally forgot to put down an information sign at the Phoenix. That's no good. Oh shit!
Oh.
And no music played for some reason. I think I might know why, actually.
Are you okay?
Well, I just have to switch my model. Or maybe not, if it lands on Queen of Fennec again. It didn't. It's Broadcast Queen, which is the hardest one to swap to. Yay!
Wow.
Although I'm switching from Queen to Fennec, so that doesn't make it much harder. Just give me a moment.
Now you're broadcasting the Fox facts.
Welcome to the...
Sorry.
I was gonna say, welcome to the Fox News channel. But that's something else.
No.
That wasn't even on purpose.
No, that's so funny.
Okay, 1.16. And then this one 1.1.
Oh, Fennec News Live.
Here we go. Hi. Oh, that's not right. Hold on.
Hi.
Not hi yet. Bye.
Bye. Never mind.
Bye. What am I doing? Oh, forward. Okay. 0.67. I have to switch my leap motion settings every time. Yes. Hi. There we go.
Welcome back.
Thank you. There we go. I should probably move you a little bit because I'm kind of blocking
Fine
you.
here.
Here, I'll give you this metal Sonic sprite as a little
Yay.
a little hat. Getting a tad tired, so I'm going to bed now. That's totally fair, clone. Good night.
Good
Bye
night.
bye. All right, where were we? I want to put in some. I'd like to put in some crates or a cart or something to make it look like there's like a farmland or something, or near a farmland.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be in construction. Missing egg at some point. Give me just a second. Brody's egg? Did I not have yours? I suppose not. Okay then. Here you go. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. If I search for cart, is that just a thing? Yes! Although they're not quite the... Oh, that's small.
Huh.
Oh, hey, look who's back. Are you good now?
Healed.
Maddie, are you okay? Injured. What?
What?
Why are you so injured?
Oh no.
Oh, you don't like the composition of grass short long. We'll take care of that later.
Interesting.
You're missing 2 toys in the habitat. Or 2 points worth of toys. Well... Isn't there like a call vet button or something? Oh yeah, here we go. Call vet. I think that's what I was supposed to do.
Oh, that's what you did. I thought.
No, I just pressed the sent this animal to the quarantine
Oh, I see.
button, which is different. Right, okay, so construction.
Oh, they swim.
Yeah, they have a little swim. See, I wanted like a big wooden cart, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like a wagon.
A wagon. Well,
What is that?
it's a wagon wheel. so that our animals can get tinnitus.
Where's the rest of the wagon?
Where did you put it?
It's
What?
lost.
Oh, that's a vet. Never mind.
Oh my.
What's happening to our animal? But it's okay. Okay, see, they have all these little.
Is that an egg?
Yep.
Oh, it's so small.
It's really small egg.
Egg.
Those are eggs. You can have eggs in here.
We got eggs. Speaking of.
Speaking of. Yippee! Egg.
Egg.
Meow. Thank you so much for your egg.
You're welcome.
Wheelbarrow! Yeah! There we
Yeah!
go! All is right in the world.
Perfect.
Let's see.
Oh my god, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, well, they all want to see the animals.
They want to see the foxes.
I do gotta say, you can stand here too, you know? Like, or like
Yeah,
walk,
right.
walk a little further, maybe? Anyway, I'm thinking this is where we'll put like all the farm pieces and stuff, because it'll obstruct the view to the burrow,
True, true, true.
and then they get some more privacy. Okay, we'll put this here. Sack. We'll put second burrow as well, or barrel rather.
Oh! Second barrel. My last name.
Is it?
No.
I should hope not.
Yeah,
You're
we
just
said
like,
second
yes, I
barrel.
doxed myself just now. And I'd be like, oh,
Alright.
congratulations, I guess. Sack. Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Protesters? What
Pinata.
am I doing wrong?
What?
Also, the people can see that there's a water treatment plant underground, which is pretty cringe.
Okay. Pretty cringe if I do say so myself.
If I do say so. Look at this prop also, it's very cute.
Oh, that is precious. Or a
Right.
panda. Just greeting everyone.
Yeah. Alright, what's up?
Oh,
Maddie. Yeah, Maddie, I know. Maddie's stressed. Maddie being taken to the vet right now, it's okay. Oh, the people. Oh.
Calm down.
Go the other way. Turn around. Oh my god. Okay. I might have just have to switch to my PNG model, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh my
Or
god,
maybe-
that person's falling off the bridge.
What, really?
There's somebody's leg out. Look at that.
Oh my god, careful dude, careful. Okay, I'm gonna unplug.
Sir.
I'm gonna unplug
Oh,
my
no.
my lead motion.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
okay, this seems to be helping already. It's a shame, I won't be able to do fun stuff with my hands, but it's a necessity sometimes. Do you want to
the
pack? What?
foxes,
Why
yeah.
is she back? Is she not still sick? She's not. Yay!
Yay, welcome back, Maddie.
Welcome back, Maddie. Okay, I gotta start putting more stuff here. Let's start with some rocks. I always find rocks to be a nice little foundation for
Love me a
things.
good rock.
Love me a good rock. They kind of rock, you know?
They kind of do rock.
A lot of people don't want you saying that, but
Sometimes they also roll.
such wisdoms. You are so right, though.
I am.
Alright, let's see. So there's not enough short grass, and there's much too much long grass. So we're gonna replace some of the long grass with short grass because I'm smart. This one.
Oh, that's a satisfying noise.
Yeah. Little rustling, bristling kind of noise. Stop complaining, please. I'm doing the best I can.
Do they talk like Simlish?
Oh yeah, they have like their own little language.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, seems my mother is almost here. I should head out.
Okay. Well, it was very nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Everybody
I
should
love
go follow
this. Maybe. If they wanna.
you if they wanna. But I recommend they do.
If you want to.
You do very, very nice, comfy, chill art streams.
Thank you. I had a great time watching you play this. It's
Hey.
so comfy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see you later.
See you later. Oh, I'm trying to wave. I can't wave. Bye. Bye, meow.
Bye.
Bye. I'm shouting her out. There we go. Maybe they can hear it. Hear what? Who? I was waiting 9 minutes and 31 seconds. Ugh. Bye, meow. Nothing with your mom. I'm gonna put some soil on here. I need to get rid of a lot of long grass. I didn't think foxes would be so against that stuff. I guess I do imagine it was mostly living in the woods, which is not a place where long grass is particularly abundant. But still, they hate it so much. You know? Let's line the river with sand. Or actually, it's probably just be dirt. Let's do soil. Wow! Did you see that one jump? They really like to go swimming. This is not for the enclosure, this is just to make it look nice. Man, the long grass isn't even going down. Are you seeing that? The long grass percentage just keeps staying at 60%. Isles preventing other animals from breeding? Why? What's wrong? You don't have enough navigable land area? Are there too many of y'all? No. Okay, hold on. How many of you are there right now? There are a lot of you. Oh, you're infertile. I don't really mind. Oh. It's all girls and one guy who is infertile. Maybe I do mind just a little bit in that case. Well, we're just here to finish this enclosure though. So... Just pick one. You. And this one. Okay, so... less long grass. Okay, it's going down. There's a lot up here. How's there this much? I don't get it. It feels like it's still not really going down that much. There's some more in this corner. Oh, I just realized that this dirt path I built just goes into a wall. Should probably fix that. Some more here. How is 40% of this still long grass? I don't even see it. Is this long grass? No. Become rock. Oh, okay, here's some long grass still. Give the fuck does a lawnmower? Just give him some goats. Get some goats over here, they'll sort it out. 38%. I'm gonna take the heavy soil here. Oh no! A nook! Do you have an egg? Oh no, that's the tip of your tail, isn't it? Yeah. Just looking at the camera like, yeah, of course, my fucking tail. Okay. Architecture, walls. Brick. Brick wall. There we go. Alright, that's good. Connected to the path. It's gonna do the same thing on this side because it looks nice. Okay. Fox, please. Hello. There's some tall grass. I found it. Okay. Okay, here's some more tall grass. It's so hard to spot when it's not enough that it actually like grows grass, but it still counts, you know? $34 still. Maybe this? 33, I got 1% somewhere. Did not think I would be spending so much time doing this at the end of the stream. An Arctic fox is also preventing other animals from breeding? No! How is there still 30% of this is still tall grass? How? Like, where is it? That is one thing that would be nice if I was able to... If it was able to highlight stuff for me, you know? Like, what area is what type of material, or what type of terrain. Maybe there is a way, actually. Hold on. If I do... The grass is coming from inside the house. I already checked inside the bridge, though, and it wasn't there. And that's the only house here. There's like, okay, oh wait, here it is. Okay, this, and then... roll for habitat. Damn. Let's select an animal to show. Did I? I've selected it. Okay, right, yes. Predicted area visibility. Whoa! Don't know what that means. I don't get it. A lot of visibility here. More hole for hole cuts. Is there a hole here somewhere where there's just a bunch of grass? And I don't realize it? Is it down here? Is it this? I was hoping that there would be a like a graph thingy here that highlights, that shows me the materials or the terrain, but I guess not. Okay, come on. Just have, like, I don't, is it bugged? It's probably not bugged, but it's just really weird to me that so much of this is somehow still... Oh wait, maybe it's because the intensity wasn't on 100%. That was only getting half of the grass every time. Okay, yeah, you know what? It does seem to be going down a lot faster now, actually. Almost there. 23. 22. 21. Come on. To need 20% or something? 20. There we go. Fucking finally, dude. Okay, and now I can just make it a little bit nicer with some dirt. And dirt. Yeah, okay, y'all know the video? Hey everyone. It's me, Ryu, from Streets. You know that video? I never... Mel's enough, thank you very much for your egg. I never fully understood what he says... When he says, like, jumping into light fears? I don't know what that is. I'm probably just mishearing it, but never got it. Okay, so now that all the terrain looks nice, and dirt. That video, yes. Nature. Alright, so let's get some nice rocks in here. Yo, I totally could have used this here. Well. That's okay. Latest season of The Simpsons. I know all videos. I'm the video mistress. Lie. What would you like to me? I need answers for this. Thank you.
Egg.
Ooh. Agapox, hello. Thank you very much for your egg. Mossy rocks. This is dynamic mossy rocks. Check it out, gang. This is so cool. It's dynamic. It always puts the moss on the top of the rock. How cool is that? I love it personally. Okay. Let's get some plants in here though. Really think we could benefit from some common ash plants. Trees, in fact. Online service, nope. Okay, put that here. Let's get another little tree set up right here. You're floating? You're floating. Could you not? Are y'all floating? Are you you're floating. Stop it. Future of gaming is amazing. Is there anything to look forward to in the future of gaming right now? Nah. I think we're done. I think we've peaked. Oh, grapes? Yo, grapes! First life switch! Oh my god, you're right. There is something to look forward to in the world. I'm so happy. Aw, dude, we got some common fucking reads. Let's go. This Paper Mario remake I want to play? Oh yeah, I'm happy for people that are excited about that one. Make that look nice. Can I do the same thing here? I guess. That doesn't look very nice, does it? Well, it doesn't look not nice. But... yeah, sure, whatever. It kind of covers up some of the little uglies going on here, I suppose. Put it here. Another tree. I just want to cover a lot of this part up with vegetation so that their burrow is really nicely covered, you know? There we go. And it also creates more the illusion that this path is actually going somewhere. Sunflowers. Delightful. Let's get some of those. Let's put some sunflowers. So let's put these up the front. So I'll move this tree to back here. There we go. And then we'll put some sunflowers here. Some water lilies, sure. Ooh, I'm so smart. I'm gonna put some trees just outside of the enclosure to create more of a transition between the more of a transition between the enclosure and the outside. Ain't that smart? No one's ever done this before. These foxes are trans now. It's true, they are. So happy for them. Let's see. Some bushes. You can align these to surface. Bushes are wild. Cypress, sure. Hey, I know someone in Cypress. Darren Rar. Put this here and this right here. Some nice little flowers on the side of the hill. I figured the foxes probably aren't going to be in this area much anyway, so we can populate this with lots of grass and stuff. I know I keep saying it, but this is just so nice and relaxing to me. I'm just vibing. Just hanging out. I'd love to get some creeping vines on this stone bridge. I think that'd be very nice. Some grass here. play Planet Zoo again? You should. It's such a nice time. It makes me feel so at peace. Oh! My legs! Hey, there's foxes in it. Yes, but only if you buy DLC, I think. Also, I need to put some more brick walls here. Here too? No, it seems to be good. All good, but not good here. There. Back to nature. Beautiful! Let's get some of these. Put them right over here. This is looking very nice. I know I'm just kind of slapdashing it, just kind of winging it as I go along. But I think this is really starting to look like something nice. You know? Is slapdashing a verb? I think it should be. Can't believe Planet Zoo invented foxes. Yeah, Queen Defanica is actually a Planet Zoo fan character. In case you didn't know yet. Oh, this place. I've been neglecting this area actually, haven't I? Protesters have arrived. I'll deal with them later. Oh, nice. Very useful. Okay, can we get some vines? I know they're out there. I've used them before. Ah, okay. This isn't the hanging ones. I think those are next one, but I want these too. Hold on, wait. Yeah. There we go. Ooh. Oop, nope. That's nice. Let's see. That's nice. And I want to put that over here as well. There we go. There. Oh, you jump on the bridge that I built for you. Nice. There, I think we're about done. I mean, I could put some more stuff over here, I suppose. Wait, can I combine these? Can I put you in? Yes. Okay. Machinery group. There we go. But I think this is enough. They've got a very nice green environment here. Are you guys happy with what you got? Yeah. Are y'all happy? Oh, Maddie is still very unhappy. Maddie, why are you always unhappy? I don't mean to be rude. I'm curious, I can help you. They're not a shelter, okay. But I put 4 beds in here, and there's 4 of you, aren't there? Is one of these not dry? Oh, they're all good. Living the hater life, yeah, I think so. I mean, fair, I guess, if she wants to... She probably just wants to live out in the woods again, you know? Okay, here, I've given you more shelter. That should be good, right? Wait, is that a baby? There's babies? Babies were born! They look like little rapscallions. Breaking their spine. Well, that makes sense. That explains at least why, Maddie didn't like the lack of shelter. Because there's more of them. 9! Wait, 2 of you have alerts? 2 of you are unhappy? Wait, 1 of you is unhappy. What? It's Chelsea. What about... Maddie's kind of okay now? Chelsea... Too much stress. Puppy! They pedaling, yeah! They're so small. Okay, wait, I've got an idea. I could convert this into shelter, I think. But I don't know if I feel like doing it right now. I think I'll just do that some other time and be happy with what we've built here today. We've got a beautiful little zoo. We've got the Arctic foxes. Quite a few of them, which probably send some of those to other zoos. We've got the fennec foxes. They're hanging out. I'm sure there's more than one. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if the others had died. They're probably in here. 2 of them are. The other ones are in here, maybe? Yes. We've got a bathroom. We've got a beautiful monastery to eat at. And we've got the red fox enclosure, which I do think is the nicest. That bridge was a stroke of genius, except the way that everybody is fucking hogging it. That's not as good. But that'll be it for today. Probably could have just been playing music the whole time, huh? Anyway, I hope you guys liked it. Hope you guys had a good time. I had a nice, very long 6 hour 40 minute stream. The bridge will fall and the foxes will feast. Correct. That's the grand plan, of course. I had a very nice time. It was nice and relaxing and chill and cozy. Yeah, that was nice. So tomorrow I've got one last stream before I go into my bottom surgery, after which I won't be streaming for like a month, which will be VR chat, and it will be with the community. So if you're in the Discord and I recognize you and stuff, then you can join the Discord group, and then the VR chat group, and then you can join tomorrow. We're hanging out. We're gonna hang out. Maybe explore a bit, go some adventures, maybe just chill, who knows? But that's gonna be really fun! Exclamation point links in chat, and you get a link that leads to my little website with all my links to everything, so you can get updated on what I do, or you can like subscribe to me on YouTube or whatever fuck, I don't know, for bots. There's all kinds of stuff on there, wow! And the Discord is of course the best place to stay up to date with what I'm gonna do, because you get a little ad here. But you don't have to join the whole community if you don't want to. I totally get it. It's a lot of stress for a lot of people. So it's totally fine if, or because like if you join the Discord, sorry, it's late now, so I'm not all there anymore. If you join the Discord, all you get is a stream announcements channel, and a channel explaining how how to get into the full server if you want to. Hi, my hands are back. Yeah, that's it. I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much. One last reminder that the pinned tweet right now leads to a form for giving feedback to my streams. That's the thing I do at the beginning of the new year. So you can tell me what kind of streams you like the most, random thoughts you have, which alt model you like best, and it's all anonymous, which is important. But now we are going to, so like if you want to fill that out, then that would be great. We're gonna find someone to rate now. It is going to be Markatoto, because it's his birthday. He's playing Sonic the Hedgehog. You know we love that. The rate message will be well, just happy birthday, Mar. And if you have my emotes, you can add this emote, the hype emote. Mark. I haven't talked to Mar in a while, so that'll be nice too. Start the raid. Yes. So, thank you guys so much for coming. I hope you've had a very good time. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow or some other time. And I hope you'll have a lovely rest of your night. Bye bye!